Good evening. I'm Shannon Rutherford, Town Planner for the Town of Farmington. I will start with a roll call of commission members. Mike Verbulis.
Here.
Scott Halstead.
Here.
Matt Hutbogner.
Here.
Liz Sanford.
Here.
Inez St. James.
Here.
And our alternates, Mike Walsh.
Here.
James Ratcliffe.
Here.
Matthew Bandel.
Here.
I will note for the record that Patrick Carrier is not in attendance this evening.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Shannon. Good evening, everyone. My name is Inez St. James. Welcome to Town of Farmington Plan and Zoning meeting. Today is Monday, April 24th. Thank you so much for joining us in person and online. All the voting members are elected officials. We were elected by all of you, the residents, and we appreciate being here representing our town. We have the meeting today is a little bit earlier. It starts a little earlier. We're starting with a conversation about affordable housing. And we've been having working sessions regarding the current moratorium that's in place. Is Nancy Parent able to join us today?
So I've been informed that Ms. Parent is delayed. So if you're agreeable, I can share at least the town ordinances with respect to our housing authority and the Housing Trust Fund, and perhaps touch on some of the questions commissioners have put forth until Ms. Parent arrives. She's expected to be about 10 minutes late. She got tied up.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, let's do it. And after that, we'll do new business. And we have several public hearing items where you get to participate and ask questions. So go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Machado, if you'll remind us, we still will need to read the legal notice into the record at the start of the regular meeting. So I don't want to forget that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our housing, we have a housing authority for Farmington, and I have shared this with the commission in the past as part of some of our work session documents, but in our town code on the Town of Farmington webpage, our charter and ordinance is included in our website. And as part of that is our town code, and there's a full housing authority. And then there also is the Housing Trust Fund. I'll go back to that in just a little bit. You'll see here it references the Housing Trust Fund as Chapter 12. We're currently in Chapter 31, our housing agencies. And there's a housing partnership and housing site development agency. And let's see here. They're set up based on need. They've been longstanding. It was last amended in 1976, and to put the authority in place for Farmington to have a housing authority and review the housing needs of the community. So the ordinance governs the operation of both the housing authority, and there is a housing agency. I'm going to go out one. Sorry, housing was referred to as a housing partnership. And it sets the membership similar to the charters we have for establishing our P&Z and other commissions and committees. And the responsibilities for these various entities. So it walks through their responsibilities and their interactions with the community and developing housing and interacting and supporting housing needs for the community. So again, these documents in totality, I'm not going to read them to you. They've been shared with you, and Ms. Parent, when she arrives, can provide a little more detail regarding their use.
Shannon,
Yes.
What role does Nancy play?
So Nancy is our Director of Community Services. So she's staff liaison to the Housing Authority, as well as she oversees all the social service. She handles our recreation arm, but she does all of our social services arms as well, including the senior center, but all social services. And the Housing Trust Fund was put into place, adopted by the town council in 1986. So this came about 10 years after the housing agency portion of the document was initially enacted. And again, just for background, the Housing Authority of Farmington has been administrating a program to promote the construction of housing of low and moderate income for low and moderate income persons and families, and leasing land at a nominal rent on which leases construct and finance homes to be occupied by the leasee and his or her family. And it goes through the funds and funding mechanisms for this. So this housing trust fund ties specifically to the conversations that we've had regarding inclusionary zoning and a fee in lieu option. And so a fee in lieu option, those funds would be directed to the Housing Trust Fund. So this is a program that's already established, and it's specific as to right now with respect to expenditures. Right now, all access and let's see here.
Shannon, Nancy just came in.
Perfect. So thank you. So yeah, it's very specific to the expenditures of funds and where they can be used. So part of the discussions that we would have would look at potentially expanding how those funds can be used to not only for the purchase of property, but also for the larger items from a maintenance standpoint, boilers, roofs, siding, those things that are more cost prohibitive for a homeowner to manage. Nancy, if you'd like to join us, come on up. And I just did a brief, I opened up the ordinance and touched briefly on the Housing Authority and Housing Trust Fund. So, but by all means, go ahead and take it.
Perfect. And I'm sorry, I totally misjudged the time. I had to run to meet somebody at Maple Village. When I looked at the clock, I thought it said 5 and it was 6. So I just totally misjudged that. But I agreed to come today to kind of tell a little bit about the Housing Authority, and Shannon has gone over the ordinance, but the Housing Authority manages a few different programs, and some which I think we could probably work together. The first is Maple Village, which is our senior housing, and that is for elderly or disabled people, and it is based on income. So the people that live there they pay 30% of their monthly income. The second is our cooperative home ownership program. And that, I'm sorry, I'm just winded. I ran across the street. And that is a program where the town purchases the land and the person purchases the home, thereby dropping the amount that they would need to mortgage. And in that program, we've done some creative things with people who have been kind of long timers with the program that kind of came in as low income, but for whatever reason, their income didn't grow much, whether they were elderly, disabled, on a fixed income. And then we have a few people who have joined that program. They started at low income, were able to grow, and then they moved on. And that house then was transferred over to another person who qualified for, one of the cooperative home ownership programs. That's our second program. Our third is we look over town-owned rentals. So some may know of Mountain Road, we have a few rentals. Stonehouse, we did have a few rentals where the old rec office was. When they vacated and we had some turnover, we decided to take that time to really upgrade the facilities. And we're actually looking at potentially the first floor being for someone who might be handicapped, trying to change the accessibility in that so that perhaps somebody, a handicapped family, it has 2 bedrooms, we'd be able to do that. While there's not a set standard because it's our own housing, we try to model it after Section 8 and charge someone the 30%, which is kind of the national threshold that they count for someone to pay towards rent. And then the last program is the Section 8 program, and that is a federal program that we run here. We have 90 vouchers in town, and the people have to qualify and on a wait list, and it's a pretty large wait list. I was trying to think and look, I think it was 14 years the last time we opened up that wait list. So it is phenomenal. And last time we opened it, we hired a company to do it, and it was by lottery, and we got over 8,000 applicants for that program, and we were only putting 100 on a wait list. So out of 8,000 applicants, we put 100 on that wait list, and they were able to join the wait list. And we actually, I think, are down to 5 right now from the 14 years ago that we opened it. So those are the programs that we do, along with all the other housing type programs. We do landlord tenant information. Very often we'll get calls from tenants that they are concerned about something that's going on in their unit. It may be something that we can assist with, or we know the agency that they would need to reach out to. This summer was probably the first time, and I've been with the Housing Authority, I think it's 19 years, was the first time we actually had, I think it was 7 or 8 fair rent hearings for people who were complaining about the rent increase, and it was an unfair increase. And we actually held the hearings right here in this room and had not only the tenants, but the landlords come and explain why. And, a few we had said, no, that's an unfair increase. And a few we said, no, that meets the standards. So we have a whole entire list in the state statute that we follow to determine if a rent increase is fair and equitable. And then answering a lot of questions. We get calls all the time about housing, and is this something someone can do? Is this within code? Some are questions we answer, some we would, have someone from Public Works answer. And then we, can do inspections or, determine if a unit is appropriate for them. So that's kind of what spends our time in the Housing Authority. I know at the point in time when we were working with Shannon on the affordable housing, kind of looking at it, one of the things that we were concerned about, or we brought about, was about some of our cooperative home ownership folks, that first group of people who income just isn't going to change while they're living there for whatever reason, that they may need some help to keep their house being safe and sanitary for them, whether it be roofs or boilers or things of that nature. And we had talked about the possibility of being able to offer some opportunities for people to have some funds to work with. And then the last, kind of the overall arching purpose of the Housing Authority, outside of running the actual programs, is just to really push for safe, affordable, sanitary housing. And, very often we're looking at affordable housing issues and, being able to really make sure that opportunities are afforded to people and that they're fair and equitable, and, that people are following the appropriate guidelines. We work with places in town to provide updates or upkeeps to their housing so that they can get, whether it be, there's some communities, for instance, New Horizons, or, other communities that might need some updates, that we've helped apply for municipal grants for them to receive funds to get updates to their facilities.
You're okay if we make?
I'm 100% okay.
All right.
Yep.
So it's going to be interactive, but sort of orderly. Let's start with Mike. Mike, do you have any questions about, or what's coming to mind when you hear?
Nope, I don't. I think Nancy certainly went through everything we were told to be briefed on, so I don't have questions.
Okay. Jane, like the order is messed up today. So Matt,
you said the last lottery was 14 years ago,
Yes,
and you're down to 3 on the wait list. Are you going to do a new lottery?
we are.
Okay, when's that?
We're just transitioning over to new federal software, and part of the software has that component on it. So as soon as we get fully trained, actually, one of our supervisors had just got training last week on it. So probably within the next couple of weeks.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're all set, Matthew?
Yes.
Okay, James?
I don't have any questions. Thanks,
All right,
Nancy.
thank you.
All right, Liz?
Yeah, hi Nancy. Thanks for coming in. How many town-owned rental properties? Since I'm a neighbor to some of them.
Yep.
And I'm just curious, just how many around town do we have?
10, and we will probably increase that to 11, looking at the old stone house where the rec office was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I
Yeah.
think it's a great opportunity in town if if it works well, it's a good program.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Thanks.
All right, awesome. Mike? Questions for Nancy?
No
Comments?
questions. Thank you, Nancy.
Thanks.
You're good, okay. Matt?
Thank you, Nancy, for coming. I'm
You're
just curious about the funding sources for these. As Shannon mentioned, the fee in lieu. So for Section 8, is that just 100% federal government supplied funds? Is that how to think about that?
Correct.
And then for the first and second, the Maple Village, the co-op program, and the sort of town-owned rentals, how do I think about the funding for that, or the maintenance and upkeep of those properties?
Okay. They're all a little bit different. So our Section 8 is federally funded, and there's also funds given to us for the administration of the program. So not only are we getting the funds to pay the rents, we're also getting funds to oversee and do the inspections and that sort of thing. But it's kind of a weird thing. It's like trying to hit a moving target, because you have to stay within 97% of your financial and your voucher amount. And so we have 90 vouchers, and I want to say it's $854,000 to spend for those rents. And you have to stay within the 97%, but I can't tell who the next person is if it's a 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. So it's kind of like trying to always watch a moving target as you're doing it. And that's how the program is totally funded. The Maple Village, we are part of the state portfolio. And so we don't have to pay certain fees on that. However, it is solely funded through the rents that we receive, and they're 30% of the monthly income. Back probably about 20 years ago when I first started, when there wasn't some of the rules in play that now you can't, like we used to give priority to Farmington residents. So our average resident might have had a higher income, where now we can't do that any longer. So it's 30% of our monthly income, and we probably have 35 to 40% of our residents there who have an extremely low income. So they're paying $110 to $150 rent. So then we're managing that to pay for the expenses of that. Our cooperative is, the purchase of the land is totally town funded. And we put that I think it's every 4 or 5 years. It had been in the capital budget. With mortgages just being more and more difficult, we used to do one like every other year and have this wait list, but it now takes a few years to kind of bundle up that money. We add it with the money we collect from. So we charge the folks for the land, a land lease, and that land lease is based on what the taxes would have been. And then the town allows us to keep that money. And that is what we use to help with the capital budget to help buy new funds. And then the town-owned rentals is solely by town and rentals received.
Right, that makes sense. Got it. So if we decide to do a fee in lieu, right, of affordable housing, where do you see those funds going to in terms of affordability in town or affordable housing?
Well, I think we've discussed a few different things. One is for those co-op people who are owning homes in our town, but their income's not growing and they're having things with their houses that they need to have done, almost like a rehab grant type program, where if they need a new furnace or a new roof or something of that nature, that would help support that for them.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good questions. Scott?
No questions. Thanks, Nancy.
You're welcome.
Thanks again for coming in. I'm not sure if you have this information, but you mentioned 10, 11 town rentals. You mentioned the number of vouchers. How many co-op homes do we have?
I think it's 47 last we counted. It's in the 40 someplace. I might not be 100% accurate, but pretty close.
And Maple Village is
40 units, 10 of which are what we consider couple units, and then the remainder are single units.
And these cannot be just for Farmington residents.
No, no. When I first started with the town, that's what they were for. And over the years, they changed what you could put on a wait list. And then they also added in the younger disabled folks. So for a period of time, we had a huge number of younger disabled folks on, and then they capped that. And now most of our younger disabled folks would actually be considered elderly as well, just because they've aged in place. So kind of our number is a little skewed now if you look at it, because we have some folks that are considered elderly, but they did come in as disabled.
It's awesome that we have this program, and thank you for all of your help. But thinking back on, Shannon, you'll correct me, but we have 12,000, right? Housing units in town, about, right? 11,000, 12,000,
Yeah, total units, correct.
right?
Yeah.
These numbers are so low. But
Right, and
again,
it needs at about 28%, I think, when we looked at the affordable
Yeah.
housing plan.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
How much money is in the trust fund? Would you know?
200 and it's a little over 200,000. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is, maybe 10 years ago, 200,000 could get you a property in today's market.
It's not. No, no.
So I was thinking about the fee in lieu. If any of the funds were to go in the bucket, it may be many, many years before we can buy a property, for example.
Mhm.
I get the maintenance portion, but, all right, so about
Yeah.
200,000, okay.
And one of the biggest ways that our current properties sell
Mhm.
is one of the parts of the program that we provide is anybody on the wait list gets first priority to look at the facility. And to be honest, in the last 15 years, we have sold every co-op property with folks that are on our wait list. So they've already been vetted, they've already worked with someone. So we do an open house for everyone on our wait list, and there's always a viable candidate right from our wait list that makes an offer. And so it's gone. So even though we've had a wait list, there's been a lot of movement in the wait list, not because we've bought new properties,
Right.
but because some of our older ones, those folks that have made money and are able to move on. Yeah.
I'm sure you have a wait list for all of these, right?
For everything, we have a wait list. Yeah. Definitely for Section 8, like I said, that's 14. And Maple Village, our senior disabled housing, we're telling people 3 to 5 years now is kind of the average wait. But with COVID, that slowed it down too, just to, kind of move things along quicker. That kind of slowed down people looking at apartments.
This is great. Thank you for everything you do. It gives us definitely a good view of, what the town offers, how much work is needed, right? And affordable housing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I don't have any other questions, commissioners. Any last minute questions, anything you're thinking about? Well, we're good.
Sheena, was there anything else that you wanted to make sure I mentioned that I
No, I
didn't?
don't think so. So I know, just how often does your housing authority meet and how many people do you have on that group? Just curious.
Our housing authority has 7, and we meet typically every month from September to June. We try to take off July and August. That didn't happen this summer. I think we met 12 times July and August because of the fair rent hearings, but we
Okay.
try to keep it to just, the regular months and not including summer. And then April is our annual meeting where we approve all our housing, our budgets and all of that sort of thing. So that's kind of our big meeting in April.
Okay. And they're all volunteers from the community as well, correct?
Yep. Actually, a few of them are here tonight too.
No, that's all. I think that's all I had. So, and
you.
of course, Nancy's available to us as we're going
Perfect.
through if we've got other follow-up questions. So,
Oh, absolutely. I will be here.
oh no, tonight you're all set. 'Cause
Yeah.
tonight
Yeah.
We're good, but as we move on and through our work session process.
Yeah.
so-
And I know that some of our folks on the housing authority would be more than willing to even sit in and do a workshop together or something of that nature.
Perfect.
We may do that. Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank
Very
you so
good.
much, Nancy, for
Oh,
coming.
you're very welcome.
Thank you for coming in.
Awesome. Okay. Welcome, everyone. It looks like more people have joined us. Thank you for your patience as we listen to Nancy Parent. Welcome to today's plan and zoning meeting. We are just about to start with the new business items. Scott, if you can
Yes.
read the legal notice, please.
Absolutely. Notice is hereby given that the Town Plan and Zoning Commission will hold a hybrid in person and online public hearing on Monday, April 24, 2023 at 7:00 PM in the Town Hall Council Chambers on the following applications. Amber Nojic, application for special permit to raise no more than 20 fowl at 34 River Road, R20 zone. Jack Kemper, application for special permit for accessory apartment located at 6 Crosswood Road, R40 OS zone. Interested parties are encouraged to participate in this hybrid public hearing. Participation in person is at 1 Monteith Drive, Town Hall, Town Council Chambers, or online participation is via the link to the meeting on the Town of Farmington's website and on the screen. A copy of this proposal is online at the address on the screen or by calling the Planning Department at Farmington Town Hall at 860-675-2325. Dated at Farmington, Connecticut, this 5th day of April, 2023. Town Plan and Zoning Commission, Inez St. James, Chair.
Thank you. All right. We're good? Yeah, we probably should. Is this the right time to do that?
I did not. So yeah, we can, yes, we
Okay.
can appoint someone for, to take Patrick's position for the evening.
Do you remember who was in the rotation?
Nope, not even a little bit.
Okay,
I don't remember who filled in at the last meeting.
Mr. Bandel, you want to fill in for Patrick today?
Sure.
When in doubt, go alphabetical.
So I just, for some of the applications, it's specific, but for, in general, for under new business, that's fine. But some of the applications,
We'll
it'll be
have to do it one by
specific
one.
depending upon who's audited the recordings.
That's, yes, that makes sense. All right, but we can cover new business with whom we have. Do we need to get more chairs or do I just continue?
I think we can continue for now.
Okay,
I don't know if there's more.
all right, sounds good. All right, the first application is an application from Sign Pro Incorporated for property located at 48 Spring Lane. And who do we have?
We have Chrissy Bracadafaro
Online or in person?
online.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hi there. Hear us?
Yep. Chrissy, if you want to go ahead, introduce yourself and you present your application for the commission.
Hello, my name is Chrissy Bracadafaro. Good job, Shannon. My application is for 48 Spring Lane. Thank you to the commission for hearing this proposal for a wall sign at a longtime family-owned Farmington business, Connecticut Spring and Stamping. The sign is a non-illuminated aluminum wall panel with final logo and lettering.
Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you, Chrissy. If you can make sure you're speaking directly into your microphone.
Oh, I apologize. Is that better?
That is right now.
Okay, I will try to uphold that. Okay, this is an aluminum wall panel with vinyl logo and lettering. At 382.5 square feet, it is proportionally sized to location on the new addition facing Lane. As you can see by the site plan Shannon added to the end of the application. Thank you for that. As I said, it's a non-illuminated wall sign, 382 square feet. And it's simple. If you have any questions about it, I will attempt to do my best to answer them.
Commissioners, you're okay with what was presented? It was emailed to us, right? Okay. It was a little choppy, but all right. Mike, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No questions, thank you.
All right, Matt,
No questions.
Scott,
No questions.
Liz,
No questions.
James,
No questions.
Matthew,
No questions.
and Mike.
No questions.
I do not have any questions either. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's non-illuminated. So it sounds like we're ready to take a vote. I need a motion and a second, please.
Liz Sanford, bad timing. I move that we approve the sign application of Sign Pro Inc. for 48 Spring Lane.
Okay, second,
Second,
all in favor?
aye.
Aye.
All right. Opposed? I think it was unanimous. We're good. Chrissy, you're all set. You'll be hearing
Thank
from.
you.
Thank you. All right, the next item is an application from People's Choice Iron Horse Sports Pub. Property located at 45 South Main Street. And it's an approval request for entertainment, private entertainment. And who do we, or are we just accepting it or if?
No, so Lisa Rivera is here.
Okay.
Lisa, if you go ahead and step up to the podium.
Okay,
And so just a little bit briefing for the commission. Again, this is to the commission to decide whether or not as presented this evening, there's sufficient information and you're comfortable, we can approve it this evening, or if you feel additional information is warranted and a public hearing is necessary.
Thank you.
So it's the commission's decision with respect to that.
with the recommended hearing date, I was like, whoa, I saw that
Correct,
notes before,
correct.
so
No,
thank you.
it's only, so,
Got it, thank you.
okay,
All right.
all right.
Hi there.
Hello. So we were just looking to add some entertainment such as trivia, a bingo night, maybe a comedy night. Everything would happen after 7 p.m. The business surrounding us are typically closed at that time and or businesses that people come in and out of. So as far as parking, it shouldn't be a problem. People will be sitting in their seats, the 77 seats that were allowed, and still be able to play trivia and do such things as someone singing acoustically. Outside of that, that's all we're asking for.
Okay, thanks for coming in. Let's see if the commissioners have any questions and if we feel that public hearing is required or preferred. Mike, what do you think?
I have no questions and I do not feel as though a public hearing is required.
Okay,
Just two for me. What's your current hours of operation?
We're open from 10:30 a.m. till 10 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday,
Start.
Thursday 10:30 to 11, and
Only
then
7:04, right?
10:30 to midnight.
Got it. Great. Thank you. And this is obviously all indoors.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. No questions. No need for public comment from my end. Thank you.
Scott,
Yeah, I have no questions and I also don't think there's a need for a public hearing.
Liz?
Okay, my question about timing was answered and first situation where I've had a liquor permit involved, is there any requirements from the liquor permit in terms of entertainment or anything? Just that
The zoning is approving of
just,
it. Yes.
okay, yeah, I think then we're all set. I do not feel we need a public hearing.
Okay, James?
I'm with my fellow commissioners, no questions, and I don't feel the need for public hearing as well.
Matthew?
Same with me. No questions, no need for public hearing.
And Mike?
Same statement, no questions, no need for public hearing.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. If there are any noise complaints, I guess we have a process, right? Or that hopefully I'm just thinking if the doors are ever open.
Yes, so if there is a noise, if the doors are open, then yes, that would be, again, that goes through PD and the noise ordinance. 'Cause it's typically would be after hours. And then the only other issue would be if there was a parking issue and that would come to the zoning office and then we'll have to manage that accordingly.
Okay. Do you guys have a patio?
We have a small patio where there's 6 tables right now.
Okay, and you would not be using that for any of the like mics or
Oh, no, everything would be
inside? Okay, yes. Yeah, I'm okay with that too. So we have a consensus that no public hearing. Do we vote on it then, Shannon? Was the,
Yes, please.
okay,
So it would be approved as presented.
okay. Who would like to make a motion to approve this request?
Make the motion to approve this request as presented this evening for live entertainment under liquor permit from People's Choice Iron Horse Sports Pub, 45 South Main Street.
Okay, second.
Second,
All right, all in favor?
Hi.
Aye.
aye.
Opposed? All right, it's unanimous. You are all set and Shannon, you'll be in touch.
Oh, yeah,
or-
we'll be following up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
you.
for coming in this evening. Okay, let's see here. Next couple items are applications we are accepting. Should be nice and quick. The first one is an application from Carrier Holdings, Inc. It's for Dominic Scored and at 114 Red Oak Hill Road. We need a motion and second to accept it, and whoever does that, if you can read the entire piece, go ahead.
I make a motion to accept the application for by Carrier Holdings, Inc. for Dominique's Court and 114 Red Oak Hill Road for a 6-lot re-subdivision of Dominique's Court with waivers and 2-lot subdivision of 114 Red Oak Hill Road with waivers and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of May 22nd, 2023.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, application is accepted. Thank you. The next one is an application from Bulwark LLC for lots 8120 and 8122 on Colt Highway. We need a motion and second to accept, please.
I'll keep it going.
You're on a roll. Go, Liz.
Okay, I make a motion to accept the application from Bulwark LLC for lots 8120 and 8122 Colt Highway for a change of zone from R80 to C1 zone and an application for special permit and site plan approval for a self-storage facility and schedule a public hearing with a recommended hearing date of May 22nd, 2023.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, application accepted. All right, moving right along, the next item in front of us is from Architectural Design Review Committee regarding a reappointment of Tim Eagles. And who do we have? Or is this something you're gonna?
No, so this is just for the, for our TPZ Architectural Design Review Committee is a subcommittee to TPZ for our Unionville Center and Farmington Center zones. So Mr. Eagles' term expired in 2023, and so a reappointment, we've been in touch with Mr. Eagles. He is interested in being reappointed. They are for 3-year terms for ADRC. And he is interested in being reappointed. So the process would be for a TPC endorsement. And then it goes to town council for final reappointment.
Okay.
So Mr. Eagles has served on the committee for quite some time. And typically is chair of the committee. So
Great.
unless somebody has questions regarding Mr. Eagles' qualifications, I'm happy to answer them. But other than that, it would just be a motion and a second to endorse his reappointment. And then I'll handle the paperwork with town council.
Any questions regarding Mr. Eagles? We're good. Okay, I mean, thank you for volunteering to him, and we need a motion and a second for a positive endorsement, please. Liz?
Okay. I make a motion to positively endorse Tim Eagles for reappointment to the for the Architectural Review Design, excuse me, let me start again. Rewind. Okay, we'll try it again. I make a motion for the positive referral of the reappointment of committee member Tim Eagles for the Architectural Design Review Committee for a 3-year term.
Thank you. Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're good. All right, thank you. I will be recusing myself on the next 2 items, 34 River Road. So I'm gonna step out. And Scott, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Shannon, who do we have for 34 River Road?
I believe we have
Michael?
somebody called in, but if we will, we'll need to make an appointment. So we
Okay.
have Matt in for Patrick. So either James or Mike in for Inez, please.
Mike, how do you feel about covering this one?
Sounds good.
All right, the next 2, actually. Thank you.
Okay, and then I believe Amber has called in. Or Michael Quinn, I don't,
Yeah, it's Michael Quinn.
okay. So we
Yeah,
have your
uh,
item for the fence.
yeah, we're applying for a fence exception on it's like a 6-foot fence on Brightwood Road.
What type of fence?
Wooden fence. You can see there.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else to share regarding the fence exception?
No.
Okay,
Okay.
commissioners, questions, Mike?
You can come back to me.
Matt?
So the fence is already, clearly from the pictures, it's already here. It just needs an exception. It probably needed one before, but now the fence is already built. Is that what the situation we're in?
That is
Correct.
the situation.
God, is there any line of sights issues or anything like that from motor vehicle traffic?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Liz?
I was a little confused by the plot plan with the 3 different colors, and I was a little confused there.
As was I.
Okay. So the fence is along you said, Brightwood? Is that the correct?
Brightwood Road, yeah.
Okay. But then there's also frontage along River Road.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Shannon, could you get that cursor going again? I'm sorry, I'm just
So
confused.
here's it says Webster Street on the as-built
Okay,
survey. That's
right.
erroneous. So you can see it's written in white and it's River Road. So this is
Okay.
the River Road frontage.
Okay,
And then this is the Brightwood Road frontage. So the fence was drawn in, shown at the front setback lines, and that's not the case. So the fence is actually along the frontage of Brightwood. We did our town survey or confirmed it's actually on the subject property and not in the right of way. Because it is right off the edge of pavement, by about 11 or 12 feet.
okay.
And then the fence that comes off the side of the, I believe it's the garage or side of the home,
Mhm.
comes about midway off the home towards the fence and intersects. So it shows on, there's fence here as
Oh,
well.
okay, I see.
Right, so there's fence running along parallel to River Road and there's fence parallel to Brightwood.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I'm all set.
James?
No questions.
Matthew?
No questions.
Mike?
No questions.
Back to Mike.
Shannon, can you just pull up the GIS? I
Certainly.
think it might be a little more helpful.
It's not, there we go. So this is rotated compared to the picture, right? So the image, but here's River Road and the angle property line and then Brightwood. So the fence currently comes off the side of the house, runs northeast, and then runs along a portion of so the stockade portion, there's a portion of it running parallel to Brightwood.
Okay, thank you.
So there's approximately 40 feet, 30 to 40 feet running parallel to River Road, and then another 30 to 40 feet roughly running parallel to Brightwood.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. No questions.
Any other questions, commissioners? Anybody? Can I please get a motion?
Okay.
Everybody's looking at Liz.
I'm up. Okay, I make a motion to approve the request by Michael Quinn of 34 River Road for a fence exception. Hard to say.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any need for discussion before we vote? Everybody's comfortable voting?
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to the public hearings. Our first public hearing is Amber Nojic application for a special permit to raise no more than 20 fowl at 34 River Road. So just for those in the room, this will begin a series of public hearings where we'll have an opportunity for the applicant to present, for commissioner to ask questions, and then we'll open it up for public comment, whether you're in the room or online. So please be patient with us as we work through these applications. So Do we have Amber on the phone, Shannon,
I don't know. if
or Michael?
Amber or Michael, either one, presenting for this request. Go ahead. Amber, if it's you, go ahead. Just explain to the commission what you're requesting, please.
Oh, of course. So I just like to have up to 20 chickens on my property. I'd like to begin to have some for laying hens and some as meat processing.
Okay, anything else you'd like to present?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Turn it over to the commissioners, Mike.
So you already have a 120 square foot chicken coop on the property.
Yeah.
Do you have chickens there now?
I do, yes. I have 3 laying hens right now.
Do we have a current picture of the one on property?
No, I wasn't aware you guys would want a picture, but I did draw in where it is on the property.
I think one of these. Bear with me for a second. One of these had it. I believe it's the structure to the rear.
And that's what you plan on keeping? You don't plan on adding anything?
Nope, just that.
Okay. And you're fine with the conditions of no male poultry?
Yes, absolutely.
And Shannon, the current placement of the chicken coop, we're good with the setback from the lot lines?
Correct. 10 feet from the lot line and behind the rear of the home.
Nothing further?
Thanks, Mike. Matt,
No questions.
Liz?
So you have a coop. Are you going to create a larger enclosed space for, because with 20 chickens, that's a lot of fowl running around.
So off the coop, there is an outside area for them.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
James?
No questions.
Matthew?
No questions.
And Mike?
No questions.
Okay. So this is a public hearing, so if there's anybody in the room that would like to speak in favor or opposition to this application, you can please step up to the mic and share your name and address, please.
My name is Dimitri Vernadakis. I live just on the other side of Brightwood at 38 River Road. My only comment is that we've been living there for a little over a year, and we've had the chickens from this property in our yard a few times. I got the garage door open, working on the car, went to the bathroom. Chickens are nesting on the shelves. So generally, we're opposed to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please step up to the microphone, please.
John Gregoric, 2 Brightwood Road. She says she has 3 chickens. That's convenient for this public hearing because prior to that, there was at least 12 ducks. I sent a picture to the zoning department of a stack of what appeared to be eggs. Must have been 2 feet high, piled up in the woods. The chickens roam all over along River Road. They cross River Road. The fence, according to the zoning regulations, the applicant must submit a 20 fowl sketch showing the property. They have to indicate how they're going to be confined to the property, which I don't believe I see that, because that gate right there is wide open as no gate at all, as far as the chickens are concerned. Okay. And like I say, they've been wandering. Brightwood is a semicircle, starts on River Road and ends on River Road. And they've been down the other end of Brightwood in my yard and so forth. So, I mean, the other thing, it says that they have to explain how the waste is going to be disposed of. So I don't know if you have that, if you could inform me on what they plan to do with the waste. Because I don't know what it is. We all have wells in the area, so I don't know if you're just going to leave it on the ground. And I don't know what type of problem that's going to cause. Okay, so obviously with my comments, I would think you would draw the conclusion that I'm opposed to this. But I just think that if there has to be a little more work involved on somebody's part to, one, if it is approved, make sure these things are confined, because if they're not confined, it's a definite violation. The owner of the property, as far as the tax assessment, is Michael Quinn, but the application is in this other party's name. So I don't know, again, legally, if that's correct. Okay, if I don't know, and maybe the deeds aren't filed correctly. I don't know, because but I'm just going based on the information in the town record. Michael Quinn's the owner, but the application was put forth by Amber. And then that doesn't seem to match. But aside from that, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Please step up to the podium.
Lynn Jervis for Brightwood Road. I am against this. They said they had 12 chickens. Where are the 12 chickens now? I can tell you, I watched the fox get them. So the chickens were roaming and I saw the 2 fox in their yard. How is that not going to happen again? These chickens are not confined. They're free range, they roam. And I also want to know how the grain is going to be kept. It's a haven for rodents. And I find duck eggs in my yard. So that means rodent has brought them in. I just don't think that 20 chickens is necessary. And, you know, there are a couple chickens, that's fine, but I don't want chickens roaming in my yard. So, and that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else who's in the room? Shannon, do we have anybody online?
Yes, I believe we do. So anyone that's called in regarding the application at 34 River Road, please raise your hand. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission, and we have a few of them. So Michelle Dion, if you would, you can unmute your microphone, please, your full name and address for the commission, and then any comments or questions you have for the commission.
My name is Michelle Dion. I live at 24 River Road. My concern is the roaming of the chickens. They've been in my yard picking my grass. They actually also had a rooster. My small dog does not know what to do with them because they're in the yard and she's like small. Also, we have bears. We have 2, I think it's 3 cubs and a mother. They climb the fence into our yard. Those eggs are just food waiting to be eaten. And that is another concern because we're trying to keep the bears out of the trash and out of our yard. And we're just encouraging, because what are they going to do with all those eggs? So my husband and I both oppose having the chickens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Christopher, you may unmute your microphone, please, your full name and address for the commission and any comments you want to share with.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay. Yes, my name is Christopher St. James at 11 Brightwood Road. And I am calling in against this proposal on a number of fronts. First and foremost, this is a blighted property. And as the commission has already seen from pictures regarding the fence application, It is a porous boundary at best. As a matter of fact, our family was walking our dog this afternoon, and one of their two rather large pit bulls escaped from the property and did not do any damage, thankfully. But basically, we've had multiple run-ins with their dogs escaping the property. I also confirm with regard to what Michelle just spoke about, they have had at least one rooster. I don't know any more than that. Because we have seen and heard evidence of the male fowl on site, in addition to the chickens that are regularly out of the property. And I also like to confirm that, yes, we have multiple families of bears that go through our neighborhoods all the time. And I used to live in Lovely Street, and we had bears there as well. And any kind of a food source, especially an unsecured, unprotected food source, is definitely attractant for bears, which are apex predators and really don't really care. If they have food available, they are going to come back for it time and time and time again. And in addition to the live fowl on the property, the food source for those birds would certainly be, both, fair, a fertile attractant for not only vermin, but also bears as well. And then, of course, there's the additional garbage that's all over the property too, which itself is an attractant for bears as well. So we are definitely very much opposed to this, and thank you for your time, commissioners.
Thank you.
Yes, we have, I believe, Sherry, if you want to unmute your
Yes.
microphone, go ahead. You address the
You want to
commission.
say something, Alan?
We totally agree with.
We're at
the-
8 Brightwood Road, by the way.
Totally agree with the last people that talked about it. The backyard is not fowl friendly for chickens. It's I can't imagine a chicken. My wife was raised in a farm, and this is anything but a poultry friendly area for chickens. And plus the bears, it's the 4 cubs that comes through there. We just had them a few weeks ago, and they look for any kind of sorts of food, and the chicken food would certainly be one of them, not to mention all the other bags of stuff they have in their backyard. So we want to discourage that, and this is encouraging it. And so that is certainly our concern. And the rooster, we heard a few weeks ago ourselves and stuff. And so this to me is not a friendly place to raise chickens. The chickens, I think, would have a lousy life in this yard because it's anything but what my wife's farm was like. And so I'm totally against this whole thing.
So am I. That's it.
Thank you.
Darcy, if you will unmute your microphone, your full name and address, you may address.
Hi, I'm Darcy Melnick, and we're at 22 Brightwood Road. We're adjacent to the property. We've had a chicken wing in our driveway. I don't know if the hawk got it. That was very discouraging and disheartening. The chickens have been in our property, and so we are opposed of this hearing.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, has anyone else called in that would like to make comment regarding the application at 34 River Road regarding a chicken permit? Mr. Chair, there are no other hands raised at the moment.
All right, thank you. Ms. Nojic, would you like to respond to any of the concerns raised by the public?
Yeah, so as some have said, we did have fox and predators take some birds. So we have built an inside enclosure so no animals can get in and no animals can get out. The food is secured in bins that are bear proof and not accessible to animals.
Rooster's gone.
There is no more rooster on the property. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else to say.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from commissioners? Mike?
For the applicant, so you said you made an enclosure. When did you do that?
That was,
Finished recently.
yeah, it was finished recently. It's, you can't really see it from the picture, but it comes off of the shed that the chicken coop is.
And do the chickens roam out of there currently?
No, they do not.
What's that? Matt? Liz, any questions?
Yeah, a question about the enclosure. Is it covered over the top? Is there netting or fencing over the top, or is it just tall walls?
Nope, there's, so it's, made out of chicken wire, so there's mesh around, the walls and across the top as well.
Okay, so a hawk couldn't swoop down and get something. Okay.
No, they can't.
Okay, and the issue of waste was brought up. And that's a very good question. What are you doing with that? Do you have are you using as fertilizer in a garden or something like that?
Yeah, so I compost it and then use it for the garden beds in front.
And where is the compost pile?
It's, if you're looking at this picture with the chicken coop, it's probably up to the left-hand side of it. Yeah, probably, just a little more left, yes. Right in that corner.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Nothing additional.
James? Matthew?
No more questions.
Mike?
Were you aware of the restrictions on roosters when you acquired the rooster?
I wasn't, no, but once I got the information from the zoning committee, I did rehome the rooster and, yeah, and we have the correct number of birds to fit the other permit if this one doesn't go through.
Can you talk more in depth with regard to the food storage? You mentioned bear-proof containers, and what do those look like? Where are they stored?
Oh, yeah, so they're used for, animal feed, so they're plastic bins. They have a spin top that has notches that hold into place, and then there's two metal levers that come up on both sides.
Okay. With regard to the neighbors' concerns with your birds roaming the neighborhood, was that prior to the fence being installed?
It was, yes. And I do heavily apologize that it was such an issue for my neighbors.
Did that cause you concern for the birds previous?
It did, yeah, that's why we built the enclosure.
So how long ago was the fence put in?
The fence was put in a long time ago.
Which fence? I'm sorry.
The fencing for the fowl?
That was over the last couple weeks.
And so during the day, are they allowed to leave the fence that is meant for them?
No, not anymore, no.
Has there been any instance since you've installed the fence that they have been able to roam the neighborhood?
No, there hasn't.
No further questions.
Thanks, Mike. So Shannon, question for you. So I know we've talked about enforcement in the past. Can you just walk us through again how that looks? Does somebody call in a complaint? How that gets handled? Just as a refresher.
Certainly. So I will just note too, another resident has raised their hand, but if, should you choose to take additional public comment. So yes, there is an enforcement. The other thing we can do is visit the property with the animal control officer to verify enclosures and practices that are in place. We could, again, that's an option. We could do that between now and the next meeting if the commission wished, and then I could report back with the findings from the visit with the animal control officer. But absent that, yes, it would be a complaint to our office, and then the same type of action would take place, that whether we went on our own or we contacted our animal control officer and met her at the property to evaluate the housing condition, food storage, waste management, et cetera. A lot of times it's helpful to have her with us. Some of those things are perhaps more in her purview than ours from understanding of best management practices.
Thank you. And so if we chose to have you go out and inspect the location, we would just continue this.
That is an
Not-
option for the
okay.
commission if that's what you would like us to do, and then I'll work to schedule an appropriate time and date with the homeowner and the animal control officer to try to get that secured within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. I think I'd like to hear, the public hearing's still open, so why don't we hear from the person who called?
Oh, the hand.
Oh, it's gone.
Nope,
Missed
now it's back
opportunity.
up. It's up, it's down. Okay, there's another hand up. So let's see. Michelle, do you have another comment for the commission?
Yes, my name is Roger Dione, 24 River Road. And I had questioned, do these chickens, do they clip the wings? Or are they allowed to fly free? Because I know they have flown over a 6-foot fence in my yard. So I'm curious if they're allowed to do this, if they're going to be clipped wings and the birds aren't going to be allowed to fly, or if they don't have the ability to do that.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? Or is that it?
Yes.
That's it. Oh,
So you're saying they already have permission to have chickens on their property prior to this?
So no, technically, I believe they filled out a registration form. So in Farmington, once this was brought to our attention and we realized they had chickens without any permit, I believe they completed a registration form with my colleague, and you're allowed to have up to 6 chickens on your property in Farmington, assuming the registration form is complete and all suitable enclosures are in place. And they made the representation that those things were done as part of the registration form. So again, until complaint received, so that would be the current status.
So my concern is, so far, they put up a fence, they didn't get a permit. They have chickens, they didn't get registered. So how far is this going to go? Do we just keep doing things, behind the door and then get it approved, or are we gonna?
well, are they going to get cows next? That was the question. Are they going to get cows next? Is that going to be allowed?
No, sir, it's not allowed in a residential zone unless there's 5 acres of land.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
There's another question, Mr. Chair, another hand raised.
Okay.
Darcy, do you have additional comment for the commission?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I forgot to ask about this because this was on my mind, because there was a posting on Facebook as well of her intentions of slaughtering some of the chickens. Is that done on premise? What are the regulations? Will animal control be part of that? So that's my question, I guess, to the homeowners. And if the applicant is not on the deed, who's ultimately responsible for the chickens and the coops and the regulations of the land?
So I'd have to check both I believe Mr. Quinn signed both applications. So while the applicant is Ms. Nojak, Mr. Quinn is noted as the owner. And I believe that's Mr. Quinn's signature and matches the fence registration application that we just had. And so Mr. Quinn, as the property owner, is the entity that is legally responsible.
Okay.
And the special permit would be filed in Mr. Quinn's name as the property owner.
Gotcha. And then what's the legal part of people slaughtering on their properties? Like, is that a thing here?
Honestly, I've not had that question.
Yeah, because that was part of her intentions of having more than the 6. The 6
I
to 20.
understand it, and it is in many individuals that have chickens at their property, and it's not an issue. They're harvested and processed as needed as part of their daily usage.
Gotcha.
And it has not been an issue in other locations, but I can certainly make an inquiry with the animal control officer.
Yeah, that would be great as far as like the inspection and stuff like that, because I didn't realize there were a pile of eggs in the back. So like we want to keep the bears and the fox away. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we good now, Shannon?
There's no other hands raised.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
our definition.
All right. Any other questions from commissioners at this point?
All I would say is I'm not comfortable making a decision without staff.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. So thanks for bringing that up. Matt, where are you at? Are you ready to vote or are you?
Got to close public hearing first before discussion.
Well, if we.
No,
decide
well,
to
they're trying to
continue it-
decide if they want staff to visit with the animal control, so,
Yeah, I
or whether
probably
continue,
agree with
so.
that, yeah.
Oh, I definitely feel that
Okay.
we need staff and I think the animal control, because
All right.
there were two sides to every story and I'd like some boots on the ground.
It seems like we're in agreement on that.
Agreed.
Okay. So Shannon, we need a motion to continue then.
Yes, please.
And is there a particular meeting date we should target?
For now, we'll do, May 8th, the next meeting, and if
Okay.
I can't make an appropriate arrangement, then we'll
Okay.
push it to the 22nd.
Okay, so can I get a motion, please, does it look right at Liz, to continue the hearing to the May 8th meeting?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing for Amber Nojak's application for a special permit to raise no more than 20 fowl at 34 River Road with the continuation date to be May 8th, 2023.
Thank you.
Date.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay. Brenda and Michael, I'll be in touch to arrange a visit to the property. Or Amanda, or Amber and Michael, sorry.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Yes, you-
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Almost.
Sorry, didn't quite get that speedy enough.
Thank you.
Did what I could on this.
Excellent. Thank you. Nice job.
Mhm.
All right. Still a lot of people. All right.
Mhm.
All right, the next public hearing item in front of us is an application from Jack Camper for special permit for accessory apartment located at 6 Crosswood Road, R40 OS zone. Now, is that Shannon, did we get the court? Is this the one we have to continue? Because there was no correspondence or? No, maybe not. Sorry.
Correct. So due to an issue with public notice for this application, the matter can be heard this evening and questions taken, but the hearing will continue to May 8th. You're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, so we'll get it started and get through most of it this evening.
Good evening, Jack Kemper, Kemper Associates Architects in Farmington. What we're presenting is for the Artiegas is an in-law apartment. Designed to fit into the parameters of your regulations. There's the lot is at 6 Crosswood Road. And Shannon, you want to move up? So it's what we were planning to do, you can see from the exterior, we're planning to raise the garage roof, but fit it in with the architecture of the house, continuing all the roof slopes, the materials, the window types, the trim types. The apartment is over the garage. The entry is to the side of, which was in your regulation. It can't be to the front. So you see, I think it's the east side. It's behind the garage door. We've tried to raise the roof but still keep it lower than the house because we don't like when the tail wags the dog. So we're still keeping it smaller than the house. And we're really trying to make it look like the house was always made to be like that. Shannon, if you want to go up to the plans,
Oh, to the site plan or the floor?
the floor plans, sorry.
Certainly.
To the left is the first floor plan where what we're adding is an entry foyer and a stair, a very comfortable stair to go up with a landing to the space over the garage, a little entry porch there, which you saw in the east elevation. Once I get up to the top, we have sort of a living room, kitchen space, a little deck overlooking the backyard, and a bedroom and a bathroom. It's all, I think, about 800 and I wrote it down, 852, I think, 872 square feet. Which I think we can go up to 900, I think, under the regulation. So we skirt our way under that. And again, I did you add the pictures? Yeah, so these are just some pictures we took of the house as it is, so you can see what it's really like. So the one is from the garage and the other is from the southeast and the other one's from the north, seeing the back of the house. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to ask, or I'll be happy to answer, actually.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can go ahead with questions and the whole thing
Yep,
except for the.
yep, and we'll do public comment for those that are here, but it'll need to continue in case there's others that
Yep.
miss the opportunity with the notification and.
Yeah, we
open it up.
understand. We'll be here on the 8th too. So.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for.
Well, we love it. I love it.
We love that you're here too. Thank you. All right, Mike, questions?
Just the notes on the agenda review regarding the occupant of this accessory apartment. Are you familiar with who that will be?
Yeah, it's Lauren's mother, Joy.
Okay. All right. And it has a separate entrance?
Yes, yes.
All right. No questions?
But you can access, and I think this is okay according to the rules. I can access the garage from the entry and I can access the house. I can access the apartment and the house from the garage, but I can't go directly in from the house to the apartment.
Thank you.
Right, Matt?
No questions.
Scott?
No questions.
Liz?
Nope, you answered by one. Thank you.
James?
No questions.
Okay, Matthew?
Nothing for me.
Mike?
No questions.
Okay, I do not have any new questions either. This is a public hearing. If anyone is here in person to speak in favor or opposition of this application or has any questions, please step up to the podium. Okay, how about online, Shannon?
If anyone's called in for the application at 6 Crosswood, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission. One more time, if anyone's called in and Zoom wishing to make comment on 6 Crosswood Road, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Madam Chair, at this time, there are no hands raised.
All right, so we need a motion and a second to continue.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing for Jack Kemper's application for a special permit for accessory apartment located at 6 Crosswood Road, R40 OS zone, to a recommended hearing date of May 8th, 2023.
Okay, and second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 8th.
All right. Also, thank you for endorsing Tim. I'm on the same committee for
Wonderful.
plan review. So
Excellent.
thumbs up. Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering also. All right, next item is a continuation from several meetings ago. It's an application from Harold M. Wilson for special permit for clear cutting and restoration in ridgeline protection area for property located at 61 Eli Road, R80 zone. Like I said, this has been continued. Do we have Mr. Wilson? Do we have a plan? What's going on?
We do. Mr. Wilson is on the phone and there was a letter received on, it's dated April 21st. I believe I received it last Friday on the Well, I guess that
Yes,
would have been
dated April 5th, yes.
dated April 5th. I received it on the 21st. So, and Mr. Wilson is here on the phone. So Mr. Wilson, feel free to go right ahead.
Yes, yes, please give us an update.
Sure. Again, my name,
Uh-oh.
Oh, we just,
I want to apologize to the commission for not being on the available 2 weeks ago. And I explained to Shannon the situation and why I wasn't available, but my apologies for not giving you any forewarning of that. We did receive on that Monday, and I apologize, I don't remember the date, whether that was maybe the 10th, whatever the last meeting was. We did receive this letter dated April 5th on that Monday of the meeting. And what B&M had proposed doing is planting 50 what they call bare root trees in the ridgeline zone. I had previously, without any advice of arborists, because we couldn't, if you recall, have an arborist would not return our phone calls or had ceased working with us. I had thrown out that would plant 20 mix of maples and hemlocks. B&M said that they would prefer to plant a mixture of maple, oak, hemlocks, and mountain laurel as suggested in the remediation plan, which they were under the impression that the 20 trees that I had suggested was actually a 20 tree planting plan that the town had suggested. So they had suggested that we, more than double that to 50 trees, but bare root trees because of the conditions of the soil here. Again, what we're replacing are trees that B&M as an arborist had determined back in the fall of 2022 that the majority, and by the majority I'd say all but 2 or 3 trees that were cut down were trees that were dead or dying. The remainder of what we're calling clear cutting was clear cutting of sumac and other invasive species and not quote unquote trees. And in fact, in the regulation, when it talks about clear cutting, it talks about clear cutting of timber, which is not defined in the regulation, but is defined by Webster's and Wikipedia and other organizations associated with arborist and tree growth. Timber being wood that is grown for purpose of construction, and sumac is considered an invasive species or a bush and not a tree that's grown for construction purposes. But I'm not going to argue the point that we clear cut the sumac. We're willing to plant 50 trees. They are bare root trees, which means there's no root ball to them because it's nearly impossible with the soil conditions here to plant a tree. But we're willing to plant 50 trees and maintain those trees as best we can, given the conditions that the property is on. We're on the ridge. These are trees that have been growing around the existing house since I think the house was built in 1975. And so that's what we're proposing to do. And that's what we're asking you to allow us to do.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you for joining us today. We're definitely looking forward to putting closure on this issue. And for the record, this is we're here because work was done without coming in front of us for a permit. And from what I recall from the pictures, I do not believe that all of the trees were dead trees, but that's besides the point. We definitely are anxious to get this behind us. So
Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, this is a public hearing and continuation of one. I do have a question for you, Shannon. What was received, is that acceptable for the town, the buffer? There was nothing really specific in there.
Madam Chair, I think given the planting conditions on this hillside, I think that's probably the best that we're going to be able to do, understanding the conditions and the severity of the slope and the little soil that's in place. So they'll have to, and there can be conditions put in place that they have to notify staff and at the time of planting so that we're out on site and can observe the plant installation and confirm quantity, et cetera. But I don't think we're going to be able to get specific locations on a plan. Even if we did, we put specific locations on a plan, we'd have to adjust them in the field.
Understood. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And if I might be able to clarify also, if you'll note the letter dated March 23rd from B&M Trees, Tree Service. We actually had them, as I stated, come out last late summer, early fall to look at the trees in our yard. We actually, in our front yard, side yard, and in the backyard, last summer had cut down over 35 or 40 trees. And then we did more tree cutting, and I think it was September when this issue came up before the ZBA. And B&M had come out and reviewed these trees, and it determined, as they stated in their March 23rd letter, that these trees that we did cut down that are part of this hearing, they did determine, based upon the condition of the trees at the time they inspected them and their inspection of the remaining stumps and what was left of the trees, that these trees were diseased and dying or dead.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Let me turn it over to the commissioners to see if we have any questions. Mike?
So just confirming this is not a sufficient plan to vote on?
No, I'm sorry if I misspoke. No, I think this is probably the designation of the number and species and the diameter at planting is probably sufficient, along with the area designation in the original application. We're not going to get a planting plan with the exact location. Again, even if they did, we're likely going to have to adjust it in the field. So we have quantity, we have species, and we have the diameter, the caliper of the tree at the time of planting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Matt?
Well, is there a schedule for this restoration plan to begin?
If the town approves this plan, we'll be ordering trees from B&M tomorrow.
And then have they given you a sort of a date of when that planting could begin?
Oh, my understanding, the trees would arrive in a matter of a week or two and would start planting at that point, because now's the time to do the planting.
Great, thank you.
Scott?
No questions, thank you.
Liz?
No questions, thanks.
James?
Nothing further.
Matthew?
No questions.
No questions.
All right. I'm glad we're getting somewhere with this. I like the idea of working with staff. As far as timing, I think it should be, I know it's, Mother Nature, it's weather dependent, all these things, but I think this has to be this year, right? I just worry that this may go on and on. That is my opinion. All right, so this is.
If I may, I will confirm with Shannon tomorrow that if the council, the commission approves this plan, I will contact by email and in writing and by phone call with B&M tomorrow to order the trees and order the planting the trees upon their arrival.
Excellent. We appreciate that. Thank you for your cooperation, and that would be definitely helpful. So the commissioners are all set with asking questions, excuse me. Is there anyone in the audience today that wishes to ask questions, speak in favor or opposition of this application? Thank you. We have one person. One moment, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is John Schoenhorn. I live at 155 Town Farm Road. I'm the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I just want to indicate that I'm glad that Mr. Wilson has finally consulted with arborists that have presented a plan. My concern was that the town had inspected this property back in September after it was clear cut without permission. Mr. Wilson admitted to our board that he knew he needed a permit, but he did it anyway because he preferred the view and he thought that he could just do it without anybody making an issue of it. So I'm going to ask that the board ensure that there be a deadline. I hear Mr. Wilson say he's going to call them tomorrow. I don't see that he's actually has a home improvement contract, which a landscaper would be required to have with a start date and an end date. We're already getting to the time where if it's the summer and he plants these trees and there's not a lot of precipitation, that there's a danger that whatever he plants will quickly die, especially with the limited amount of soil that's up there. But in November, we upheld the cease and desist order that had been made against Mr. Wilson. Despite what he is saying, the inspection by town staff and the photographs that were submitted to our board made clear there were a large number of healthy, tall trees, at least 12-inch diameter trunks, so that we're not talking about dead or dying trees and sumac scrub trees, which is what we're hearing today. So as long as the plan meets with the town's approval, I am suggesting that the commission, because of how much time has now gone on since the cease and desist order was issued last September, that the commission put specific dates on, and because the cease and desist order has been on hold since last September because Mr. Wilson appealed that matter. I'd also just note as a matter of procedure that it's listed as a permit to clear cut and for a restoration plan. I would request and suggest that the approval should not be to clear cut. That's a fait accompli. That was done without permission, that instead the board vote to approve or not approve a restoration plan with a specific time frame. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak regarding this?
Can I make response to that comment?
Mr. Wilson, wait, if you don't mind, we'll
Okay.
take all our public comment and then you'll have an opportunity.
Thank you.
All
My
right.
apologies.
Shannon, we're all set here. Can you check online, please?
Yes, if anyone has called in online and Zoom to offer comment regarding the 61 Eli Road application, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission. One more time, if anyone has called in on Zoom to address the commission regarding 61 Eli Road, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom and you will be acknowledged. Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm torn between responding to the last comments made or not responding to them, because we did not quote unquote appeal a cease and desist order. We were told to file an appeal to a cease and desist order. By the time we had filed that appeal, we had stopped cutting trees in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks. That time had passed. When the town contacted us and asked if we had been cutting trees, I said, yes, we had. They asked if we could have a town employee come up and inspect. I said, absolutely, come and inspect. We did not deny that we cut the trees. I did say that I wasn't aware at the time that I needed to have permission to cut dead trees. I will take exception to clear cutting because the regulation clearly states the clear cutting of timber, which is not defined in the regulation, is defined elsewhere as non-invasive trees, but trees that are grown for the purpose of construction and for the lumber purposes. I'm not wanting to argue with the town or any town resident over what we did. I'm saying that what we did is we cut down trees that were determined before the fact and after the fact by an arborist that the trees were diseased, dead, and or dying. The tree stumps that are referenced in the last comments, the town took pictures of those tree stumps, and every one of those tree stumps clearly indicates that those trees were diseased, dead, or dying. They were hollow tree stumps, which means that the tree was hollow. And these are trees that were adjacent to part of my building structure and had caused me to have to replace my decking at a tune of $50,000 from limbs and trees falling on my deck. In front of the house was sumac, not trees, but bushes, invasive plants that will overtake all the other plants and plantings on the side of the mountain if they're allowed to grow free, as was stated by B&M in their March letter. So that's what we took down in a clear cutting. though clear cutting is not defined by the town as cutting of brush or bush or invasive species. Clear cutting is defined as cutting of timber. But again, I don't want to get into that argument with anybody. I'm willing to do what our arborist has suggested to do. I'm willing to do it starting tomorrow morning. Yes, this came to the attention of me and the Zoning Board of Appeals back in September. We had our meeting regarding that. It then got passed on to P&Z. I think there was a delay because of the holiday season. There was a delay because I was out of town for 2 weeks, and then I wasn't here for the last meeting. I have no purpose in delaying this because eventually I'm gonna have to do what you tell me to do, regardless what I say. So me delaying this is just delaying the inevitable. So I'm just saying that I'm willing to do whatever you folks are telling me we need to do, you know, per our arborist. And if that's what you decide I need to do, I will do that starting tomorrow.
Mr. Wilson, thank you. It's, we appreciate all the information. We really would like to close this matter.
Me too.
You do reside on the ridgeline protection, which is very special part of land that runs through our town. Trees were cut, and thank you for providing whatever we received. All right, so we went through commissioners. Commissioners, do you have last minute questions before I close this public hearing? I'm good with closing it. Everyone good? All right. So at this point, I would like to close the public hearing on the application from Harold M. Wilson. And we need a motion and a second, and then we can discuss.
Okay,
All right.
I'm up. Let me just make sure I'm gonna get it. I'd like to make a motion to accept the approve the application for a special permit by Harold M. Wilson for clear cutting and restoration in ridgeline protection area for property located at 61 Eli Road, an R80 zone.
Fine. Second.
Second.
All right. Discussion. So this issue has been in front of us for a while. We just got a refresher. We had a member of the public speaking about it. We have a document from a licensed arborist. Do we, I feel like we should condition working with the staff and putting a timeline on this or end date.
Agreed.
I agree.
Yeah.
A timeline.
What is reasonable? End of summer, like, what do you think?
You want the trees in before the end of summer, so June
I
1st,
don't know if I do end of summer. That's a long time.
June 15th, June 1st.
What do you staff think?
Yeah.
We can start with a reasonable time frame. At this point, it's going to be dependent on the availability of material. We may not be able to get all material and all 50 bare root trees by, and the reasonable planting time would try to get them in before the end of May. And then they're gonna have to be watered throughout the summer. So I think we need to have some progress by the end of May with some installation of material that's available. But that's the issue, is I don't know what's available. I don't know the availability of this material. So I think we're gonna have to have a little bit of flexibility with respect to this. But I think having nothing in by the end of May is not acceptable either. So we say at least half for now, we say at least half the material in by the end of May, and then we'll see where that gets us, and the remainder in, I would say by October 10th or 15th, so that it's in before the freeze. And then we'll have to see based on availability. And there's, nurseries, we'll have to follow up with nurseries and see if there's, if there's issues with information that's coming back from Mr. Wilson, then we'll have to try to verify it.
I think October is risky.
Well, the issue is, right, so they don't want to plant in
Yeah.
July, August, and through the middle of September. So I'm saying October because that's the fall planting season is from like September 15th-ish to October 15th-ish, October 31st. I'm saying October 15th. So that's the issue is that we're trying to hit the windows of the spring or fall planting season. So I'm saying 50% now in the spring planting season and the remainder in the fall planting season. And then if it's an issue, we'll have to report back to the commission with whatever is what we're hearing from the landscapers.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can do better than that.
No,
But I think we're
thank you
gonna
for
have to
your-
have some flexibility because I don't know that you're gonna get 50 bare root plants now. They probably had to be ordered in February.
Thank you, Shannon. Go ahead, Matt.
Now, just the question on, staff on site during planting, is that a sort of practical condition for the staff to be able to manage?
Moderately.
Okay. All right, I'll take that.
If it's a
Well,
nice
I
day.
probably won't be there like all day, every day.
Yeah, right,
But yes, enough to check in and verify the plant material, check label, check all the tags. And then go back and check. So yeah, we
Okay.
would not be there all day, every day while the
Yeah.
planting is being.
Okay.
Mike, are you comfortable with half in spring and then by October 15th?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yes,
Scott,
yes.
Liz, yes, James,
I'm on.
Matthew, Mike.
Yep.
Okay, so working with town staff and then the two dates. Would you like to?
Do I need to modify?
Modify and then we can vote on it. Thank you.
Okay. Let me craft this. Okay, I would like to modify my previous motion concerning Harold M. Wilson's application for a special permit for clear cutting and restoration in the ridgeline protection area for the property located at 61 Eli Road, R80 zone, to include that at least half of the planting be completed by June 1st, with the entire project completed by June 1st of 2023, with the entire project completed by October 15th of 2023, in consultation with town staff.
Okay, who did the second?
Who seconded?
Second,
All right, does everyone know what we're voting on? All right, all in favor?
aye.
Opposed? All right, we're good. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You'll be hearing from Shannon.
Thank you, and Shannon, I'll be in touch with you tomorrow ordering those plants.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're good?
Mhm.
All right, next item is public hearing, another continuation. It's an application from Carrier Group Incorporated. It's an application for 25 lot cluster subdivision on lots 8517 and 8518 Morea Road. And it's a continuation from March 27th. All right,
Okay, I get to start this one. So based on the conversation that took place at the March 27th meeting and questions raised regarding possible conflict of interest for our chair, town consulted with our town attorney, town staff consulted with our town attorney, and he has put forth a series of questions that he would like me to ask Ms. St. James on the record. And then the commission by ballot will vote on Ms. St. James' ability to then whether or not she should recuse herself or not. In addition, Ms. St. James has a statement to make prior to me asking the questions. I will hand out the questions, and at the bottom, commissioners, is the ballot, and I will have it up on the screen.
thank you.
Yes.
Do you want me to go ahead with my statement?
Uh,
Or not yet?
just let them hand through the paper.
Sure.
Ms. St. James will leave the room when the questions come through or the voting is done.
Yep.
And we will be appointing one of the alternates for Ms. St. James. I've confirmed that with the town attorney as well. So Enos, please go ahead with your statement.
Sure. Okay, excellent. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much to all the residents that have asked about my profession and any connection between my professional work and responsibilities as the chair of TPZ. We are rarely asked about what we do and our background, besides when we actually visit you, when we are asking for your vote. And I would love to share with you what I do. I'm a realtor. I help people with their housing needs, and I represent people that are looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate. I am a proud member of the National Association of Realtors, and I have a fiduciary responsibility to follow the Code of Ethics. Article 16 specifically speaks to client representation, and I would never put myself in a situation of poaching clients from Gail Danicky from Bicarrier Realty LLC. I do not have any exclusive dealings or arrangements with any carrier entity whatsoever. I have never done any transactions in my 10 years as a realtor with the carrier family, whether I was representing a buyer or seller or investor. My real estate website is connected to the multiple listing service, which is freely accessible by the public, anyone in the public. Anyone can search any property available for sale in Connecticut that's available for sale by licensed real estate brokerages. And my real estate website is InesStJamesRealtor.com. You're more than welcome to search for properties or learn about other real estate things that I do. Finally, I'm the president of a local nonprofit or music organization. Our community is very important to me, and as such, I donate $100 to local charity from each transaction. Just as a reminder, all TPZ commissioners are volunteers and are elected by town residents. I love serving my community, and the fact that we all come from different backgrounds and professions increases the diversity of experience and local knowledge to benefit our community as a whole. In short, I live here, I work here, and I give here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there are 4 questions that our town attorney has asked that I present to you. The first one is, since January 2022, have you or any agent associated with the Farmington branch of Coldwell Banker entered into a contract or listing agreement with the carrier group for real estate, brokerage, or sales services?
I have not. So Ines St. James as a realtor has not. I did speak with my agency or brokerage, Coldwell Banker Realty. They, I believe, pulled data from January 2022. And in the Farmington office, there have been no transactions with the carrier group.
Thank you. Question 2, are you or other agents of the Farmington branch of Coldwell Banker currently representing the carrier group in any capacity for any professional services?
Nope, the answer is no. I'm not representing carriers at all, and nor is Coldwell Banker Realty.
Question 3, do you anticipate that you or the Farmington branch of Coldwell Banker will enter into a contract or any listing agreement with carrier group?
The response for myself is no. I have no plans of working with the carrier group. I'm not able to respond to that question on behalf of Coldwell Banker Realty if they anticipate to work with the carrier group in the future.
Understood. Thank you. Question 4, do you have any personal, beneficial, or financial interests as those terms are defined in section 24-2 cited above in the carrier, that's our town ordinance, our town code, our ethics code, cited above in the carrier group or any related entity?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll step away.
Well, I just,
Sorry.
no, yes, but
Yeah,
no,
no
hang
rush.
on one sec. So do any other commissioners have a question for Ines regarding any of the information that has been put forth? Okay, then
right.
yes, please step out.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, commission members, at the bottom of this question, where the 4 questions were, are the questions for the commission based on the information shared and Inez's response to the above question. Should Inez recuse herself from the Mayor Road application? So there's 2 responses, circle, put an X, check, something that is very specific. No, Inez does not need to recuse herself from the Maria Road application, or yes, Inez should recuse herself from the Maria Road application. Thank you. Okay, reading them in the order that they were handed to me. The first one is no, Inez does not need to recuse herself. The second one is no, Inez does not need to recuse herself. Third is no, Inez does not need to recuse herself. Fourth is no, Inez does not need to recuse herself. The fifth is no, Inez does not need to recuse herself. Sixth, same, no, Inez does not need to recuse herself. And the 7th, it is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate. Mr. Seer, yep, we're all set. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for providing answers to all the questions in your statement. It's unanimous. Your fellow colleagues feel that you do not need to recuse yourself and you may continue to participate with the Maria Road application.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you very
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. All right. So now to the application, right?
Yes, now to the fun stuff.
Yes.
So, commissioners, I did, provide a suggested outline. This obviously is up to you as to what direction this goes, but the suggested outline was public comment, applicant response, commission questions, et cetera, as outlined in the agenda review, for you, but
That makes sense. You good?
Yeah, my only comment is with everything that's gone on the last 6-8 weeks, and interchanging parts on this commission, could we just clarify who voting members?
That's right.
Good point, Jen.
that's probably
Yeah.
fair. It had been, Mr. Walsh had been initially assigned for
Yep.
Patrick. So I think we'd had, everyone had participated, except, Mr. Bandel had missed the March 13th meeting. So I have as eligible members, Chair St. James, Commissioner Gerbulis, Halsted, Hutt, Wagner, Sanford, Ratcliffe, and Walsh. So, Mr. Bandel would not be seated for this. So you just, like I said, previously we had, seated Mr. Walsh. But Mr. Ratcliffe is also available because I believe you've been to the 13th and the 27th
Correct.
meetings.
That works. Everyone clear?
So
Yep.
you, yes, if you want to, well, unless we vote, you're fine. You're
Yeah,
good.
we're okay for now.
You're good.
Just watch. Okay.
Thanks.
And the suggested order makes sense, Shannon, so
So we're going to open with public comment.
yes. All right, so thank you everyone for your patience. I feel like maybe this is an application where a lot of people came in today to hear about if there's anyone here in person that wishes to speak regarding this application, opposition or support, please come to the podium. So this is again, the Moria project. Good evening. Please state your name and address.
I'd rather not state my address, but I'll state my name. You'll understand the reason why. Douglas Tomlinson. And the reason why I don't want to state my address is because my property was built in a wetland. And I have about $36,000 of out-of-pocket expenses the last 12 months because of floods. And who do I deliver that to here? You know, it's wetlands. That's all you need to know. Language, wetlands. Don't build houses there. Not a good idea. I'd like to invite you people over to my house to inspect the backyard and my basement. I mean, I've spent a lot of money, drywall, new gutters, sump pumps. Can't stop it. And that area off to the, across the side from Old Pond, that is really wet. And the final thing I wanted to say is I have a bone to pick with somebody. Somebody went down onto Maria Road across the street from Old Pond with a backhoe, and they dug out the old pond. That's the Mallard Duck Nursery. And the ducks are, 2021, the drought, they didn't come back. They started coming back this year. Backhoe comes in, ducks gone. Not a good thing. Mallard ducks are a beautiful duck. So people, no. The answer is no. You know what? The other thing that really disturbs me is behind my house, woods, golf course, and then Snowberry, several hundred houses, Autumn Way. I don't know how many houses are there. Tan bark trails. You're fracturing the habitat for the animals. I've got more bears coming through my yard. In the past month, we had probably a 450 pound bear come through the yard. We had a dog attacked last week by a mama bear and 3 cubs coming through. It happens all the time. Hundreds of coyotes behind my house. Where are they going from Snowberry to, Tan Bark and Autumn Way? They're coming into the woods behind my house. So I've been in this town for decades, and this upsets me that they've destroyed the Mallard Nursery. There aren't too many of those around, people. So that's pretty much it. I also want to go on record by saying I like chicken. And a suggestion for the Maria Road project where the wetlands are, you could plant things like redwood trees, bring those back. I'll even buy them. And volunteers like high school kids can come down and plant them. You could even put a boardwalk through there. It's so pristine. Let's save some of the pristine parts of town. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's
Take your
okay.
time.
Yeah.
Be safe.
Unfortunately, after your last meeting,
Oh, geez.
walking a simple site, which I have done hundreds of times, slipped and tore the Achilles tendon. So do not recommend that to anybody.
Is it in Farmington?
No, it was in Ridgefield, unfortunately. Only about 20 feet from the road, so.
Oh, my.
But anyway, Steve Trinkus for the record. I'm a licensed professional engineer in Connecticut representing the Save the Morea Road Group. I only had opportunity to, really earlier today to review the last 2 documents submitted by the applicant, the revised underground storage computations by, excuse me, SLR, and additional stormwater data. They prepared a pollutant loading analysis, which is one of the issues I raised on the prior letter. But before I get into that, they provide now for a series of lots 2 to 4 and then 15 to 25 underground, basically underground detention systems for the roof drains for a 2-inch rainfall, except there's no data, on the plans as to how deep these systems are. These are 30-inch high gallery systems. We know we have high groundwater at various locations on the site. So if you put them below grade, you may be, into groundwater, which defeats the purpose. It's unclear if they're planned to infiltrate water. If they are, there is no test data to support that infiltration will occur. If they're not intended to infiltrate and just be underground detention, we have no information as to the outlet structure from the Cultex systems or storm chamber systems, I guess is what they call them, to the regular drainage system. So you don't have enough information to know that these modifications will have any benefit whatsoever on the site. In the additional stormwater data, there's another what they call SK, which is a kind of I'm trying to think the proper term, but it's basically a modification to an approved site plan that engineers and architects use. Now, in the other document, they showed 5 units of these storm chamber systems. The SK in the additional stormwater shows 1 unit. So an obvious question is, which one is right? Is it 1 unit? Is it 5 units? It makes a difference as to the volume.
They also prepared a pollutant loading analysis, which I had asked for last time, and they looked at sediment, which is total suspended solids, actually, total nitrogen and phosphorus, but they did not consider metals and hydrocarbons that will also be in the runoff on the roads and the driveways. So the question is, why weren't metals and hydrocarbons included? The applicant is claiming a 9% removal for their catch basins, calling them deep sump catch basins, except if you look at the Farmington detail, which is on the plan, it's a 2-foot sump. A 2-foot sump is a standard sump that is not a deep sump. A deep sump is 48 inches below the invert of the pipe. A standard sump has a 5% TSS removal, not 9%. So right off the bat, there's errors in that. Additionally, they have the offline, the online separators, and they are using 29% removal for TSS, which is the appropriate value for an online system. But then they're saying they're using removal efficiencies for a wet extended detention pond. The problem is the ponds proposed by the applicant are nowhere close to a wet detention pond. A wet detention pond, per the 2004 DEP Water Quality Manual, is basically an open water pond with a permanent pool, 6 to 8 foot in depth, has an aquatic shelf around the shoreline, which is a relatively flat slope. It's a safety slope that's planted with wetland plants, having a deep forebay at the inlet of the system. So, and basically it's an open water pond is what it is. What you have on the plans is not that at all. You have basically a dry detention basin with an underdrain with bioretention media in the bottom of it, which isn't going to do any benefit at all. The forebays, as I cited in my last letter, really between the overflow spillway and the bottom of the forebay are way less than 4 foot in depth. So any sediment that gets trapped in there is going to be resuspended by subsequent storm events. So they don't provide any value as far as that goes. So you can't claim the removal efficiency for something that you're not designing. You know, a wet extended detention pond is not what is being proposed here at all. They also, and I had this discussion with actually SLR and another project in Middlebury, a large warehouse. The pollutant removal efficiencies, when you have practices in series, and what I mean by series is you have a catch basin, the separator, and the basin. The removal efficiencies that are published, whether at the UNH Stormwater Center or what's called the ASCE, which is the American Society of Civil Engineers BMP database, are all for standalone devices. So you have catch basins, you have the separator, you have the ponds. But when you put systems in series, as you start cleaning the water gets more difficult to clean by subsequent practices. So the values have to be discounted. And there is a lot of debate professionally as to what the proper discounts are. Based on discussions I've had at LID conferences with professors from Villanova and North Carolina State, they're actually looking into this. They felt you discount the values of the second practice by 75%, or you take 75% of whatever the value is. So if you have an 80% value of TSS removal, you multiply that times 0.75, that's what you apply. The third one, you take 35% of the published data. And so I provided in this letter about a half a dozen direct quotes from other stormwater manuals in this country that simply say pollutant removal rates are not additive. That's the bottom line. You have to discount them. But even if you add them up in this case, as the applicant's dry detention pond is not being considered and it's not a wet pond, the whole analysis is basically not valid. You will have increased pollutant loads being discharged, you know, from these ponds that will get into the wetlands and watercourses. And while you can argue that's also a wetlands issue, it is clearly also a planning and zoning issue as far as that goes. The applicant also used what's called the EPA STEPL analysis, but they also note that that's only valid for ponds. But since we don't really have a wet pond here, that whole analysis is basically meaningless in the report. It has no value to anything that you're looking at as far as that goes. They've calculated the groundwater recharge volume, which they did not provide previously, and I believe these underground, storm chamber systems are designed to meet the groundwater recharge volume. However, the groundwater recharge volume is a volume that you must infiltrate. Simply putting it in a bathtub underground where it's not going to infiltrate doesn't meet the requirement. The whole idea of the groundwater recharge volume is to infiltrate the same amount of water after development that occurs on the undeveloped site. That's the intent of the requirement, and it's based upon soil type. So if you have sand and gravel soils, it's obviously a bigger number. If you have a Class C soil, it's a much smaller number. So it's mimicking what happens in the natural environment, but you have to prove that you're going to infiltrate it. Simply putting it in a, some type of underground gallery where you haven't proven infiltration does not meet that requirement at all. So again, I apologize for the lateness of this, but obviously with my leg and physical therapy and a few other things, I have not been as efficient in my office as I would care to be since this happened.
Are you referring to the handout? Is that?
Yeah, the April 24th one, yes. So, and that's all I have at this point. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Trinket. So,
Yeah.
So there were questions you had. I believe there was something that was loaded to the website, Shannon, with the responses, right, from the applicant? And then is this something totally different?
This is just on the last two documents. I said my piece. I've also, did look at the SLR response, and I, respectively disagree with many of their comments, but, I said my piece and I'll leave it up to you. But this is only on those two documents that were recently submitted, I think the end of last week.
Okay.
So,
Madam Chair, we had not received this document prior to this evening. This
Oh.
was just handed to us and I had not seen it prior to.
Okay.
yeah, again, I
No,
I
understood.
apologize.
No,
So,
we'll need an electronic copy and
Yeah.
of course it'll have to be shared with the applicant.
Yeah. well, you might, thank you. If
You want an
Shannon has an
You can have one.
Extra copy.
You can have one of ours.
Mine.
Keep your.
It's fine. Thank you. All right. Yep, you got it. Thank you.
I could actually give you mine, I'm sorry.
Is there anyone else in the room? And take your time, Mr. Trinket.
I'm actually.
All right. Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding, go ahead. Application, thank you.
My name is Edward Gilardi. I live at 1 Ships Oak Lane. Like a few comments I'd like to make.
And?
So the Carrier Group is doing this project for one reason alone. There is no charitable or good community sentiment associated with it. They make a profit out of building projects like this one. The only issue is with this is bad repercussions. You may have one or another already existing 100+ family houses in the neighborhood, which may be subject to street flooding or basement flooding as a result of disturbing the existing wetlands of Maria Road. Maria Road is already overburdened with overcrowded roads with traffic during rush hour, which have no impact on what happens, Maria Road is already overburdened with overcrowded roads with traffic during rush hour periods. Carrier's position cites the average road conditions in different areas of the country, which have no impact on what happens on Maria Road. The additional impact of adding 50 cars as anticipated from this project can only be detrimental consequences for the existing neighborhoods. Now, I've spoken to C&G about the existing gas lines on Maria Road. They do not exist. I was also advised that there are no future plans to extend current gas lines into the area. What does this mean? Any future housing projects built by Carrier will be consuming of fuel oil to be used to heat the 25 houses during cold weather and hot water supplies. The average house will use a 250-gallon storage tank. This will place around 6,250 gallons into the wetlands of fuel oil inside the wetlands. If there's ever one oil spill, it will be an instant environmental disaster. The average home in Connecticut uses between 700 to 900 gallons a year for heating purposes. But for representative purposes, let's say we use one Carrier house, we use 800 gallons per year. The normal fill up of a 250-gallon tank will take 168 gallons of fuel oil. It will be at this rate, each house will need 5 fill-ups each year. The arithmetic gives us 125 oil deliveries being made each year into the wetlands. This farming actually really want to say the risk of an oil spill into the wetlands with the 25 buffer zone rules out the problems of an oil spill. Now, Carrier Corporation will be deeding the ownership of 70-some acres unused in this project to the town of Farmington as open space. Sounds very charitable, but the question I have is who would be responsible for an environmental cleanup there is some kind of pollution would occur in the wetlands. Would it be belong to Farmington as owner of the wetlands? This is the third time I've asked the same question of the carrier about the hook and ladder truck from Farmington Fire Department. To date, I have not received an answer. The question is, we have a 42-foot hook and ladder truck that requires 18 feet of width to be utilized. I'm asking, will that operate in their existing parking areas? Carrie has not given me an answer to this. Is their answer to safe to wait till there's a fire and bring out the fire truck and find a room fit? How come nobody can we get an answer for this? That's all I have to say. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else that's in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application? Good, okay, Shannon, online? Oh, no, sorry, we have one more person.
Good evening. My name is Arlene Klein. I live at 43 Cope Farms. I want to just address something that was put in the 2017 appraisal. The appraisals for the town of Farmington were done by Calciano. They're out of Bristol. This is a quote, again, from the 2017 appraisal, which I believe is the most recent appraisal that I could get from the town manager's office. Both properties are constrained by significant wetlands and FEMA flood hazard areas that may result in less development potential than indicated by previous appraisals. End of the quote. It goes on to state, again, quote, sorry, properties are part of the headwaters of the Scott Swamp Brook. Protection of the headwaters will help to preserve water quality and reduce flood hazard to development within the watershed, including Snowberry Cobble, Cope Farms, and Farmington Industrial Park. If you look at the listing agent's marketing map, Shannon, can you put that up for me? The one with the dots on it. I sent it today.
I received about 20 emails.
I'm
from
sorry.
Maria Road today.
I'm sorry. I sent it today about 3. I don't know if that helps you.
No, it doesn't. The marketing map? Or
Yes,
the app?
yes, no, the marketing map. Thank you. Okay, if you look at this marketing map, this is was the listing agent's map to market the property for the advertising of the sale for the property. The blue and the yellow dots indicate lots or open space. That's what's written under those dots. It's very hard to see. With a wetlands corridor running through the property. There's a line that says wetlands corridor running through that. The other building site, the red dot on the other side, is surrounded by wetlands. This is the area that they're talking about building on. There's no justifiable reason to grant a special permit for this development. The land was zoned R40 in 1956. The town planners had no special permit designation in mind when they did that. According to the appraisers, the amount of buildable land may have diminished or can diminish in the future. I spoke with Robert Flanagan, Bristol City Planner, and Sean Hennessy, Director of the Sewer Department in Bristol. Neither of them have been contacted by the carrier group regarding running a sewer line from Plank Hill Road to the development on Maria. Therefore, without proving suitability and viability of those lots, the 12 houses used in the cluster computation is not correct. Those 12 lots need to be taken off the calculation. Yesterday, 1.556 inches of rain fell in Farmington in a 24-hour period, according to wunderground.com. We sent many pictures to you today showing water almost at street level. We're trying to impress upon you upon the commission that Maria Road and the surrounding neighborhoods flood on a regular basis. If you look at those pictures, you'll see the flooding, the water is on the street. There's one picture that has a car going by and you can see the water. The other side of the street clearly shows Old Pond and how it's puddling there. So please, when you have a chance, look at the pictures. I think we've sent you about 10 or 12 pictures. The developer has indicated that CROG has given them approval. The CROG letter recommends, and this is a quote, the last sentence of that letter, the town should continue analysis of the area to ensure the underlying zoning is consistent with local and regional housing and environmental goals. It's hardly a blanket approval. Mr. Trinkus states that it has not been demonstrated by a computational analysis that non-point source pollutants will be reduced to avoid adverse impacts on the adjacent wetlands and watercourses. I would think that reducing adverse impacts to wetlands would be an environmental goal. However, the developer's response to that question from Mr. Trinkus, and this is a quote, "This is not a requirement of the town of Farmington," unquote. To be clear, non-point source pollution comes from oil, pet waste, pesticides, herbicides, fertilizer, rock salt, bacteria, sediment, and any other contaminant that ends up on the ground naturally or from human activity. Maybe it's not listed as a Farmington requirement since giving approval to build so close to the wetlands has never been granted before, but it should be a goal of the town to keep our rivers and streams free of pollution. Discussion should continue with the town to purchase the entire 87 acres. But if that's not possible, the town should decline Carrier's offer to accept the 71 acres as open space. Accepting all 87 acres is accepting a natural wildlife habitat. It's much different than accepting a large body of water with 25 families living 25 feet away. Placing people there brings environmental and personal liability. As far as the possibility of an 80-30G affordable housing for this site, it's my opinion, and I've heard it from other people, it's unlikely due to the limited amount of buildable land that's there and not being accessible to public transportation, which seems to be a requirement for 830G. If you look at Snowbury Cobble, right at the end of their street is a bus stop. Maria Road is in no way walkable to any buses on Plainville Avenue. 3 engineers, independent of each other, have gone on record with great concerns about this project. Steve Trinkus is a civil engineer. Carol Noble is an environmental engineer. She sent another response to you today. I hope you're able to look at that. And Ned Stachin, a civil engineer who voted against this project as part of the Wetlands Commission. So again, please pay attention to those 3 engineers independent of each other who are against this project. And please be in agreement with them and deny the special permit. Thank you.
All right, anyone else before we turn it over to folks that are online? Go ahead, come on in.
Hello, Commissioners. Mary Ridings Ward with the Pequabic River Watershed Association. I had the pleasure of speaking with you at the last public hearing for the Maria Road project. And I gave you a little bit of, the Pequabic River watershed is nested within the Farmington River watershed. And the Maria Road project is in a local watershed that is known as Scott Swamp. And one thing that I want to highlight to you is that Scott Swamp Brook meanders out of the swamp down into Westwoods Golf Course, and then it turns east and goes under Route 6 and meanders to the east of Tunxus Community College, where it goes into the Farmington industrial area. And the town of Farmington, along with the Department of Environmental Protection, at the time it was still DEP, worked to clean up the Scott Swamp Brook so that it now is Class A water quality. And that is a water quality that Connecticut reserves for drinking water. So Scott Swamp Brook can currently be used as a drinking water source. There are certainly aquifers that are used by local water companies right now that are in this area. So I just wanted to highlight that we put resources from our taxpayers' dollars into cleaning up the brook. And if we take the headwaters and put this development there, it surely is going to contaminate it and possibly risk the Class A water quality. The second thing that I want to do is read to you Carol Noble's letter that was just sent today and was referenced just a moment ago by Arlene. Carol Noble is a professional engineer. She is the former environmental engineer for the city of Bristol. And her letter reads, "Dear Chair St. James and Planning and Zoning Commission, while the property owners and developers certainly have a right to develop the property within regulatory guidelines, there is also an obligation to demonstrate that the development will meet regulatory criteria. This property is special, specifically designated so by town studies, planning documents, and regional diversity study. Farmington Environmental Inventory and Plan actually indicates Scott Swamp has been identified as an important corridor of a regional biodiversity corridor, supporting an important assemblage of sensitive native flora and fauna with important links between groundwater recharge and discharge. This planning document provides biological and chemical study data, summarizing Scott Swamp Brook watershed and its associated wetlands provide important functions and values on both a regional and local scale. The most significant are groundwater recharge, flood flow alteration, and wildlife habitat. So I think you've been hearing an awful lot about the value of these natural resources, which we don't always quantify in dollars and cents, but certainly folks are working on that because they have real dollars and cents value. Carol's letter goes on to say, as an active Connecticut registered engineer and certified floodplain manager, retired Connecticut Municipal Public Work environmental engineer, and one familiar with ongoing efforts of watershed work for community well-being, I object to the current proposal for cluster development. The submittal information as I see it does not adequately demonstrate the proposal will meet Farmington requirements as detailed in the attached pages. And tonight I will save you all and not read the attached pages. She includes some excerpts from your own regulations there. Carol adds one additional comment. The proposed cluster development puts a lot of responsibility on future homeowners to maintain streets, sidewalks, pipes, conservation easements, stormwater ponds, not to mention adhering to enforceable pesticide and fertilizer use. Homeowners have busy lives, and this puts a lot of responsibility on a group to understand, lead, manage, finance, and implement long-term maintenance. Ask any former homeowner who represents their homeowners association, and they will say that HOAs should be set up for success by limiting these important infrastructure responsibilities. If the proposal was less intense, the town road standards could be met and the infrastructure responsibilities would be with the town professionals where they belong. Please consider this as a top priority for all for good town management practices. Carol concludes by saying staff has been helpful in meeting and providing information on this complex project. Based on recent inquiry to staff about subject property, There has been an April 19 update of the Maria Road stormwater quality calculations, which also included additional drainage calculations and groundwater measurements. My understanding from staff email that there are no updated plans since the March 23 plan revisions, however. These comments are intended to accurately address the most current revisions of the submittal. And sincerely, Carol Noble, professional engineer. So I wanted to make sure that you had those comments. You've gotten correspondence from Carol as she has worked with staff to understand all of the different plans and the different, assessments that have been done. And so I wanted to share that with you, make sure that you had that in the record. And I thank you for your time and for your careful consideration as to the amount of independent assessment that has been done on the property. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application? Go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Joe Pod. I live at 15 Cranberry Lane in Bristol, Connecticut. New to the area, about 3 years. However, I drive past the Habitat every day. After hearing the testimony of a lot of folks tonight, I know this has been dragging on for a while, but I think what you should consider is postponing the vote tonight. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because there are grants available to purchase this property. I understand the carriers, they want to develop it, and that's fine. They're in the business to make money. And I understand that the landowner's family wants to sell it, and I understand that as well. However, I think what we need to do is to come up with a solution with grants, okay, by postponing the vote this evening. There are grants available. I'm sure also that the town of Farmington still has some of that pandemic money that was issued by the federal government that maybe we can work out also to try to help the sellers to come up to the price that they're looking for, the 2.3, I think it is, or whatever it is, $2.3 million. But there are grants available. And I think just hastily trying to push this vote through is going to be a big mistake, okay, for the town. And I think it's going to be a big mistake for the wetlands. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anyone else that's in the room? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Lisa Troy. I'm on Tall Timbers Drive. And I just want to state that I'm opposed to the carrier's request for a special permit to overbuild and overwhelm the Morea Road property. Doing so is going to increase the flooding, which is going to impact the existing homes in the neighborhood and the area. As you can see, I hope from the maps and the photos and the documentation and news articles that we submitted, the property really is not suitable for building, mainly because of its location in a flood zone and its designation as a natural drainage basin. The Carrier Group's engineer just has not worked out how our homes are going to be protected from more severe flooding once development begins and water is redistributed. These are real liabilities and concerns. The Carrier Group has not presented any options to resolve these issues, nor has the developer offered any preventative measures. And I still believe, and I agree, that the town or a land trust should be able to, or given the opportunity to purchase and preserve this land. And you're under no obligation to approve this special permit. So please deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that's in the room that wishes to speak in favor or opposition? I feel like people in the hallway, huh? Right? That's up. Come on up. Thank you. I know.
Hi, my name is Stacy. I live on 10 Tall Timbers and I oppose this development in the wetlands. We've worked so very hard and I know you have too. And like Lisa, I would beseech you to not grant any waivers at all. And I saw from one of the most recent submissions that it's supposed to be 15,000 square feet per lot, and none of them currently are on the western build because of the easements. And of course, I don't have that paper with me. I thought I had brought it, but it's in one of the documents. And so I think that he's looking, that must be a waiver from already the special permitted higher density. And so I would urge you to not accept that. If there are easements that are keeping him from having each unit consist of 15,000 square feet, then they simply can't be built. I would like for Mr. Hoheb to explain, he had talked exhaustively about, you know, they were going to craft certain language and really think outside the box in a manner to allow for the homeowners to properly care for the wetlands with turf management and such. I would hope that this commission will see how unfeasible that is to have what will probably be 15 young families who won't have the benefit of the town picking up leaves. So they're going to be raking their leaves and throwing all the fallen limbs right on top of the wetlands. It's going to bury the stream. I don't think there has been a full record to establish that there won't be both short and long-term impairments on the wetlands. It's inconceivable that there won't be, just by virtue of the homeowners enjoying the rights they have. I think, I'm not sure also, Attorney Hohab, so I would like it if you will speak to, suddenly the open space is now being conveyed to the town, not from Carrier, but from the Cardone family. And he had talked and was kind of dismissive of the legal wrangling associated with our accepting the open space. Because it is a trade-off of great import in that it allows him, if I understand it correctly, in donating these unusable, unbuildable acreage, which he will then not have to even pay taxes on. Could you explain why the land is being conveyed from the family and not from Carrier? I think there must be some obvious advantage. They're smart people. And I wonder what disadvantage that puts us at. If there is, am I allowed to ask him to answer that?
No.
Oh, can any of you answer that?
No, right now it's the public comment section, and then the applicant will have a chance to respond.
Okay, I'm not done quite, I guess.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I saw in another of the submissions that there now is something approximating 744,000 acres or square feet of disturbance. And I don't know if that's the disturbance that was approved by the Wetlands Commission. And if not, that seems to be a big thing, you know, just the disturbance and the fill and the dewatering, it kills wildlife. And there was no wildlife survey properly taken at the site. So it just seems as if a lot of this stuff was given short shrift. And I think we are raising issues of such environmental import that you as a board should be able to exercise jurisdiction over some of those issues. And as far as him being allowed to build 25 units, again, I don't know if maybe afterward you can explain to me, why do we even have something called the prudent and feasible alternative? I understand that the only reason he's now being allowed to build 25 units to this lower, parameters, because it is an R40 zone. So he submitted a Bristol plan. And I drew this picture like on the 18th of May when we had the Wetlands Commission, and none of those Bristol units, 12 of them, could in any way ever have been built, despite their protestations that, oh, it would be tough to work with Bristol and the buses, so we never really wanted to do that. So they have themselves stated on the record that this was never an alternative that they ever envisioned being built. It was used merely to allow the developer to build the same number of units at the higher density. And it just seems to me flouting the spirit of the statutes and the regulations. So I would urge you to take 12 off the table. And even lot 1, I mean, so it just is not fair that he put in this this Bristol plan that did not conform in any way to R40. And I thought that was the trigger that allowed him to build the same number. And to the extent that any of the 25 did not strictly conform to R40, he would then, or should not then, be allowed to build the 25. And so I hope that you will do the job that we've elected you to do, and you don't have to, give him everything he wants. This is a very special, vibrant, verdant wetlands, and it's just ridiculous to build there. And I hope you don't let them build the plan as is without major modifications, so that no waivers would be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. See people in the hallway. All right. There you go. Come on up, okay?
I gotta go. Give me back my shovels.
Thank you for coming in. Good
Hi
evening.
there. My name is Eric Madsen. I live at 70 Oak Hill Drive, Bristol, Connecticut.
Okay.
And I've written my statement, but I can give someone the paper copy of it afterwards. And I also just recently submitted an email version as well, just to make you aware of that. This proposed development, in order to be approved, should demonstrate that it provides safeguards and protections to the development occupants to prevent flood damage, should also provide no negative impacts to neighbors and the community, should provide no negative impacts to the environment, inclusive of wildlife and wetlands. This proposed development, however, offers none of these needed protections. This development is proposed in a low-lying area of a swamp. The developer has proposed land modifications and subterranean drainage infrastructure that will artificially lower groundwater levels and give a false sense of safety. As this swamp is a collection point for groundwater, the level of groundwater can fluctuate greatly. Groundwater levels recently were measured during an interval of drought and were abnormally low. Unaccounted for in the plans was the high groundwater that existed this past Sunday when this location received over 2 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. It is not uncommon for the swamp surface water level to rise several feet. On occasion, I have witnessed the water top over the road completely from side to side and be closed to traffic. Beavers, industrious dam builders, have in the past also similarly raised the swamp water level and flooded the road. Whenever the swamp water level rises, it impounds and backs up the upland groundwater levels. Whenever the groundwater level is high, the developer's aforementioned grading and drains will have nowhere to drain to. The end result being basement flooding, yard flooding, and street flooding. This development will negatively impact the neighbors and community because the development will by design remove groundwater storage capacity. This loss of groundwater storage capacity will result in higher than normal groundwater maximums from a given weather event. Accordingly, surface stormwater will, as a result, have less volume of soil to saturate. Stormwater, therefore, must be collected in retention ponds. These ponds will fail to recharge groundwater whenever groundwater is already elevated or at its maximum saturation. As a result, the stormwater collection ponds will quickly top over and cause downstream flooding. The downstream flooding would be caused by the development. Scott Swamp Brook Wetland and Upland Forest serves as the last intact wildlife corridor connecting Sessions Woods Wildlife Management Area and the Nashahegan State Forest with the expansive Farmington Flats and Shade Swamp. This development will impede the free movement of wildlife between the said locations and negatively impact species, populations, and resilience. Furthermore, this development will without doubt cause unnatural raising and lowering of the swamp water level, as well as altering the upland ecosystem groundwater levels. The wildlife at the swamp is sensitive to and in tune with the natural ebb and flow of groundwater. In this habitat, water is life and sustenance. To this developer, groundwater and surface water is a nuisance to be disposed of. I hope the Zoning Commission comes to the conclusion that the development on this property would have negative consequences far greater than any benefit. As a result, this property should be kept in its natural state and forever be protected. Please make this communication part of the legal record. Your consideration of the attached comments is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who should I give this to?
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shannon, yeah. All right, folks in the room or the hallway, I don't mean to laugh. It's not funny, but is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application before we turn it to folks waiting on the phone? We're good for now? Okay, Shannon? Yep, thank you.
Frank Carlozzi, you may unmute your microphone and address the commission.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. First, I want to thank all of the commissioners for having these meetings, both in public fashion where people are allowed to attend, and also for those of us who are doing on a Zoom call or virtual meetings. My name is Frank Carlozzi. It's C-A-R-L-O-Z-Z-I. I reside at 2 Tall Timbers Drive since May of 1987 with my wife, Jane. I attended the February 23rd meeting that John Carrier invited maybe about 25 people to at the Farmington Community Center, along with the property owner, to give an explanation of the development. And there were several questions that were asked by those who attended, including myself. And one of the questions that I asked, I never got a response from. Subsequent meetings that you folks have had, I attended those meetings in person and was quite frustrated again by Attorney Hoheb, who I think after his eloquent speaking and wonderful eye manner and head bobbing should run for Congress, because he would be probably very easy to blend in with all of those members of Congress who make up stories. He likes to quote, "We were railroaded" or cherry picking. Those are my words. I picked those words. What he doesn't tell you, and he doesn't tell me, and he doesn't ever tell me in writing or send me a phone call or email or anything, was the answers to my question. The engineer, I asked him the same question. I've been living at this property since 1987. Mr. Carrier wants to build homes. He guarantees that there's not going to be any water in the homes that he's going to sell. He's not guarantees for 5 years there's going to be no water in their basement. But what about my property? The engineer was nice enough to explain property that was 600 yards away in Bristol was not going to be flooded. He properly explained that the people on Snowberry Cobble that are, 600 yards away were not going to be impacted by any flooding. But Frank Carlozzi, your property, we give you no answer. We give you no answer. So what I've learned after all of these meetings, patience is a virtue. But what I've also learned after all of these meetings is the developer ignores the resident who's been there for 40 years, who's paid his taxes, who's contributed to the community in many, many different ways. I've learned that Chris Hoheb is not a very honorable person, because even though he offers himself as a person who will answer questions, he never returns phone calls, he never sends emails, he never answers questions to the neighbors and the residents who live there. I never got any emails from him. I never got a phone call from him. I never got a letter from him saying, "Frank, here's the answers to your questions." Or, "Frank, I invite you to call me and we could discuss this." Never has that happened. And the engineer, he's basically a paid pimp, prostitute, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't answer any questions of Tall Timbers residents or Frank Carlozzi. I'm done.
Thank you. Wow.
Mr. Ben Sarconi, please unmute. You're allowed to unmute your microphone. Please address the commission.
Hi, this is Eric Roy from 176 Plank Hill Road. My husband's Ben Sarconi of the same address. Basically, what I wanted to say was first that this is not one of those not in my backyard situations. You have heard from engineers, from wildlife specialists, from all of these people that have dedicated their lives and careers to studying wildlife and wetlands and also housing developments. And there's a lot of things here that were brought up as far as the fact that there is going to be fuel tanks that are going to be attached to these houses, and especially oil tanks that are going to definitely pollute the ground area in the housing. Also, when I want to get on also the pollution as well, we do have in our house at Plank Hill Road, we do have one of those stormwater ponds. Every year we have to weed that pond. We have to get out the brush, the weeds, all of that in order for that pond to work for our area, in order for it not to flood over and for our backyard to become a pond. Now, for the HOA, they're basically saying, oh, you know, we're gonna leave it up to the homeowners. I can assure you, I've been living in this house for about 11 years now. I get tired of going out there to have to weed the pond every year. It's not gonna happen. I have 1 year, I was tired of doing it. Me and my husband were tired of doing it, or tired of paying people to do it. I have called Bristol and I have called the Farmington Wetlands. Basically, no one owns that property. When I was told when it becomes a wetland, that it's basically a neutral place. So again, you're going to have these neighbors, these housing developments that are going to be relying on weeding this property and to obtaining this wetlands and these water ponds. Are they even going to do it? Are they going to do it correctly? Is it going to be done at all? Are they going to pay somebody to do it? Is this the HOA's problem? When it does get to that burden, is Farmington now responsible for the maintain of these water ponds, the stormwater ponds? You cannot rely on others to do that as well. Like I says, every year now we hire somebody to go in there with wet pants on and to actually hand weed the entire pond, to sustain the wildlife in the pond, to make sure that there is no invasive species growing in the pond that we don't want to get into the wetlands. That's something that no one seemed to address as far as who's going to maintain these storm drain ponds. Also, I wanted to address something that happened on the 22nd, Saturday, the 22nd, around 12 p.m. This past Saturday. There were gunshots that were heard in the woods near our property that went on for about 45 minutes. We have called, and that would be the property that we are speaking of, the wetlands property. We had called Farmington Police. The open space. The open space that is adjacent, that is above right to Plank Hill Road. We had called Bristol Police. We had called Farmington Police, and we also called the state police. Of course, the state police said that's not our jurisdiction. The Farmington and the Bristol police don't seem to want anything to do with that property as far as that. I don't know if there is now active shooting in there, in that property. If anybody had approved any kind of shooting in that property. That is something I wanted to address, and I wanted to ask everybody in the meeting whether or not that is something that they heard as well on the 22nd around 12 o'clock. And I think that's all I have to say. And again, this is not a not in my backyard situation. This seems to be more a little deeper than that. You had wildlife specialists. You had people saying you can't you can't remove water. You only could displace it. There's been 1.5, 2 inches of water in the last weekend here. I could assure you, you cannot walk in my backyard. You certainly cannot walk in my backyard right now without getting wet, at least, or sinking into my backyard. There was a gentleman that had stated in the last meeting that we had that our property on Plank Hill Road is higher than the property that they were going to develop on. If you cannot walk in our backyard right now with that 1 to 2 inches of rain that we had, what is going to happen to that property that they're developing on, that they have to build up on? All of that water is now going to drain into our property or onto Tall Timbers or on the other side of Maria Road. And that's basically what I had for this evening, and I am very pleased to see how many people turned out in opposition to this. And I hope you take that into consideration. And I hope Carrier Company takes that into consideration too. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. I think we got 4 inches of rain. I have lots of rain in my yard, water. Shannon, we have more people online?
We do.
Oh, good. Go ahead.
Dan G. Please unmute your microphone and address the commission.
Hi, everybody. This is Dan Gabri. I live at 18 Tall Timbers Drive. And I wanted to kind of relay a story going back quite a few years. I lived next door to a fisherman, and I had some weeds in my property. And so I went out and I'd gone to Home Depot and I bought something that was going to help me with the weeds, and I started spraying it on the weeds. And my neighbor came over and said, "What are you doing?" He said, "You know what happens to that when you spray it in the ground? It goes into either the sewers or it goes into the streams, and it ends up going into the rivers. And so when I come home with fish, that's what I get." And so as I've thought about this, and as I've looked at Scott Swamp, and I've thought, you've given a 25-foot buffer to people who are going to have homes just like mine, that are going to have weeds just like mine. And that's going to run into that swamp, that pond, that area that we're setting aside 25 feet away. And that's going to run down the brook, that's going to run behind the homes between Old Pond and Tall Timbers, and it's going to go into Plainville. And it's going to end up going into the Farmington River and places like that, and it's going to go into the fish. And so as we start thinking about how we're going to maintain a property that, as Carol Noble said in her letter, you know, Farmington said, this is valuable stuff we got here. But if we turn that around and we say, oh, what the heck, let's pollute it, we're going to be taking care of something that's very valuable to all of us. We live in Farmington. And we live here for a reason. This is a great place. This is the center of Farmington Valley. This is really where it all centers. This is where it all started. And this is a beautiful place. Unless we turn it into just a bunch of houses and a bunch of polluted swamps and streams. I hope you really think about what we're doing when we do this, because people in those houses, yeah, there's rules and regulations, but you know what? When you got weeds, you go to Home Depot. You don't go look at your manual. That's all I got. Thanks. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Bruce Chadwick. You may unmute your microphone, please address the commission.
Thank you. This is actually Susan Chadwick. I would just like to go on record saying that I do oppose this development, and I oppose it because, first of all, I'd like to just stress that I have no issue with Carrier Group or the quality of their homes. I think that goes without saying, but this is not about that. I've lived in this home for 29 years, and I'd like to kind of echo a little bit of what Eric said, which is, this is not about not in my backyard. I have been a volunteer and proponent of this town for my entire married life, living here. And if affordable housing had to go in because there was no place left in town and that was a great place, I'd be all for it. This is about the fact that we, as many people in town, have never experienced the amount of wildlife as we have in the last 5 to 7 years, because they are running out of places to go. And the development has just gone too far, I believe. And, you know, the reality is that I won't be here in 15 years. Many of us talking tonight, the committee, we won't be here in 15 years when that development turns over and the manual is lost and no one knows about these conversations and no one is monitoring what's happening. And as you've been hearing this evening, it's it's basically a wildlife sanctuary, and we are saying that we have to put 25 new houses in there. Why? Because there's not enough housing in Farmington, because there's not enough people in Farmington, because we have to give up this land. The whole thing is just so emotional, upsetting for me. And, you know, I'm the kind of person that when the beavers flood the road, I'm happy to go the other way. And I'm not happy that we keep moving the beavers. You know, they're here too. We have to live with them. And I just don't know what the answer is. And we just keep taking away more and more and more land. And I thank you for your time and your volunteering. And just in closing, we are the stewards of Farmington. All of us now are the stewards of Farmington. And it is up to us to protect this town for the future, not for ourselves. This is not about my home or my street. This is about the future of our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if anyone else has called in via Zoom to offer comment on the Maria Road application, please raise your hand and you'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Gary Higgins.
Yes, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Gary Higgins, 15 Tall Timbers. I'll try to keep this brief. I've been attending a number of these and tracking the progress, and I'll be very blunt. I'm wondering how we got to this point. The levels of diligence and forethought that should have accompanied much of the underlying research that got us to this point. Right now, I'm struggling. This is deeply problematic, and it seems to be orchestrated as a fiat on behalf of a builder. And this is not a case of land rights where owners have the they have the right to sell their land. They have, you know, we have the right to build, but there's, in echoing Susan, I have, you know, deep concerns about the way that this has been pursued. It is problematic. I believe that the vote should be delayed. There are manifold problems environmentally that we have been detailed on many occasions. There have been very eloquent speakers citing this. Frank spoke recently about the concerns about many of his answers not being met. And frankly, I'm categorically opposed to this. This is heavy-handed. It is being ramrodded, and we are being disenfranchised. This vote should be delayed, and it should be reconsidered with long-term review of the effects towards the environment. And I'll pause there.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, you have comments regarding this application?
Yes, I'm Mark Wilson, 61 Eli Road, and I make my I've done business with the carriers, and I continue to do business with the carriers. But I think that what we have to look at here is a matter of fairness, and also echoing some of the concerns raised by the Save Morea Road engineer, and I apologize, I don't recall his name. At our Bridgehampton Crossing development, we had substantial engineering design work and studies done on our stormwater systems, and our catch basins all had infiltrators designed to go behind the catch basins, so that stormwater that went into the catch basins would then be held in these Coltex systems, and the water would then be infiltrated back into the aquifer and not into any wetlands or into the watershed. In the last phase of the development, where we were expecting to continue to find sandy soil, we found ledge. And so these stormwater infiltrators, about 9 of them were non-functional. They don't work. So all of a sudden we have, I can't give you the exact quantity of water, but twice the amount of stormwater that we're trying to detain in our detention system that we're now not able to detain because of the soil conditions. And putting this in these type of infiltrators, these type of catch basins and systems into an area that has high groundwater, you're basically just trying to introduce water into an already saturated water system. Secondly, when our project was approved, we were in an R40 zone. We had, and I don't have numbers in front of me, and I apologize for that, approximately 160 acres, I believe it was, of land. With that, we could have easily built 85 homes on 1 acre lots. But working with the town, they asked us to go to a planned cluster development. We ended up doing anywhere from 0.6 to 0.75 acre lots. And we turned over to the town some 54% of the land that we had purchased as open space for the town, of which I would estimate today that 70% of that 54% is truly open space, not wetlands. And we also, I know this is not the Wetland Commission, but we were also mandated to a 100-foot setback from the wetlands, and to now grant a builder a 25-foot setback. We're currently in the process of working with the wetlands in the town on one lot that has a portion of the lot in the sensitive area, not in the wetlands, but in the area approaching the wetland, which is considered sensitive. We're willing to take that portion of the lot out of the sensitive area and expand the lot to in another direction and approach the wetlands by 90 feet instead of 100 feet. And we have been denied that in the past. We're going back for asking for exception and to have that reapproved. I think that we need to keep the process equal and fair in Farmington. I'm not saying that any builder gets preferential treatment, but I'm just saying that, you know, we have a development plan. We have zoning for a reason. There's wetlands, and the wetlands are there. They are environmentally sensitive, and to encroach upon those wetlands, we also were asked by the Planning and Zoning Commission when we got approval for our development to use biosensitive fertilizer and lawn maintenance, and we refused to do that and to put that into our homeowners association because we knew that there's no way it would be enforced. And in this situation, we would be 100 feet away from a wetland situation. And in this case, we're 25 feet away. So I would just urge the commissioners to pay special attention to this, because I am familiar with the property enough to know where it is. I know what it looks like. Several of the homeowners have contacted me. I'm not speaking on behalf of them. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I think that it's the wrong decision to make to give approval to this for 25 homes. I think if you want to stick to the R40 development or R40 zoning and allow homes to fit into a 1 acre lot, that's what it's zoned for. Anything beyond that, I think, would be a mistake and damage to the community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else, Shannon?
If anyone else is called in to offer comment on the Maria Road application this evening, please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom. You'll be acknowledged to address the commission. Madam Chair, there are no hands raised.
Okay. So what do we do, right? So there's a reference to correspondence. I think you mentioned correspondence received after.
So there's a number of written correspondence. I can open those up quickly to get them into the record. I don't know that it's germane to read everyone in line by line, but I can open them up, share them on the screen, and then it would allow the commission to proceed to the next step. If
Right. I mean, we have another item, right, in front of us this evening.
correct.
I would love to hear from the applicant.
Correct.
All right. Yeah, so I guess, okay, go ahead, do the correspondence, Shannon, and I understand that, we're not gonna read everyone.
No, I'll show them on the screen, so I'll open them, close
Yep.
them.
I know for myself, anything received after 3 PM today, I did not see it.
Understood.
So we will definitely have to, right, we all probably have jobs during the day. We all will have to go back and review them. And then we can turn it over to Mr. Hohab. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first email received yesterday from Patty Labouthier in opposition to the application shared on the screen and into the recording. Email from Arlene Klein regarding documents, appraisal documents submitted into the record. Email from Arlene Klein, letter into the record in opposition. Email from Arlene Klein. This is a document that was shared earlier this evening. Beverly Leggett from today in opposition. This is the letter from Carol Noble that was read into the record earlier this evening. So there's multiple pages. Email from Ed Gilardi in opposition. I believe Mr. Gilardi read most of this into the record. Email from John Anthony in opposition, discussing flooding concerns, additional concerns regarding flooding downstream, etc., and some traffic comments. Email from Jeffrey Christoph in opposition. Email from Lisa Troy in opposition, citing concerns with our code of ethics. Lisa Troy, these are the photos referenced earlier this evening when Ms. Troy was speaking. Ms. Troy entered into the record the January 23rd, 2023 meeting minutes. Ms. Troy entered into the record the June 20th, 2022 meeting minutes. Ms. Troy entered into the record the October 24th, 2022 meeting minutes. Email from Megan Baha in opposition. Email from Stacy Fresher in opposition. I believe this, and as there's a second email from Ms. Fresher, I believe most of that was entered into the record in her public testimony. That concludes I believe that is all the emails that I received. Oh, shoot, those are just the ones since Friday.
Wow, thank you for,
So, sorry, hang on. I got a few more. I went through the ones since Friday. Hang on, let me go back up because I gotta get the ones since March 27th. So
Yep.
hang on, I got there's like five or six more. Hannah Fowler in opposition. Sorry. Sorry, this is Hannah Fowler. However, I am not in opposition. I'm fine with the development. I think it would be a great improvement to the project. So I misspoke. There was one and not in opposition. Karen McCall from Bristol in opposition to the application. Barbara and Bill Clay on Old Pond Road and concerned about traffic and stormwater. Paul Piffery from Tall Timbers in opposition to the application. Sherilyn Piffery, Tall Timbers, and also in opposition to the application. This is from Carol Gill, in opposition to the application. And this is from, I believe, a Paul Levesque in opposition. Nora Benetti in opposition. Lisa Troy, document regarding the Farmington High School site evaluation executive summary entered into the record. Lisa Troy entered into the record Farmington High School Building Committee meeting minutes. And last one, Irino D'Amato in opposition to the application.
Okay.
Okay, that's all of them. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Thank you. We have lots of reading to do, right? All right. So I agree. I would like to hear, or we would like to hear from the applicant, but to me, I feel like we will be continuing our meeting. Yes. We'll see how it goes. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Hoag. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. First, I can provide you all with an enormous amount of comfort and relief that I will not be seeking the elected office of congressional district. So I do want to answer these questions briefly and then turn it right over to Mr. Daly. He's got a lot of information for you.
Okay.
There was a question, I think, from Ms. Fresher about the transfer of the open space. I didn't get the exact nature of it, but perhaps I can provide clarity by explaining upon approval, an applicant would then prepare a subdivision map that's recorded on the land records. And at that time, the transfer to the town of Farmington would occur. That's standard operating procedure. So that would come from Carrier or one of their subsidiaries, but I would presume the applicant. So I hope that provides clarity wherever she is. It doesn't, well, I think I have the floor right now, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
And there was a question about the association documents and information and where are they? Well, I would not prepare those. That's not what I do, but that's not an excuse. I have endorsed the thought that we will provide as much information about the environment, the sensitive area. As you all know, in the state of Connecticut, resale documents are required to be delivered to the purchaser prior to a closing. They actually sign for those documents. And so the thought that the documents somehow get lost or they're misplaced is not really accurate. I'm not going to say untruthful. I just think they may not recognize that's the case. We would be happy to work with staff as to some of the information provided to each subsequent purchaser, which is a far cry from what has occurred in the surrounding neighborhoods. I'm not aware that they have any documents or any precautionary information. Mr. Carlozzi asked me specifically about his warranty. This has come up repeatedly in his testimony. He's spoken 3 or 4 times, and each time he mentions this. I spoke to the applicant directly, Mr. Carrier, upon his informational meeting, and he told me he looked Mr. Carlozzi right in the face and said, "No, we're not giving you an extended warranty. That would be extraordinary." Mr. Carlozzi has already testified several times that he has quite a high volume of water on his property. We don't know what the hydrology is there as it relates to his home. We don't know about his construction. We're not offering anyone else an extended warranty. We do, by the way, have an extended warranty longer than most people in the industry for our home purchasers. But the answer has always been no. And why he keeps asking this rhetorical question, I don't know. So hopefully that resolves the Mr. Carlozzi free warranty question. There was a comment about, actually, there was extensive comments about oil and the likelihood of an oil spill. Mr. Carrier's response to me was, Carrier has not installed an oil tank in 30 years. They will be gas or propane. So hopefully you can move on from that response or from that remark. I do want to ask one question before I turn over to Mr. Daly, and that's about staff comments. As you know, the engineering and staff is charged with reviewing our calculations, looking at our plans, hearing the testimony. There have been numerous meetings and consultations. You see, and I'm going to recite this from your agenda review update, the meeting confirmed most items have been satisfactorily addressed, excepting some clerical items on the plans and addressing some remaining stormwater matters, which are the subject of the prior responses. And so I'd like to ask the town planner directly, would it be accurate to say that 90% of the inquiry from the engineering and staff have been resolved?
Yes.
And would the remaining 10 or so percent be clerical or things that can be made as conditions of approval?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daly. He has a lot to talk about. I'll be back hopefully tonight and finish this up, but that's totally up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. For the record, Tom Daly with SLR Consulting. We are going to do our best to both respond to questions that the neighbors had and then give you an update of where we are. And then also, I think there were some comments from the commission. As you recall, at the last meeting, it was tabled and we didn't even get a chance to respond. So there's a couple of things that we will bring up that actually didn't come up tonight, but we're responding. So Shannon, if you can open up thing. So while it wasn't really much of a topic of discussion this evening, last meeting, there was some questions about the traffic study. And our traffic engineers presented it. And I think there was just a little question about how is a 25 lots only generating 18 cars at the peak hour. So first of all, as part of our traffic study, we did a 24-hour count on the property, on the road. And then at that point, you determine the peak hour. And that's really the gold standard that's the study analysis that the traffic engineers do. Why do they do the peak hour? Because that's the worst case scenario. If you're seeing an impact on the peak hour and you have to mitigate it, it's only going to be better any other rest of the part of the day. But as you can see, so this was a chart that's part of our traffic report. And it shows that in the AM peak hour, we have 18 cars. And then in the PM peak hour, you have 24 cars. And then the normal thought is 25 cars, 2-car garage. Why are you not having 50 cars coming out in the morning and 50 cars coming back in the evening? And as I explain this story, so what we do is we actually don't determine that. It's it's industry standard. It's into the ITE manual. And what this ITE manual does, it's a book about this thick, and whatever use you have, you flip to the page and it tells you what your traffic generation is in the morning in the peak. And the way they do that is they go and they actually count cars at sometimes it could be almost 200 different sites across the country. And that's how they do it. So it's a blended number. That way we don't have to get into discussion about it. Well, I think it's this many cars. I think it's that many cars. It's this published. But I'd like you to think about your own neighborhood. And I'm going to give you an example of my neighborhood. So I live at the bottom of a large, fairly big single family subdivision, well-established neighborhood. Clearly, my neighborhood is not a monoculture. We're all different people. We have different parts of our life. Start with my house. We have 3 drivers in my house, myself, my wife, and my teenage daughter. My daughter and I, we leave before the peak hour. I'm an early bird at work. My daughter goes to high school. So she's gone by 6:30 in the morning. We're beyond the peak. My wife, yes, she leaves for work. She is a peak driver. So there's one. Across the street, we have a couple about the same age as me, but they have a adult son who's just moved home. He works remote 5 days a week, doesn't leave the house. They're both actually work in the school system. One's a counselor, one's a teacher. They leave before the peak. No peak traffic coming out of that car. Next house over is a professor in art, basically an art professor in a university. He never leaves at the peak hour. He's the lucky one. And his wife's an artist, so she doesn't leave at the peak hour. The house next to me, nobody lives in the house. Actually, it's in transition. The house next to that, out there, person's retired. He doesn't leave at peak hour. The next house from them, it's a young couple with a child. So the wife leaves early for daycare, and the husband actually works at home 5 days a week. So I think that rings true. I hope to think you can think about your own neighborhood and think about that very few people, or not of us, are all getting out of the car and all going to Etna at the same 8:30 hour day. So that's what those studies show. They go through and they put counters in front of all these subdivisions that were built. But we're not a monoculture, and we expect this neighborhood to also have a similar makeup of elderly people who are working at home, single people living themselves, people that may work odd hours. They may work at Hartford Hospital at the night shift. So that's the explanation of why it doesn't show up at 50 cars in the morning and 50 cars in the PM, because it's just, we're a diverse population, and housing provides that type of diversity. As opposed to if you see on an office building, everybody comes in at 8:30 and everybody goes out at 5:30. So it's a very different demographic. Things like restaurants might be completely different. So that's hopefully a little explanation of how that number gets generated. But once again, it is not generated by us. It's generated by this published and recognized document, both by the town and actually the state DOT. That's the document. That way we don't get into this argument about how many cars are leaving. But think about your own neighborhood, even think about your own household, about how many people actually leave during that peak hour, and then the peak hour and the get home. I frankly, nobody in my house gets home in the peak hour. My wife is a teacher. She gets home early. Who knows what my teenage daughter does? I rarely ever get home in enough time to that. Thank you. So that's on the traffic. Next slide. There's been a lot of comparison between our project and Cope Farms. And I would like to think if I had a crystal ball and go back in time and see about your peers that were sitting up here when that Cope Farms was approved. At that time, that your commission or your peers determined it was appropriate to develop that property as a cluster subdivision. So that project was built under the same rules and regulations that we are. I would hope to think it made sense at that time, just like it's making sense now. We believe as an applicant, the cluster subdivision is the far superior approach. And I think, to be honest with you, I think the Wetlands Commission felt very similar. But I think we have learned, and we've moved in a better direction. And I think clearly we think we have taken what Cope Farms did back in the 80s and improved on it. give you an example. So the maximum cul-de-sac, maximum number of lots on a cul-de-sac at Cope Farms without at a dead end, they have 28. Our maximum is 12. Number of lots in the flood zone, Cope Farms and Tall Timbers has 11 lots that fall in the flood zone. We have 0. Number of lots that have wetlands on them, Tall Timbers and Cope Farms have 23. We only have 4 lots that actually have wetland land on it. Number of lawns that are sloped towards the wetlands, Cope Farms and Tall Timbers has 27. We have 16. Based upon the approved plans there, I estimate Tall Timbers took a minimum of 30,000 square feet of direct wetland filling to build that road and those lots. We have 0. And there's been a lot of testimony this evening about building in the wetlands. I will reinstate this evening, we have no direct wetland impacts associated with this project, and only a small portion of the detention basin is falling in the flood zone. And as I indicated last time, we actually did a topographic survey and showed that while the flood line on the FEMA map is there, it's actually in an area above the flood zone. So we have no area that is actually in below any work whatsoever in the wetlands or below the flood elevation. Next slide. Stormwater is important to everybody, right? And we've spent a lot of time on that. And we've put together some fairly exhaustive studies to put before this commission. And I'll have to say your staff has put forth probably the most thorough review I've seen of any application I've been before this commission. And I think it's in light of the concerns that the neighbors have raised and it being, and to be responsive to that. I'm before you to tell you that we have met every standard that is required of in stormwater. We have provided groundwater recharge. Mr. Trinkus said that we did not provide the calculation. We typically don't provide that calculation because it's such a small number that the other calculations somewhat overshadow it. But we are required to have 2,540 cubic feet of groundwater recharge. We have 13,832. And to correct Mr. Trinkus, that is not being done through the chambers. That is a completely separate conversation that I'll talk about in a bit. In terms of water quality volume, in Basin 110, we were required to have 0.196 acre feet. We have 0.217. In Detention Basin 120, we are required to have 0.096 acre feet. We have 0.099. So we meet both of those standards. The sediment forebay, there's in the DEP manual recommends that 10% of the water quality volume be accommodated in the sediment forebay. In Detention Basin 110, we're almost 18%, and in Detention Basin 120, we're at 15%. There is a DEP recommended 80% total suspended solids. That's that plume removal. We went ahead and provided calculations on that. We provided 2 calculations. One is called the simple method, and the other one is the step method, which is EPA. And we did both of them to prove to the commission that 2 independent studies, and those are published studies, that we are exceeding 80% on both of those. We talked about the detention basin shall have 1 foot of freeboard. Mr. Trinkus incorrectly assumed that the elevation of the emergency spillway was the top of the water surface elevation. That's incorrect. He didn't look at the calculations. The water surface doesn't even come up the emergency spillway. So under Detention Basin 110, we're providing 1.2 feet of freeboard, and on Detention Basin 120, we're providing 1.5 feet. And then we are required by your regulations to match or reduce peak flows. And we have shown that under all store events, 2, 10, 25, 50, 100, and even looked at it for the 500-year storm, which is not your standard, that we are either matching or decreasing the peak runoff rate for all storm events. And one question to the neighbor, we are not directing any water to Maria Road. We are all keeping our water internally. We are not actually taking any water to the Maria Road drainage system, and we are not directing any water to the properties to the south of Maria Road. All our drainage is going to the wetlands. one thing let's see. One other comment, I think, so at length, the Farmington River Association provided a letter to you and it was read into the record last time. And then I would like to bring to the attention that there's some inaccuracies that are in that lot or that letter. First of all, they go on to say that impervious surfaces such as rooftop, driveways, and lawns. I would note that universally rooftops are not considered a impervious surface that generates pollutants. That's pretty standard. It doesn't, it's basically rainwater that hits the roof and off. And also I would argue whether that's a grammatical error, but lawns are not impervious also. They go on to say later on, they say that the proposed level of development will increase the impervious surface in the wetlands. We are not doing any work in the wetlands, clearly not adding any impervious surface to the wetlands. So that's an inaccurate statement. And then they go on to talk about fragmenting the open space. The fragmentation is specifically why we are proposing the cluster subdivision. We could come forward with a matter of right R40 subdivision that would include the development of this area that they're calling the Bristol area, but that would decrease the open space area. And we don't think it's positive. And actually, frankly, their letter is actually endorsing that type of cluster subdivision. They go on to talk about healthy undisturbed floodplains. That's exactly what we're doing in our application. As I indicated, we virtually have no activity in the detention, except for a small portion of the detention. We're not touching the floodplain, so we're complying with that. They go on to talk about the Scott Swamp Brook and how we're going to have a negative impact. I gave numbers last time that the developed portion of Scott Swamp Brook, the lots make up only 3.2% of the total Scott Swamp Brook upgrade here. In addition, on the opposite side is the open space we're proposing to give back makes up 13.2%. That's fairly significant. And we think that's even more reason why we're coming forward with the cluster subdivision, as opposed to the matter of right subdivision. They go on in their letter that they are saying that we should comply with the forthcoming DEP regulations. They're not even adopted yet. So that would be unfair to even ask for that. Interesting thing, they go on to say, they actually quote your POCD in regards to this. And they say, generally, when they refer to develop, your POC states that drainage plans for the Maria Road should generally contain detention, which is exactly what we're doing, in order to provide sufficient flow for the brook associated with wetlands, as well to prevent and further indices of flooding on Maria Road. So your POCD basically told us exactly what we should do on this project, which is provide stormwater detention. They talk about, once again, they talk about that our BMPs may be overstated. I would say there's absolutely no calculations to support any of their testimony or any of their factual stuff in this letter. And actually, they go on later on to say we would recommend. They say that the new stormwater quality manual proposes or recommends to reduce the concentration levels of impervious surfaces. That's the whole point of the cluster subdivision, is to reduce the amount of lawn area, reduce the amount of footprint, and give more to open space. So I think there's a lot of conflict in their own letter that a lot of things they're saying we should do, we are doing, and then other things they're basically not factually correct. In regards to Mr. Trinkus's letters, we have provided a line-by-line response to Mr. Trinkus's letters. And I would ask that hopefully the commission has gone through that. One thing that I would suggest for Mr. Trinkus's letter is you will note in the absence of a single calculation. There's not one calculation in that entire letter to support his findings. And that's where the rubber meets the road for engineering. I would have saved my client probably $50,000, $60,000 if I could come up here and just give you my opinions and my testimony. Instead, we provided calculations. During the wetlands testimony, we hired a wetland scientist, a soil scientist. The carriers have gone and hired a geotechnical engineer to provide testimony in your record. Mr. Trinkus provided not a single calculation to support his. He easily could have done it, didn't do it. And he just provided opinions as such. So I think the court will show, and I think that, I'm sure this, if he submitted calculations, I'm sure your own staff would have been more than happy to review those, but none were provided. He went on and in his testimony provided some things. He spoke about hoods, how they were not functional. We don't have any hoods on our project, so I'm not sure what set of plans he was looking at. He spoke about, oh, that sediment trap should not be or not recommended to be online. Probably in the marketplace, there's probably 300 different models of sediment traps. And to make that broad statement, basically that refers to the old-fashioned sediment traps where it was basically a concrete tank. We've moved far past that. We provided 2 letters into your record from the manufacturer, not only saying that, in fact, they are designed to go online, but they have an inline bypass. So they actually do all that. So we provided 2 letters to you from Contact that says that we have situated those on our plan exactly as they have designed them. And they've been designed actually to meet the 80% total suspended solids. He also goes on in his executive summary and he brings out 4 points in his executive summary. First of all, he says that we didn't provide volume calculations. Volume calculations are not required by this commission or the state of Connecticut. No applicant before this commission has ever been asked to do that, nor is it a standard. So it's not really a valid concern. It's not something that this commission has. He went on and said, we didn't provide stormwater calculations or water quality calculations. Once again, that is not a requirement of your regulations, nor it is a requirement of the state regulations. We did, but we heard the concerns of the neighbors and the letters from the river associations. We went ahead and provided those stormwater calculations. Mr. Trinkus got up tonight and just said he has a different way to announce the drainage calculations. I will say that this same thing came up at he referred to our Middlebury hearing. We did research and tried to find anything to support his testimony. Even the town engineer in Middlebury went ahead and tried to find testimony to support his or find thing. We couldn't find anything. Mr. Trinkus came back on record and basically said it was based upon conversations at conferences. I don't know if those are over a cocktail or whatever, but there's no factual basis for the testimony that Mr. Trinkus gave to you that we can find anywhere on the internet or anything. And he went on the record and said that in front of the town of Middlebury, brought up the same conclusion. And that's somewhat reason why I actually gave you the second water quality model, which is an EPA water quality model. And that's what we gave to you in your regular to show you, because I kind of knew it was coming. He then goes on to say in his executive summary that there's no justification for a waiver. We are not asking for any waivers. We initially had an application where our initial application asked for a little waiver on the frontage. We sat down with town staff and realized with just a small modification to a couple lot lines, we didn't need any waivers. So there is no waivers being requested by this commission as part of the special permit. And then he went on to say, once again, he went on to say that it's in his opinion that 25 lots is not appropriate for this site. Once again, that's opinion. He did not provide any calculations, any backup to support that claim. I would argue that 2 other agencies actually have felt a totally different opinion as to Mr. Trinkus. One, the Wetlands Commission. We received wetlands approval. Second of all, we showed you a letter. We have a letter from the DEP under the National Diversity Database that supports our approach of clustering the subdivision and saving more open space. And I'll bring that up later. It was part of my first presentation, but I'll do that again. So we have two very highly qualified agencies that are supporting the cluster subdivision, as opposed to Mr. Trinkus is saying he feels differently. One other thing he talked about is that he said on the statement that, oh, sewer is not available for that area that is there. Chin, I think you have a PDF. So there's the town of Bristol's GIS. There's a sanitary manhole sitting right at the end of the cul-de-sac. So we have every right to talk to the city of Bristol and get an access into their sewer. But to say there's no sewer available was a false statement. He goes on to talk about that, oh, there's some fine grading that's not, the lots are not compliant with the building code. Mr. Trinkus knows you go through subdivision with mass grading plans, and then you go back with a building permit with individual plot plans once the houses are selected. Trust me. We are not going to get through the building department with a lot grading plan that is not compliant with building code. So that's a somewhat of a red herring on that. One other thing, so Shannon, if you can scroll back. Mr. Trinkus went on to say that all our erosion control plans were insufficient and we were non-compliant. We have provided on the plans all the location for the erosion controls and have provided details on the plans for all those features. So the contractor knows where it goes and he refers to the detail on how to install it. On the sediment traps, we provide a length, width, and depth of that. It's what we've always provided to this commission. It's what we always provided to town staff. I have no outstanding town staff comments regarding erosion control. And his non-compliance implies that we would never get a DEP permit. Well, we already have a DEP permit. We've already submitted to it. So on the record here, as we've submitted on the record, we actually already have our stormwater general permit, which is essentially our erosion control permit. And the statement says the project is compliant with the requirements of the general permit and discharge associated with the project is, parentheses, are authorized to commence as of the data letter permit number so-and-so. So we actually already have submitted our erosion control plans to the DEP and received a permit. You're able to do that right after you get your wetlands approval. Okay. Before we get into that, Shannon, we'll, there's been comments about groundwater. So yes, we understand groundwater is something we are going to have to deal with on portions of this site. We have, and we acknowledge that, and we've designed the plan to accommodate that. First of all, the carriers have gone ahead and hired a geotechnical engineer who has provided a report to you. Nowhere in the report says that that groundwater cannot be managed properly during construction, and that geotechnical engineer will continue to be engaged during construction. All the houses have been adjusted through the revisions, so there's no sump pumps. They're all being gravity fed by footing drains. We have provided on the plans details for dewatering. Both actually the town has their own dewatering detail for the roadway work, and then we have another dewatering detail on our plans. So we have detailed on how that's going to be accommodated. I would note that all the groundwater on site already goes to the wetlands. So we are not taking any groundwater from a different watershed and diverting it to the site. That's an important concept because there's an implication that the groundwater is going to, the fact that we're picking up groundwater in footing drains is going to result in flooding downgrading. That's not the case. The groundwater exists. There's a reason why it's a wetland. It's because the groundwater is moving towards that direction and it's coming in, it's breaking out. So we are not diverting, say we're not taking something on the backside of a hill, pumping it over the hill. So the groundwater that we're intercepting with any footing drains is already going to the wetland, and we are simply taking it to the same exact location. The stormwater basins have been raised. So basin number 110 is actually above grade. So the existing topo where stormwater basin is at around 291.7, 291.5. The bottom of our basin is at 292.5. So because we're above grade, there's no impact on groundwater. We're above the groundwater. On stormwater basin 120, one side of the basin is above grade and the other side of the basin is slightly into the grade. Some of the letters indicate significant cuts. It's a 3-foot cut on the high side. And also both basins have a underdrain in them. So there is an underdrain in them that allows the water to basically, if any groundwater does get into those basins, it'll get allowed to be drained. So that basin is fully available for detention when the next storm comes in. This is not going to be a pond and the next storm comes in. So we have provided under drainage, so we're managing the stormwater. And also as groundwater is, if you think about it, we got a great rainstorm the other day, and the surface water is what hits you quick. It's the groundwater you'll have if you have in a wet situation. It's your sump pump that turns on a day later. or it's your backyard that's soggier. So there's a time of concentration difference there. The peak runoff is usually pretty quick. At the end of the day is we're still accommodating it. We've raised the cul-de-sacs so they're higher up out of the grade, and we're getting above the groundwater. In addition to that, Mr. Trinkus also talked about the Coltech units. We met with town staff. There was a discussion about encouraging some additional infiltration on site. It would accommodate your MS4 stormwater requirements. And we, with town staff, realized that there was some areas that were appropriate for infiltration and some areas were not. These chambers will, so anywhere it's a fill condition, we would be putting the chambers in to promote infiltration. They're not detention, they're not retention, they're infiltration systems just for the roof leaders, and they're not actually even included in any of the calculations. They're above and beyond. And I would argue that if you look at Ms. Noble's first email to the commission, she actually recommended those. So Ms. Noble's email. Carol Noble sent an email dated March 13th. She said that best practices, including allowing for the site proposed impervious areas, especially roof drains, to infiltrate prior to the runoff stormwater management system. The soils proposed fill areas appear to be adequate to incorporate some of these practices. So frankly, we work with town staff and we found places to do it, but even Ms. Noble said that it was an appropriate way to go. So it's built in, it's above and beyond all the calculations that you've already seen. And what we did was we looked at the 2-year, 2-inch runoff, knowing that some lots couldn't do it. And the lots that could do it, we oversized it. And that would be 5 chambers on those particular lots. Ultimately, it'll depend on the size of the house itself that's actually sized on it. One other thing is, well, the one neighbor spoke about fire truck access. So, and I forgot that going through my pile here. It comes up. So we are, I would assume your town road regulations have been vetted with your fire department. And when they bought the truck, they did that. We meet the standard in terms of, we're actually 2 feet wider on the road width than what's required, or not required, but the minimum is 22, we're 24 foot. And the cul-de-sac that we have is in fact above the standard. And what we did was we did run a fire truck on the tightest cul-de-sac. And we can give this to the record, but we meet all the road standards. So there's an implication that if you meet the road standards, the fire truck should work. But just to prove it, we took that little tiny cul-de-sac, and we can put this on the record. We ran a fire truck around it, and we have your Farmington fire truck, and it easily makes it around the cul-de-sac. So sorry about that. It was bottom of my pile. So going back to some of the other comments. So next slide, Shannon. So going back to, and there was some discussion this evening about the Bristol subdivision, but it's actually in Farmington. It's not in Bristol, but it's referred to Bristol because it comes off Plank Hill. You're right. This lot is zoned R40. As a matter of right, we can come forward with this to this commission with a R40 subdivision. Your R40 subdivisions or regulations are fairly simple. They say as for 40,000 square foot and I think 150 foot frontage. And we could have went that. And the conventional subdivision that we have provided to you shows that. Those are all 40,000 square foot lots. They all have what's required, and that meets it. But as we sat down as a design team and the carriers came forth and even taking some context of what was done on Cope Farms, we believe that you have regulations that say, we're going to give you an alternate approach on this, and you can go with a cluster subdivision. And the cluster subdivision does 2 things. One, it asks you to do a calculation, determine how many lots you can yield. Pure calculation, it discounts wetlands, discount roads, discounts that. And by that calculation, we're permitted about 40 to 44 lots. But your regulation goes beyond that. And it says, regardless of the calculation, we need you to show us a conventional subdivision that actually works. And you have to show that there are 40,000 square foot lots and they're on cul-de-sacs and they're available. And that's part of your package. So regardless of the 40, we showed that 25 lots can be built on this land. But what that does is it results in larger lawn areas. more roads, and it actually eats up into more real estate, right? And that's less open space we can give you. Your regulations go on and say, this is what we want you to think about when you're looking at a cluster subdivision. We want to protect wetlands. We want to permanently protect open space. We want to stay away from land. We want to protect land that's containing areas of special concern, natural diversity database, critical habitats. And then we want to look at we want to protect land that is on FEMA floodplain. Those are all, we're checking all those boxes. And even if you simply read that regulation, you can see why going to the cluster subdivision made a lot of sense. Next slide. So first of all, open space. You know, this on the left-hand side is your town GIS. We're basically in the middle of the donut of areas that have already been protected as open space. Makes total logical sense to link those open spaces up. And by going with the cluster subdivision, by going with lots that are closer to 15,000 square feet instead of 40,000 square feet, we can give all that additional land to open space. And we can look at that map, and by not developing that upland area by Bristol or off Plank Hill, we're able to keep the open space into a much bigger chunk. If you can see, if we had come out with there, so it's really about meeting your goals, not about the fact that, you know, yes, we could have come before this commission and had our buses and our cars going through Bristol and got sewer connection. But from an open space standpoint, that's a big chunk of land that we thought your regulation was clearly leading us towards the cluster subdivision to protect more open space. So as I said, we're giving up, I believe, 71 acres of dedicated unfractured open space. Many other subdivisions you'll see, and even Coke Farms gave a lot of open space. But if you look at the open space map, it's very fractured. It's in between subdivisions and everything. Ours is basically intact. It's all in one piece. Next slide. And then obviously, one of your other goals was protecting wetlands. So while we are closer in the wetlands and what your Wetlands Commission determined, while we are closer into wetlands in some areas, closest 25 feet, and the Wetlands Commission has approved other projects. I've seen projects in Farmington where they've approved activities within 0 feet of a wetland. But we determined once again, by making the lots smaller and clustering them, the overall open space protecting the overall Scott Swamp was a net positive. And that's why ultimately we feel strongly that the cluster subdivision and the design we've come forward meets that goal of preserving wetlands and the adjacent areas. Next slide. Maintaining floodplain, as I said, we are not a single lot contains any floodplain area. And only that small portion of the detention basin is in the floodplain, but actually, once we did the topo, it was determined it was actually not in the floodplain, but from a regulatory standpoint, it is. And I think, next slide, Shannon. And I think, once again, we're going to go back to the DEP letter, which I think is so strong. Your own regulation speaks to Natural Diversity Database. This is a letter from Natural Diversity Database. And they go on to say, we concur with your plans to set apart 42 acres that I think they didn't understand there was additional land. But they go on to say, your placement of the development confining to 13.5 acres of the 45 acres and including specialized stormwater management will also help minimize the impacts to the most sensitive habitats. Additionally, we concur with your proposed species protection measures during the construction to minimize accidental collisions with the wildlife. So that's a pretty strong letter in terms of telling us as designers that going towards the cluster subdivision. We also, we have letters from CROG and NVCOG saying no conflict with your POCD. We have clean letters from National Diversity Database, and actually part of our stormwater general permit, we had an archaeological review of the project, and that came out clean too. We didn't have to do anything there. And as I said before, we actually already have our erosion control, our stormwater general permit. So we've actually already gone through that process. Last slide. So we come back to the benefits of the cluster subdivision. And as I said, we could come before this commission with a as of right subdivision. It's zoned R40. We can come forward with an R40 subdivision, but we feel strongly that the cluster subdivision is the best use of the land for many reasons. But those reasons really result are preservation of 71 acres of open space that links open space. So it's just not this isolated 71 acres. It's really linking to the additional open space to the north. Or north and south. I don't have a total calculation on what this northern open space is, but it's significant and it's a very large portion of Scott Swamp Brook. It goes on to, it allows us to protect natural resources, critical habitats and wetlands. I think it's a very good balance between lot size and natural resources. And I think the Wetlands Commission felt the same way. And also we believed it was consistent with the neighborhood across the street with their cluster subdivision. The lots that do front Maria Road, for some reason it was designed over there, those are R40 lots, but everything within the some tall timbers and Cope Farms was the cluster subdivision. So time has told us that this commission, back in the 80s had determined the cluster subdivision was the way to go. And we think not only have we picked up from that, but I think we've made some real improvements in terms of staying away from the wetlands, staying away from the floodplain, and minimizing those impacts. Thank you. Chris.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. So I would presume there might be some follow-up questions from the commission. I don't know if anyone else, any neighbors or want to speak. It's totally in your discretion. I think if we move beyond tonight, you'll need a consent to extend, I believe.
Yeah.
And we would be prepared to do that, but I don't know if that bit of information is helpful or not.
Commissioners, do we have questions? Do we want to run through? Everyone, you want to?
If the applicant is open to continuing, there's clearly a lot of information tonight. I would be open to that.
I concur.
I certainly have questions.
Yeah. So
I know there's another agenda item too.
I know, right? And it's what, 10:30, does the challenge. I should probably go this way first. Mike.
I think while it's fresh in our mind, we should push the question. So I'm in agreement, Mike.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready to ask your questions tonight?
Mr. Daly, was there any additional ground monitoring data from this past weekend?
Yes, we went back out again, and the results were consistent with, we've been giving the town updates as we get those, and we'll continue to give the next update. We did not find any real difference between last week and this week, but we'll continue as long as this process goes, we'll continue to monitor those.
Just point of clarification though, Mr. Gravoulis, that was not today. That wasn't from this weekend. So the last results were provided last week.
Okay.
Correct.
Correct.
So we'll get out again this week.
Okay. And we'll be provided with that.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for the DEP letter regarding the wildlife. That was one of my questions. Do we have a copy of this presentation with?
Yes, there is a copy of the presentation and I will post it to the website now that we've had it's been used in hearing.
Just one more question for tonight. I know the POCD has been referenced. And like Mr. Daly, I found on 137, the bullet point 2 regarding this property. Is that the only place in our POCD where this property is referenced?
I honestly am not,
Okay.
I'm not sure off the cuff. So I'd have to pull through it. I think it's,
I think it might be. I just didn't want to miss something.
All set. Okay, thank you. How about you, Matt?
I'll hold my questions till review the material.
Okay.
Thank you.
Scott?
I just have one. I think it's for Shannon. Do we keep track of rainfall totals in Farmington, Shannon? I've heard different numbers thrown out today.
unofficially we do.
Okay.
So we have a
Yep.
rain gauge here at Town Hall and there's another one near Westwoods Golf Course that we keep track of ourselves since we have to monitor for erosion control means and whatnot. So we did this weekend, it was 4 inches of rain with the storm between Saturday night into Sunday.
Thank you. I think that's it for me tonight.
How about you, Liz?
Right now, I think I'm gonna.
James?
I don't have anything this evening.
Matthew?
I think there's been 6 new correspondence today and 5 the day before, something like that, Shannon. So I think reviewing that and getting back with questions is a good idea.
And Mike.
So I want to share some of my frustration in the sense that this is not the Inland Wetlands Commission. And I feel like it's somehow been turned into that. And you know, that's where I wanted to start with. So I am up to date with what correspondence we had received prior. So I did have a question for Mr. Daly with regard to his background. And, you know, we heard a lot from you and then from Mr. Trinkus. So can you talk a little bit about the quantity of these projects you do? And obviously you run across Mr. Trinkus at times, but I assume you guys have different sized firms, different focuses and kind of things like that background wise.
You know, in terms of our firm, we're a firm of 2,500 people. In the US, it's 500 people. Just in Cheshire, we're about 110 people. I'm an individual here, but I represent a very deep bench in terms of expertise. So you had the pleasure of Emily was on for the traffic on there. We have probably a dozen traffic engineers. I had the civil group, but also on this, I probably have a team of 4 civils that were working with me on this. And I have a dedicated hydraulic engineer that works with me on it. We're both professional engineers, absolutely. I don't want to speak for what Mr. Trinkus is, but I would have to say from my experience with this commission, it's broad. And frankly, I think over the last 5 years, I think I've been involved in every multifamily project, I think pretty much every multifamily project, some numbers like 1,200 people, 1,200 units. I think I designed each one of those. So, and also we have, to be honest, I'm designing your high school.
Sure.
So.
And so I'm a professional engineer, not like you, but a little different. And I certainly understand how I approach projects like this. And so you're not going to put your stamp at risk for one project. So my question to you is, do you have full confidence based on your calculations to stamp your portion of the project that you've currently worked on?
Not only that, I've already stamped it. And these were all the same standards that I've done for every one application, all the same drainage calculations we even did for your high school. So we stand by it 100%, signed and sealed.
Okay, understood. I appreciate it, Mr. Daly. Shannon, the next question would be for you with regard to kind of where we started the conversation. Open items that are of concern to the town seem like they've been greatly reduced based on correspondence here over the last several months.
Correct.
And remaining open items, in your opinion, again, maybe not going through today's correspondence, but it seems like there's nothing new with regard to what you're focused on in the project, wouldn't make it so we could not potentially vote to approve the project conditionally based on what's remaining open in your eyes.
Correct. So
You're not owed further information is what my question is.
No, town staff is not awaiting additional information with respect to stormwater. Mr. Seer, thankfully, as I was processing documents, Mr. Seer was reviewing documents today. So he reviewed the slide presentation and verified numbers and reviewed and verified calculations presented by SLR from their April 10th and 19th memos.
Okay.
So, yes. And then his summary, his review, he took the time to review it with me. So yes, we are confident that the technical elements have been addressed. There are clerical things that need to be addressed and would be addressed as part of final plans.
Okay. And then my final statement is just based on this process in general. We took this job to make difficult decisions. This is obviously a difficult decision. None of us on here are going to take the role of stamping a job, understanding fully everything that should have gone through inland wetlands. And really, sometimes we have to make decisions that aren't easy and aren't going to make us happy. And I took the job to go by the letter of the law of what Farmington lays out. And that's how I'm prepared to vote tonight.
Fair. Excellent. Great comments, great questions. Thank you. I did not know you were an engineer. All right. I'm not an engineer. You all know everything about me. I was ready to vote this evening, but The thing I'm struggling with personally is Mr. Trinkus, who has quite a resume. Tom, you also have quite a resume, but it's not a concern, but definitely a little bit of a confusion of who's right. We are dealing with very special piece of land. We're dealing with a lot of acres of special land. I love the idea of a cluster, so we're disturbing less of it. But is it possible, Shannon, and maybe this already happened, to help us, like, who's right? Can the town weigh in on some of the questions Mr. Trinkus had? Are the responses accurate? Like, I don't know.
Is there something specific that you're looking for, or you want an
So there is a document that Mr. Trinkus submitted, and it was online.
Well,
the
I haven't-
responses.
I mean,
are those
the one that came in today, I haven't even read.
And then right, but that is where I'm at, is some kind of validation of, because I don't have that experience. And
So I think, would it be fair to word the question, in your professional opinion, is the design that SLR has put forward in accordance with the town standards, is how I would phrase it.
yeah, true, but there are definitely, the catch basin, there are definitely things and that are highlighted by Mr. Trinkus for, based on his experience and responses. Right. It's not a witch hunt. It's just a matter of understanding.
No, I understand. And so that's,
Yes,
handle this.
It's a very.
Etha, you gotta come up. Sorry, you gotta come up and you gotta introduce yourself and you gotta, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, where do you live? No, just kidding, Yes, Juan Monteith.
Bruce here with the Town of Farmington Planning Office. It's a little difficult. I mean, if you're looking for specific questions, I think we can definitely go through them with you if you have anything like that. In terms of general, yes, I mean, we have reviewed all of the calculations and at this point, we're satisfied.
Right, so there's a letter dated March 27th.
What date was that?
March 27th. And that's a response, I think, from Tom and company. Are the answers, like, I don't know, accurate? And then obviously whatever Mr. Trinkus brought up today.
Yeah, I have not looked at that.
Right,
yet, so
right.
I'd have to go
Alright.
through that as well. So.
You're referring, Madam Chair, to the SLR. So the SLR response date, March 27th.
Yep.
SLR is in receipt of letter with comments from Trinkus Engineering dated March 6th. We offer the following response to comments contained therein.
Yep.
You want me to go through this point by point, Madam Chair?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's appropriate tonight, but yes, did the town look at this or just?
Of course we did.
Yes.
Okay, and the responses are
So
accurate?
yes. So some of the questions that so this is dated March 27th.
Yep.
Some of the questions that town staff remained and that we didn't feel were answered to the detail required are then addressed in the April 10th and April 19th responses.
Okay.
So there's some of these, and some of these are directly addressed by Mr. Daly just this evening with respect to executive summary and talking about post-development runoff volumes will not increase flood risk for potential properties to the north, et cetera. So it goes through. So this is
So we have.
we got 12 pages here.
Yeah.
So this is the one that I have that has all my notes on it.
Great.
Wait,
Okay.
so, yes, so are these resolved to the satisfaction of Mr.
Yes.
Seer and myself? Yes.
And, okay.
And Mr. Arnold so again, everybody has somebody they report to. We
Sure.
report to our Director of Public Works and Chief Engineer for the town of Farmington. He has sat in a number of meetings with us to review these because we had concerns as well. We don't take this lightly.
Mhm.
And so we have reviewed these, and again, there were still outstanding concerns based on March 27th, which have resulted in the subsequent responses. And with respect to the chart that's up on the screen.
Yep.
Mr. Seer went through this in detail today and sat and we looked at it and verified everything. I will say with exception of the total suspended solid calculation, but you could get 10 engineers in here with respect to total suspended solid and calculations, and you're going to get 10 different answers.
Got it.
It's just the way it is, and the testing, and if there's University of New Hampshire testing, there's methodologies from each of the independent stormwater treatment, the swirl chamber units, everybody has their own methodology. There's DOT allotments, there's EPA allotments, there's DEP allotments. He spent 3 days searching online last week, getting different answers, because I was dug in doing other stuff and I tasked him with looking for 3 days. And we've got all sorts of different, we can show you calculations that get you 90% removal rate, and I can show you calculations that get you 60% removal rate. So you're not going to get, so that's I will say the one exception to verifying everything on this chart.
There's so many different technical association doing so many different studies that the numbers were all over the place. So you can pick and choose who you want and make it look the way you want it
Sure,
to look.
back into it. Absolutely. All right. So
And as we said, the Connecticut, right now, the Connecticut Stormwater Manual does not require it. It just says they have the option. So.
Okay. Now, do I believe it's reasonable? Is it closer to 90%? Probably not. Is it 60%, 70% TSS removal?
Yep.
Probably reasonably every day, day in and day out, assuming that these are maintained as they're intended to, and they're shown on our long-term stormwater maintenance plan that we require. And because this is an HOA, then they will be obligated to issue a report to the Planning and Engineering Office every year by January 31st for the preceding year, because we need to have that documentation for our MS4.
So there, some of the response, so you said after March 27th, excuse me, I'm tired. There is information online for the April responses?
Correct. April 10th
Yes, I
and then I believe it's April 10th and 19th.
Okay, thank you. And then what Tom talked about, you're gonna upload it.
Yes, so this will be uploaded, and I'm not sure if I uploaded the prior presentations. If not, I'll ensure that those are uploaded as well. And if there's specific questions with respect to the response, we're happy to address those.
You got it. Thank you. So that's where I'm at. Thank you. Did not mean to stir the pot.
Can I just?
Sure, go ahead.
I will say I appreciate and completely agree with some of your confusion, general. I don't know, there's a lot of figures out there. There's a lot of stuff. And as I am also not an engineer, so it's a lot for my brain to kind of wrap around. So I hate to be I don't want to be seen as dragging my feet, but there's a lot of stuff to deal with.
Thank you. So we need to make a decision whether we close the public hearing or leave it open, correct? That's what's in front of us. Shannon?
Correct. If you're if you're going to close, I believe the applicant has closing remarks.
I
So,
understand. Yep.
so those have not been entered in yet. So, so there would be closing remarks, but you can close it, you can continue it.
Okay. If we close it, can we ask more questions or no?
No.
Okay.
No, so you can, no new information can be entered into the record if the hearing is closed. If there's a clarification that's needed on data that's already on the record, staff can help with clarification for data that's already on the record.
Thank you.
But there will be no new documents that will be accepted from anyone.
As we've always said, I mean, staff is here. Anybody has any questions with any of the reports, just please
Right.
call us, email us. We'll walk you through it.
Thank you. I think it's just amount of information, and then we're getting things like right before the meeting. It's
Understood.
It's just,
Understood.
yeah, we don't have enough time. It's not fair. We want to make sure we can all sleep at night with our vote. I personally would like to continue. Keep the public
Yeah, I
hearing
mean,
open.
keep the-
Yeah.
Clearly, people have
Yeah.
questions that they're gonna need answers to. So,
Alright. We're good? Majority is okay?
Yeah.
Continue.
So I do have a
Yes.
concern that we're gonna continue to get letters and documents every day that question the validity of the SLR documents. But town has gone on staff on record and said, you know, it meets or exceeds all standards. So perhaps we should close at this time?
We won't be able to, well, we can ask clarifications, right? But no new information can be submitted. I know what you're saying. and-
I also have a little bit of a concern about, I mean, we've heard from multiple people multiple times too during the open public hearing.
That's true.
Where we've spent a lot of time on this. And we've got a lot of information, of course, and we want to get it right and we want to make a decision, like Mike said. But I don't know if there's any limit to having people that have already spoken and said the same thing multiple times. If we can stop that from happening the next time we have this open.
We can, and I can check with the town attorney on the best approach to that. But if we are gonna have a public comment, then I believe we could set a time limit for
Per
each,
person.
per person. I don't know, if there's a good way to prohibit anyone from the public of submitting something the day of the meeting. But I can discuss with the town attorney the best and most appropriate way to handle
Anything we
that.
can do to shorten the time to get to a decision on this.
I
think is
understand.
the best thing we need to do.
Mhm.
Mr. Hoheb, how do you feel, or does your client feel about it?
Well, you've had 3 exhaustive, very long hearings, giving everyone an opportunity to be heard.
Mhm.
I share the concerns of a number of your members where this is going to be a never-ending cycle of more letters, more follow-up, more derisive comments. I think, I mean, this is my position. You've had all the information. It's voluminous, but you've had it. You have it now in your possession. Our recommendation would be close the hearing. I mean, you could vote tonight. Some members seem to say like they could, but that's asking a lot late at night after a lot of testimony. But perhaps you could close, direct any inquiries through staff, get those responses and vote when you feel is necessary. I mean, I still have closing remarks and that will take a few minutes. And, you know, I kind of think we provided everything we can. We've been more scrutinized in this application than any application I've ever presented. And it's gone round and round. And now it's just eroding where it's kind of not nice at times. And I don't think you're benefiting from some of this dialogue. So, I mean, yes, eventually you're going to have to make a decision on the science and the technology. It's bolstered by the town's opinion. You have an Inland Wetlands Commission. You have 3 CROGs. You have DEEP. I mean, this is all in my closing remarks, but so I'm just going to wrap it up saying we would advocate close the hearing and take time to make the decision. And I'm going to step down now and let you make that decision.
Okay, but to be clear, Attorney Hoheb, if you want to make your closing remarks, it has to be done prior to.
Oh,
the hearing
yes,
closes.
no, I'm ready.
So that's the closing remarks have to be made prior to closing the hearing.
Okay.
Is it possible, may I just read a paragraph?
No, no, we're not, no, thank you. This is, Mr. Hoheb has the stand in the commission. This is not public comment period time. The commission's deliberating on what their next steps are.
Thank you.
Can I'll just, can I?
Go ahead. It's our time. Go ahead.
I mean, I think I agree. I agree with Commissioner Bandel. We received a lot of information. We've had a lot of opportunity for public comment. So I think we have all the information we need. And so I think we can kind of close down the sort of new information part of this process.
But with the understanding that no new
Correct.
questions, right?
We can clarify questions on the information we've received. Correct. Yeah. So if we have a question on this letter that was sent today,
Right, okay.
we can
So
ask.
we'll be
but-
on everything received through today?
Anything that has been entered into the record, yes.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. I do want to, so it sounds like we have a majority, right, that, for that portion. Mr. Hoheb, I think, and it's just, it is what it is. I'm gonna just say it, just to say it, but, the presentation, from the engineer was great today. I wish we had that maybe at the first meeting. Data is there, right? So I think that's what's happening for me. Why I am saying what I'm saying is, I just wish we had that detail right up from the beginning, but it's just my opinion, right? So it sounds like we're fine closing the meeting, but not doing the vote tonight. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's
So,
my feeling.
okay? Yes?
That's fine. Yep.
That's my.
All right, so we have a
Yes.
majority, so before, go ahead with the closing comments and the vote after, Shannon? Or do we do
The
the,
vote to close it.
we're going to continue the vote, but close the public hearing.
So correct, we would have closing comments and
First.
then the commission may
Perfect.
vote to close the hearing.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you.
Correct.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. First of all, we have to acknowledge the tireless efforts of staff and this commission. You've been very diligent, everyone collectively. You've listened through 3 lengthy hearings, giving the neighbors a full opportunity to be heard and considered. Town staff, including the engineering department, has spent countless hours reviewing our scientific calculations. These calculations are based on nationally recognized standards. In many cases, the engineering department has made beneficial comments and further inquiries into our calculations, thus verifying the validity and legitimacy of our plans. You now have a confirmation from the town planner that the engineering is 90% accomplished and the remaining 10% is normal, insignificant, and oftentimes clerical, and will be resolved as conditions of approval. Let's consider the compelling arguments that support an affirmative vote. First, the Wetlands Commission approved this application by a large majority. As part of the inland wetland application process, the applicant submitted expert testimony, exhibits, and evidence to the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Commission, seeking permission to engage in a permit-regulated activity within the 150-foot upland review area. The applicant at that time furnished numerous reports in support of the wetlands application, including the proposed cluster subdivision plans, test pit logs, proposed floodplain compensation calculations, wetland assessment and impact analysis, a vernal pool study, drainage report, and the Natural Diversity Database letter from DEEP. The commission walked the site with staff, and after full testimony, the Wetlands Commission approved the application 5-1. The Inland Wetlands Commission included 23 conditions, which the applicant accepted. Some of the conditions include periodic reviews throughout the construction process, as well as post-construction review and analysis. The amount of detail and specificity of the conditions underscores the Wetlands Commission's effort to mitigate any possible negative effects of this proposal. Although the neighbors have tried very hard to discredit the Inland Wetlands Commission, they've failed to provide any science, facts, or hard data whatsoever that the Inland Wetlands Commission did not review this appropriately. Our Inland Wetland Commission enjoys an impeccable reputation, and efforts to sully the decision or its members should be wholly disregarded. Your Inland Wetlands Commission has a wealth of knowledge and experience. As TPZ members tonight, you're not here to review that prior approval. Rather, it is a decision you should rely upon and feel comfortable that the wetlands issues have been favorably adjudicated in favor of this applicant. A neighbor filed an appeal, but she never prosecuted the claim, and a non-suit has been entered by the Superior Court. Our position is that this appeal was frivolous and intended only as a weapon to delay these proceedings. It is also in this record that the application is approved by 3 separate regional authorities: the Capital Region Council of Governments, the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments, and the Northwest Hills Council of Governments. Although one opponent has attempted to cast doubt on the regional authorities, this process too was above board and has significant value that you as a commission can rely upon. One of the more compelling exhibits entered in the record is the letter from DEEP dated April 22nd, 2022. This correspondence remained unchallenged through the entire hearing, and it essentially concurs that our proposal with so much open space will benefit the various species. There are no opposition claims suggesting that the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection acted with bias, conflict, or collusion. You also have before you a correspondence dated March 6, 2023 from DEEP stating that, quote, "The project is compliant with the requirements of the general permit and the discharge associated with this project is authorized," end quote. You've heard about the Carrier Group's highest building standards. Johnny Carrier is an expert relating to building codes and standards, as he currently serves as the chair of the state's Codes and Standards Committee. More particularly, he has extensive experience near environmentally significant land in this town and in other towns. He has an established track record of compliance. In this application, Mr. Daly and SLR have laid out plans for and with Mr. Carrier that have taken every measure to minimize any potential environmental impact. Again, your staff has reviewed these plans on multiple occasions, and they're satisfied the science will work. Recently, Mr. Daly submitted an updated correspondence with conceptual plans for underground chambers to promote infiltration and reduce runoff. He's also submitted a full response to Mr. Trinkus, which you've heard this evening. You also have a copy of Mr. Daly's correspondence to Mr. Sear with the latest groundwater monitoring results from April 6, 2023. You have a letter from Contact Engineered Solutions from April describing the up-to-date technology of this device referred to as the Cascade Separator. You now have a copy of the George Logan correspondence dated April 20th, 2023, which affirms his May 16th, 2022 report and debunks any hearsay assertions regarding or relating to Dr. Clemens. Dr. Clemens has not filed any reports in this matter that I'm aware of. Mr. Logan's report also soberly disputes a Tall Timber neighbor's unfounded claims of impropriety. The opposing neighbors at times have made vague suggestions that some of our best management proposals are deficient. For example, several neighbors and Mr. Trinkus have suggested that the boundary markers will be ineffective in defining the wetlands or the conservation boundaries. That certainly may have been an issue in their neighborhood, but in our proposal, the likelihood of encroachment is significantly diminished. These marker posts will clearly delineate these areas so that unit owners and town officials will know exactly the boundary and wetland locations. The markers will be extremely heavy-duty construction and could probably only be removed with a chainsaw and a very large vehicle or a truck. If any resident did attempt to remove these markers, I submit it would be a criminal act of vandalism or criminal mischief. I seriously doubt anyone will ever remove or infringe upon these very clear markers. We have also proposed association documents which will educate owners regarding wetlands and environmental standards. We would be pleased to confer with town staff to review those documents. As you probably know, the resale package of association documents are required to be given to every homeowner under Connecticut real estate law. So every subsequent owner will receive these documents outlining sound environmental practices. Although somehow mocked by the opponents, this is a far better educational tool than any of the other surrounding neighborhoods has received or approved. You have the expert testimony of Emily Foster, a qualified traffic expert from SLR. It is the only evidence which is supported by an analytical survey. It is important to remember we're only proposing 25 units. And despite unsubstantiated anecdotal evidence of the neighbors, our presentation was largely unchallenged. I imagine traffic is an issue that this commission hears about every week. It's every week I'm here at least. And our expert indicates that there's not a significant impact on traffic. I consider the sidewalk and traffic mitigation concerns raised by a resident to be part of the overall traffic discussion. His inquiries on behalf of the neighbors were constructively proposed and well-intended. Specifically, he asked about the possibility of sidewalks on Maria Road and traffic calming. I've spoken to town staff several times about the likelihood and reasonableness of sidewalks on Maria Road. In no uncertain terms, staff has told me twice that this suggestion is absolutely impractical. Sidewalks in this area would require considerable filling of wetlands, which would be antithetical to the neighbors' concerns about the environment. As to traffic calming, the only remedy that I can suggest is speed bumps, but we've heard from several neighbors, or at least one neighbor, that they don't want this. I should note that we have never heard a proposal from the neighbors identifying a traffic calming strategy. If there is one, we'd like to know about it. The applicant supports traffic calming. We want our residents to be safe as well. I maintain that the remedy is enforcement like every other neighborhood in town. That same resident also raised another important inquiry in regards to the maintenance plan relating to the drainage basins. Relating to drainage, including basins. The maintenance of those items is laid out in the plans. They're actually in the plans. The town agenda review, they're there, and it'll appear on the declaration and plans recorded at town hall. Association maintenance of common elements is normal and well established. We see it everywhere. For the sake of brevity, I'll combine two very important, uncontroverted notions that clearly speak in favor of this application. That is your own plan of development, which calls for residential in this area, and the special permit criterion articulated in Article 4, Section 12 of your regulations, which support this application. I just want to note, our application is also supported by Section 19 of the cluster subdivision. You heard Mr. Daly review that with you, and I have that as well, but I'm going to skip it because you've just heard that. We comply with that requirement. I think the key, by the way, of this part of our ordinances and our regulations is flexibility. It gives you as the commission the flexibility to provide open space in sensitive areas. It rings the bell. That's what this application is all about. There was voluminous opposition testimony, which I want to address briefly. The neighbors felt free to share their beliefs that the Inland Wetland Commission decision was unfair and that there had been undue influence from the applicant, that there have been conflicts of interest. None of this has been substantiated, nor is there any evidence supporting these claims, and I recommend you wholly ignore these inflammatory and rather outrageous allegations. As to Mr. Trinkus's testimony, well, he's a paid expert. His sole purpose through these hearings is to cast doubt on the findings of our presentation. I've listened carefully to the last hearing, and I find Mr. Trinkus's testimony rather scattered, with many unclear notions, but few, if any, are based on review of our data. Personally, I find Mr. Trinkus's testimony unreliable, other than his attempts to instill fears in this commission. It was really a shotgun blast of boogeyman science, is really how I feel about it. If you review his report, there's not a single calculation supporting his hypotheses. Much of his testimony was strictly anecdotal in nature and not based on any facts or data that legitimately disputes the conclusions of Mr. Daly, the various regional authorities, our own staff, and the Inland Wetlands Commission. Mr. Trinkus did not collect any data. He did not walk the site with the Wetlands Commission. He did not challenge any of our experts' calculations. For brevity, I'm just going to skip some of what I'd written. I think we've kind of covered it, but I do want to close with these thoughts. A very vocal Cope Farms resident has spoken extensively against this application. And on the Save the Maria Road Facebook page, I observed a post from this resident exhorting opponents to appear at one of the hearings and demonstrate, quote, a show of force, end quote. This post was subsequently removed. We do not agree with this opponent's premise that zoning hearings should be a show of force. We subscribe to the theory that hearings should reflect a meaningful dialogue presenting facts, calculations, science, and reason. We believe the commission, after hearing all the testimony, will consider land use regulations and make a reasoned decision. We ask that you disregard the histrionics of the opposition in this application. In conclusion, we ask that this commission consider all the reports from our experts, from the three various CROGs, I'm going to just call them CROGs, the town of Farmington staff, your Inland Wetlands Commission, and that you approve this application as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, before I close the public hearing, you're satisfied with what we have? Yep, all right. At this point, I would like to close the public hearing from Carrier Group Incorporated, which is an application for 25 lot cluster subdivision on lots 8517 and 8518 Morea Road. Okay, and Shannon, because it's late, do we need to motion and a second to continue? The vote, or how does that work?
No, so you've closed the hearing, so no, there's no, the vote, you can just be moved to the next meeting. It's fine.
Okay, so, okay, we're good.
Right.
Okay,
Right, Sandy.
It'll show up as old business.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
I have another hearing.
Oh, that's right.
Has there been too much HOEB this evening? My kids just say, Dad, that's enough.
Really, you should just step out and come out right back.
Okay,
in.
I will, like a big entrance or to some music.
Oh, gee.
I don't know if you want, I mean, it's late. It's 10 after 11.
These folks have said here, right? And,
I should step down. You need to.
no, thank you. Yeah.
You should get the public comment.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Spread out.
Oh, no. All right. Thank you, everyone. 11:13, all right. We may hit our record. We have one final public hearing in front of us today. It's an item that's continued from April 10th. It's an application from Town Farm Development LLC to modification of conditions of approved special permit for event use at 152 Town Farm Road, R40 FW zones. Okay. So, Shannon, is there a lot of correspondence coming in on this one or not as, like, I'm just trying to.
Did receive, I don't know if it was as much, sorry. We did receive correspondence on this. Rather than guessing.
Okay. I am wondering if we should run it the same way, public comment? First,
Hang on,
folks
I
have
gotta think,
been
I'm
sitting. here.
processing.
Sure, yeah, no, it's okay.
So the last public hearing was the 10th.
10th of April, yep.
So I've got roughly 16 or 17 items of public correspondence. I think I had a few video clips from a variety of those, so. You may want to hear from the applicant, Madam
Oh.
Chair, and then if we can decide, my guess is you may want to continue anyway, and then decide how you want to handle the public comment. But
All right, so
why don't
start
we-
with applicant first. And who? Chris.
I don't know. So.
Does that work for you? Yeah, starting with the applicant? Yes, okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
I think so. I'm sorry it's so late and again, we're bordering too much HOEB, but I think we should. So for the record, I'm Christian HOEB. With me is Dave Fault. Carlos Landau is still here. And so we're continuing this from the 410 meeting. Just to review, and this, I'll do this in a snapshot. There was an initial special permit application, which was approved by the Farmington Planning and Zoning Office in April of 2016. It was amended with a one-year extension in April 2017. There was a one-year extension and approved as a permanent extension February 2019. But what I really want to convey to you is the last hearing, we felt a little, I didn't do a good job presenting what you needed, maybe just like the last hearing. So we rolled up our sleeves and we've worked very hard to provide you with cogent information. You asked the perfect questions, like how many events, what events, what can you do for the big issues, which are the coffee and cars is a rub. There are neighbors here that, you know, are opposed it, and then sound. So I'm going to turn it right over to Mr. Fault. He's going to provide you with good information. It may lead to more questions. And so I'm going to bring him up right now, if you don't mind.
Sounds good. Thank you.
For the record, David Falth, representing Town Farm Development and the Farmington Polo Club. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for your time and service in these very late hours. We appreciate it. Continuing on from last meeting, we've heard from many residents, some in opposition, some in support. There were common issues raised, number of activities, the noise from the sound system speakers, and the noise and traffic from the Sunday activities. We are confident that we can work through the concerns of noise and traffic and the activities and find a workable solution. Bringing us to the current application now, which in its present form is the result of work with town staff and the Farmington Police Department to identify and address the concerns that have raised, these very concerns that keep coming again and again. And they seem to be restated in many different ways, but they're hitting the same items. Okay, moving into the number and types of events. Next slide, please, Shannon. We have provided a list of the proposed non-equestrian type events. That looks tiny. I just can read that. Okay, so we asked about what are these good events going to be? There seems to be some major concern from the town that, oh my God, they're going to do 25 dream rides. And it's certainly not what's going to happen. That happens one time a year. Okay, these non-equestrian events, starting with the town Easter egg hunt. Now that was put on this list. It was supposed to occur on the Polo Ground 152 property. Because of weather that day, it was actually moved in and we held it inside the building at the Farmington Club facility, and the Easter egg pickup was done outside, but it still was counted here. Okay. Next slide, please. The Easter Seals event. This is an event that happens inside the tent. It's a fundraising event. Here's a picture of what that event looks like. Okay. Calm event. They do have a band. There is music. It's dinner. It's not a raucous, loud rock and roll concert show, as many people are claiming that we're going to be doing over and over again. Next slide, please, Shannon. Another event we do is the Hartford Healthcare Helicopter Symposium. There's 3 helicopters, 2 LifeStars, 1 Black Hawk Medevac comes in. They come in, they land. The landings take place over maybe a 30-minute span. They land once, they stay in place for the full duration of the event, which goes on for hours. Next slide, Shannon. The event is an informational training session that happens with the professionals that handle the helicopters. Okay. The next event is the Birdies and Horsepower. Okay, this is a fundraising event tied in with our Hometown Foundation. Most of the things that happen on this site are all happen with our Hometown Foundations for very good causes. For those of you who were able to see the movie last week, you saw some of the things that happened at those events. This is what that event looks like. Next event after that we have listed as a slide is the Connecticut Children's Medical Center Ferrari Concorso. Next, the next one down. Okay, this is a fundraising event through CCMC. That's the large overview picture, and then one more slide down that'll show you the activity there. Okay, there's also drive-in movie night that showed in. Okay, if you can roll down, that's back to the event list. So those are the events that are that we have planned right now for the non-equestrian type of events like that. Okay, historically we've had other things. We've had the Hartford Symphony has been there. The Hartford Healthcare Black and Red Gala has been there. Gino for the Kids charity dinner and high school graduations. Okay. Then we have in the next bucket, we have the 12 Sunday activities. Okay. These are the cars and coffees. Okay. Medical Center Ferrari Concorso happens on a Sunday. So it's thrown in that bucket as part of the new amendment that we're looking to do. We're limiting those to the 12 occurrences, or not only Cars and Coffee, but Cars and Coffee and similar events. So things that happen on a Sunday, the Medical Center for Art and Corso, the Christmas in July poker run, Memorial Hungerless motorcycle ride, ride for remembrance, Bristol PD, and then the last Cars and Coffee. Those are subject to those permit conditions that we worked through with staff and with the Farmington Police Department. Okay. Some of those conditions are, that's part of the protocols, are the hiring of Farmington Police along Town Farm Road and on our premises, you know, before, during, and after that. Initial coverage as presented by the Farmington Police Department, they feel with 3 officers, they can maintain control at all sections of the road as well as the entrances. Okay. Communication through social media and direct communication with our car clubs prior to that, the expected driving etiquette, to be mindful and considerate of the neighborhood. Signage should be placed along Town Farm Road and on the polo grounds, reminding the attendees to be respectful of the surrounding community and to bar repeat violators, which we are able to identify, from future events. We've also investing as part of this application, electronic message boards. Can you roll down, Shannon? Okay, these message boards will be displaying the messages. They're also equipped with radar, so they can change a message, you know, should someone be speeding on the road. And again, these were all measures that are discussed and suggested and worked through with staff and the police department. The police presence on the road and at the exit points, along with the enforcement and the messaging, is directly intended to address the engine revving and speeding. Okay. Then if you can roll up 2 slides, Shannon, I have the polo and equestrian events. This is a schedule of polo and equestrian events, as well as the Dream Ride. So you'll see starting on Friday, May 5th, that's when our arena polo opens up. It's the Cinco de Mayo Arena Polo. The Saturdays all occur through polo matches, okay, concluding with 2 Sunday activities, which are agrarian and equestrian in nature. They're people in the barns working through the stables, holidays and horses. You saw some of that in the video from last week, and wreath decorating in the barn. Lastly, there's the Dream Ride, which is 1 2-day event. Okay. Now I'd like to just move into the sound system, talk a little bit about that. Would it be appropriate for at this time to just pass a sound meter that we have that you guys can just pass kind of down, just see what, like, to get a relevance of what the noise level is like? The purpose of doing this is to kind of just get some context around what we're talking about. The sound noise ordinance that we're looking to comply with is 51 decibels. Okay, you'll see what the reading of the meter is as you pass it around in this room as the voices go up and down. Okay. Thursday, April 13th, we had set up the sound system, and here's a picture of the setup of it for the Polo sound system on the grounds. These black lines that you see, those are the speaker systems. The system was witnessed for a portion of it with town staff on site, and essentially the results of it and the observations were made is while the music and announcements were being played, that they could maintain within the 48 to 51 decibel range. Okay, we also saw some things that happened when cars drove by. A standard passenger car drove by with 65 decibels. A standard pickup truck like a F-150 drove by with 70 decibels. A small landscape truck drove by with 75 decibels. Okay, we'll see this on the meters. We're in the process of acquiring quotations to get a permanently installed system that can take and log these on a continuous basis, these meters. That would give you the ability to, you know, see history over time, what's being done for sound. Those records could be provided to town staff, and we would accept that as a condition of this application's approval. Shannon, if you can jump out right now to file 2.
Yep.
During this testing period, we took a video and played the sound meter set on a fence, and you'll be able to hear the difference between the background noise of the announcements, as well as see what happens when the cars drive by. That's the polo announcement. Okay. And at the time this was done, the area around the speakers where they were set up was greater than 65 decibels, right next to the speakers where the tailgate people stand. That's as loud as it needs to be. Okay. If you go back to the presentation. With us tonight is Anthony Delia with Revelation Productions. They're a professional sound reinforcement company. They did the sampling, the testing. He's got a presentation, just run you through the test data of the sound that was done. He's got some slides. Anthony, can you come up? Sure.
Hello, folks. My name is Anthony Delia. I own Revelation Productions. We were asked by Dave to come in and do some analysis about the sound readings, and we did it at a much higher level than just this device. We actually set up a system that cost about $5,000. It's from a company that's actually based here in Connecticut, Rational Acoustics. They're one of the world leaders in sound analyzing, and I can share some of those results with you. So if we could go to the next slide. Just in the 2 week ago meeting, some people were talking about concert sound systems. So we just wanted to show an example of concert sound systems and just how large those are. These speakers weigh over 200 pounds. In this one example, I think there is close to 100 speakers at a concert sound system. So if we could scroll to the next one. The large Dream Ride event that everyone seems to be so supportive of. This is a small concert system. I think there's a total of about 36 speakers and they weigh about 40 pounds apiece. So it's a much, much smaller system. And if we could go to the next slide, the audio system that we're using for the polo matches, these speakers weigh 30 pounds apiece. It's a very small speaker. And they do have it designed very well. Our engineers have looked at it very closely. And the best case scenario is a multitude of smaller speakers covering those at lower volumes, covering those smaller regions. The polo grounds are about 100 yards away from the street. So when we did our testing, we could barely audibly hear what the announcer was saying at the street when we did this test. So if we could go to the next slide. So one of my audio engineers, Josh Hamilton, he closely reviewed all of your sound ordinances according to the town, and we did the testing according to all of those specifications. We can go past those. Yep, we can continue. And the calibration process, this is some of the equipment that we use from Rational Acoustics. So that is the microphones that we use and the calibrator. And it shows where the microphones plug into that system. And we can continue on just for the sake of time. This is a software that was used. This slide shows in detail the calibration. Calibration was at 100%, exactly where it needed to be. And we can continue. Locations of the microphones out at the street, and that is and that goes with the town specifications of where they need to be placed for the sound ordinances. And those are the 4 microphones that we placed. And we can continue from there. These are the microphones that were set up right at the edge of the street on the polo ground side. And the results. So if you look to the left, all of the peaks, just as you saw in that video, were the cars driving by. So multitude of different levels depending on what the vehicle was, but anywhere from 60 up to 75 decibels. And then all of the lowers below the line are actually the readings when it was just the announcer on the playback. And there was 4 different microphones, so it shows the same across all 4 across the entire length of the polo grounds. We can continue on from those. And then just very briefly, our conclusions were that the road noise, which is just the tire noise from the cars driving by, was significantly louder than the actual audio that was played back. The audio was a recording of a previous polo match. And so the announcements and the music that were played were all held at the same levels as a regular polo match would occur. And we have plans on continuing this testing as Dave specified. We're looking into installing a permanent sound system or monitoring system so that we can take those analysis going forward. And they're very interested in supporting the community and making sure that they stay within the sound ordinances. And happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you.
So with that, we want to say that as the first polo match gets set up, when we work through the season, they will be there. They will be commissioning the system. They will be monitoring it to make sure those levels, the same levels that we saw in this testing, are the levels that the system is operated at for the polo season. On site, we have Carlos Landrau, who's our head of security, and he takes care of the sound. He's always there. He's there to take comments and concerns from residents. Carlos, can you just come in, maybe talk a little bit about your involvement with the police department?
Good evening. So not morning yet. My name is Carlos Landrau. I am the Director of Security and Surveillance for Bozzuto's, but I also oversee some of the functions and events, Town Farm Development. So I'm there pretty much on every event. That's my little tool there. I do have a calibrator for it, but basically that's our cheap version of being able to monitor the sound. As soon as those instances of issues with sound came up, that's why I went and got the decibel meter to make sure that we're monitoring throughout. And when we set up the demo for the testing, kind of did the same premise. Was basically go out as we peak out the volume is testing where we're usually at. So with that being said, with the situation with sound, whenever there's a complaint, usually I'm there on premise. There's been coordinations with the town when they did receive any issues or complaints. So I was there to immediately to try to check the meter and then give them that information. So we're dealing with Farmington PD to make sure that we are doing everything proactively. For most of the events that deem whether there's additional traffic or people, we've hired Farmington PD. One of the things moving forward, what we talked about, instead of just obviously hiring them, but also giving them free rein to monitor and patrol the streets versus them parking on our premise. Obviously, we don't have any real issues on the property. The biggest concern is what happens on the road. So we're making sure that we are hiring them and they will go ahead and do whatever they need to do for enforcement on the road. And that way, if there's any questions or anything like that, obviously I'll still be there on property, but those are some of the things that we're trying to do proactively.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we recognize this through the support of Farmington and the surrounding communities that we have this success on the Farmington Polo Club. And we look to continue that and work with our neighbors and do what we can. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris. Yep.
Very quickly, just to move things along. So I think it's kind of important to recognize, and from our perspective, that we've been imperfect, okay? We've suffered some growing pains. We've had activities that we didn't expect the turnout that we did. We've caused inconveniences to many of these people here. And we feel badly about that. We want to be good neighbors. We want to comply. I just want to take a moment to talk about how we got here. So your town planner requested a meeting with us and said, listen, you got to improve. And based on last summer's cars and coffee, we know that some of the vehicles were very loud. It's obtrusive on a Sunday morning. One of the first things we did when we realized this was problematic to a number of the neighbors, including Attorney Schoenhorn, was relocate the exit and entrance for the cars going into the actual field. We thought that would be a relief instead of coming out really fast or being right in front of his property. Towards the end of the season, we also engaged Farmington PD. So we weren't schluffing our responsibilities. We're finding our way to determine what is the best way to balance the neighbors' interests and ours. So it still wasn't perfect. The town planner approaches and said, what are you going to do? What do you have? And honestly, we worked pretty hard with town staff and with the police department. So in terms of the cars and coffee, which is one of the areas of concern, I think we did a good job coming to a proposed resolution, and they include the event shall not start before 8:30 a.m. The setup prior to 8:30 a.m., there'll be no vehicles with backup alarms because those can be really have an impact. Event announcements, advertisements, social media shall include expected driving etiquette for attendees to address minimizing vehicle noise and speed along Town Farm Road. Another one is that Farmington Police Department be engaged to provide coverage and enforcement along Town Farm Road and on the premises. Attorney Vincent said you should start with 3 officers and we'll move them around so it doesn't get stale. And we advocate enforcement. We think once a pattern of conduct with enforcement is on that road, you'll see a dramatic improvement in traffic, not only as it relates to our events on Sunday morning, but maybe some of the traffic that's cutting through to Avon to do the Sunday morning baseball or softball or soccer or whatever they're doing down in the fields. We think it would be a benefit. There'll be signs located along Town Farm Road for the duration of the events, reminding attendees to be considerate of the residents and that traffic enforcement is in place. You also saw the upgraded signs, which will talk about enforcement, enhanced enforcement during the Cars and Coffee 4-hour events on Sunday mornings. If anyone's found not to be complying with the desired vehicle etiquette, they can be barred from the property or the premises. And that's already happened once. So I came away from the meeting with staff actually feeling that the protocol we all worked on was comprehensive. I can't tell you that there's any more thorough and specific traffic calming efforts in the town of Farmington. I believe in meeting with Mr. Fault and Mr. Pizzuto and Mr. Landro. They're committed to getting along with the neighbors, complying with the regulation. Part of this too was setting standards, like how will this be enforceable? And that's how we came to decibels in your sound ordinance. We think, and I think staff did as well, it's the most enforceable way to control traffic and noise. That's on the Sunday mornings. You've just heard now testimony about the sound and what we're doing. We did pretty quickly did a test. We see that we can come within the guidelines, and then we're going to provide a monitoring system that will be tamper-proof, of course. We can provide the information and feedback to staff at whatever interval they want. So it'll be kind of a better self-policing. And frankly, I don't think that we've intentionally breached the neighbor's sense of enjoyment in that property. It's not anything we want. We've heard from neighbors close by saying they advocate this. And you've heard plenty of people saying, we don't want this. We understand that. But we think growth is natural here, and we think we can keep the noise reined in, keep the events reined in. You're free as the commission to look at the amendment. We think it's the best resolution of a pretty challenging issue. So the one other note, I saw some videos today. I mean, I had a lot going on. I did see some videos. Attorney Schoenhorn, who I like and I respect, provided videos of cars coming. He was actually the end of his driveway for most of them, viewing these vehicles. And my impression was, one, I think they date, but you'll correct me, but I think they date from before the entrance and exit being moved. So it almost looks like they're right across. If I'm wrong, please tell me the truth. And also, I'm going to say this to you, and it may be odd to some of you, and it was a little odd to me, but when I thought it out, it makes sense. When these exotic cars come along and someone comes out with a camera, the car driver probably thinks they think I'm a really cool car. I'm going to rev the engine and I'm going to patch out and show them how fast I can go. It's not his fault. He's trying to document the offenses, but the driver doesn't know that. They're thinking it would be like going to Muscle Beach and somebody takes pictures of somebody flexing. Well, they're going to flex. And I think, and I don't think I'm making this up. I think this is a fact. That, or they think that this is somebody who's got bad intentions that are going to rev the engine. But he's got this footage. It looks really bad for us. I understand that. And you're going to hear testimony that sounds really bad for us. But I really believe going forward, we're committed to cooperating with the town. We're into strict enforcement. We don't want problems. We don't want to come back with numerous hearings. So that's it. I need to get off the stage now. But you wanted to hear some of the facts. You've seen the dates and some of them. You know, that you asked for it. That's what we want to have happen at this property. You have the freedom as a commission to make that decision. So
Thank you.
thank you.
There's like no easy way to like, yeah. Can we do a quick commission and then public, or you rather do it the other way? I know people.
Thought,
would say-
no, I know, but my thought is perhaps it's certainly it's your choice. My thought is perhaps since people have been patient, not only, I mean, obviously all of you have been patient, but there are people here that have been patient.
Yes.
To get to hear just this particular matter. Perhaps request that comments be kept brief and to the point and succinct so we can get through as many people as possible. And I don't know, I'm not a big fan of time limits, but after 2 to 3 minutes, we move on to the next person. And there's already hands raised online, not a lot, but there are a few.
Okay.
And that anyone that has extensive comments to get them in writing. Or, I mean, obviously now Maria Road is finished, so we won't have public comment at May 8th. There are new hearings coming up, but they are, I will say, 3 smaller applications. I looked ahead, so they're like apartments and expanded home. So there might be a little more time than to devote to this application at the May 8th meeting, but that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I absolutely, folks have been here. I hope you did not jinx the 8th meeting. Anyway,
Yeah.
that makes sense. We're gonna open this to the public now, and then we'll go last, I get,
Or jot your questions down and defer to the next meeting, whichever. I mean, that's, but yes.
that's fine.
So that's, but I,
Yeah, that's
again,
cool.
we'd request that anyone from the public.
yes, what
Try to be
Shannon just said,
succinct.
anyone, that's here, obviously we'll go to the people online. If you wish to speak regarding this opposition, this application and support our opposition, come on up. If, are we gonna time people really, or just try to stick to, obviously, the application and be mindful of the time. It is 11:44. Thank you for your patience. Sounds like we have, oh, go ahead. So state your name, please, and address.
Pierre Gerton, 12 Henley Commons here in Farmington. Henley Commons is in the Devonwood development. And as many of you in town are familiar, it was developed to take advantage of the rural nature of Farmington. And, you know, the expanded use of these facilities at the Polo Grounds has really impacted all of us in Devonwood and in that town farm area. The thing that I find most disturbing is that, and I realize it's not this version of town planning, but when this special permit was provided, You effectively granted privileges through a special permit for allowed uses that essentially go beyond what we can do under permitted uses for R40 properties that we own. Special permits are dangerous, particularly when they don't have specific restrictions. And these restrictions from the initial discussions with this organization have not been sufficiently specific. They've not specifically been focused on the nature of the events. We have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars on Town Farm Road. That town road was never designed for that. They are noisy, 100+ decibel vehicles, 30, 40, 50, 60. Give me any other place in Farmington that wants to hold one of these events at the end of their cul-de-sac at 8:30 in the morning. The underpinnings of the charitable events are to be lauded, but that does not change the fundamental issue that sits before you. Why is the nature of the special permit that's been provided to date appropriate, given the standards and the zoning regulations? They can have vehicles on that property we can't have on ours. They want trailers. You have special regulations for that. They want a helicopter. As far as I read Article 4, they need a special permit for those helicopters to land. They're not landing for any specific medical emergency. It's unfortunate. Am I as impacted as the folks on Town Farm? No, but I'm here. What they're dealing with, you have infringed their ability to use their property for their personal well-being through the summer months. Guess what time of the year we go outside to use our property? In the summer months. These noise calculations, they've all been made without the major culprits, which is the amplified music. Okay, I can hear it from Henley Commons, which is probably close to a half a mile away. Okay, if it is more than 30 or 40 decibels, which is supposedly a whisper at 5 feet, if it's more than that, it is more than 46 or 51 at the edge of the property. It goes only to be seen. So there's a number of sub-issues. They talk about generators for these trailers. If they need power, it should be supplied. We don't need any more noise. And I understand everybody's got positive things to say, but none of them are from the neighborhood, or very few. And this isn't about the horse events, although I don't understand why polo matches have to have play-by-play. I believe the applicant can do a lot more to minimize the noise to only as an as-needed basis. I think the event time should be more restricted. There's no need for people to come 2 hours before. There's no need for cars and trucks to start at 8:30 on a Sunday morning. Why can't it start at 10 and be over by 1? Maybe the neighbors are entitled to a clean weekend with nothing. Right now, they have a purview to use it from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for all intents and purposes. It's time to bring structure. I really think that this particular expansion should be declined, and there should be some specific focus on the events and modifications and concessions made by the applicant. And then we as a town and as a neighborhood should understand whether it's going to work before there's any further expansion. This is a commercial enterprise that has been allowed to develop and grow and creep. And it's beyond what the neighbors should have to deal with, in my opinion. And I've been to some of those events and I'm supportive. I'm sorry, I probably used more time. This is quite unfortunate that these folks, all of us who've been here this evening, are going to be restricted There's got to be a better way to manage this. If this wasn't going to be possible, we should have been given the heads up to go home a lot earlier. I appreciate the time and energies and your volunteerism on behalf of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hopefully I'll be able to keep it underneath 2 minutes. My name's Dave Dolly, 151 Town Farm Road. I'm not going to request that Pat Jarvis's video be shown. Well, maybe I should. Could you show Pat Jarvis's video? Is that possible? It's only going to take just this one incident. They can say they're going to put all the controls in the world on their events. They're going to kick people out. Real quickly, what's going to keep it, what's the difference between 350 events, unlimited 350 events, or 450? They're saying we can have unlimited anything under 400. No, I'm going to just take this second. Again, I can't get my head around this. Have you ever told your children, or maybe you were told when you were growing up, that too much of a good thing is bad for you or can be bad for you? Well, we're being good thing to death. We're just having all this good stuff slapped on us. And it's just, it's 300, 400, 200 cars going by at, they said, well, some of these are modified exhausts. Well, who cares if they're modified or if they're stock exhausts? They just idling, running out there at 90 decibels, and it's one after another, and you can hear them. You can hear them. I don't care how much control. I'm not going to specifically say the person that said this, but apparently they can control the cars in the polo field, but they can't control them on the streets. I've had police officers say, there's nothing we can do about the sound. I've actually asked the police officer, and he says, we can't control the sound. Please run that video. And this was,
For reference, this is from August 25th, 2019, a Dream Ride event.
okay, well, that's fine. If there had been, somebody with their child there, or maybe if that car had gone over too far to the left, it only takes one instance. They can't guarantee that 100% of the time it's going to go through and everything's going to be fine and dandy. And yeah, that was a few years ago, and it's come under some control, but it's like I said, we're being, and I concur with everything what this gentleman said. And every single complaint that you hear after me is going to revolve around what this guy said. So you can ditto it 100 times, but we're being gooded to death, if you want to put it bluntly. Far too, nobody's complaining about the polo field, the horse show, keep the volume down. Sure, that's great. But it's the under 400s. If you put a dot on if you took a calendar, I was going to do that. If you took a calendar and put a dot where each and every single event is on that calendar that they were holding, it would almost be solid black or whatever color you choose. It's totally insane. Like I said, it's not the individual truck going by at 70, 75, 80 decibels. It's 80, 100 cars going by at that. And it goes beyond that. It's like this gentleman said, the road wasn't built to handle that traffic. Sometimes it really gets insane out there. And, I don't know what the right solution is, but there's got to be something done here. And I would really say, cut the Sunday events out. At least give us one day where we can go back there and not hear, even when these cars are idling. When they're idling, we can hear them up in our house. And this Pat Jarvis, the lady that she was there 5 minutes before that happened. She's almost 90 years old, and I'm not speaking for her, but I've talked. She's been a good friend for 60 years. I've just had a conversation with her the last few days because she just found out about tonight. She was going to come. It's a good thing she bowed out because she wouldn't have made it. And, you know, they say that they respect the neighborhood, but they can respect the neighborhood in the number of events they have. It just.
Thank you. Thank you for being a
Thank you.
good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else that wishes to speak in regarding this application? Come on up. Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't see the whole.
Hi, I'm Susan Dolly. I'm at 151 Town Farm. And just watching that put chills up my back because right next door are like 6, 8, 10 kids out there watching all these things happen. Now, that's only one instance. We don't know all of the other ones that have happened. And when they're speeding, literally speeding up and down the road, and the noise is outrageous. How many have been to Stafford Springs? That's what we hear all day. If you've been to a raceway, that's what you're going to hear on our road. I'll invite all of you to come over on a Saturday, all of you to come over on a Sunday and hear what we hear. It's not fun. I don't even go over there anymore. It's not entertainment to us. All the things they do, granted, are wonderful, beautiful things, but they have to respect us. I painted signs, huge signs, put them out last year. Please respect the neighborhood. We were just pulled down. It's gone. So I just wish you would really take that in consideration. And if you don't want to come to our house and listen to the noise we listen to, go to Stafford Springs. That's all you have to do. And those are only like 3 trucks or whatever he said that they recorded. You heard, you just heard. This is what we hear all the time. Every single hour, every single minute, every single second of a Sunday or a Saturday. It's not fun. You can't entertain. You don't even want to go out and do your gardening because it's all noise. And like a lot of you work, I do too. And it's hard to come home and listen to that all day. Every weekend. Every single time there's a day, just about every time there's a day off during the week, they've had stuff over there. And they talk about how they did on the proms. Yeah, they did, but it was COVID. The kids couldn't go to their school and have their graduation in their class or in their gymnasiums or auditoriums because COVID. They were grateful enough and gracious enough to say, yeah, use our field. But that's basically why they were there. The truth of the matter is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that's in the room? Come on up. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Gerard. I live on Children's Street in Devonwood. And I just heard about this proposal this week. And let me tell you, I'm upset. I'm going to read an email that I sent to Shannon. I live in Devonwood, and I'm very concerned about the Polo Club proposal for the increased number of equestrian events, coffee car, 25 yearly non-equestrian events. That adds up to a lot. That means pretty much every weekend, for sure, during the summer, the spring, and the fall. To say nothing of what's going to happen the rest of the year. So I understand the desire of the Farmington Polo Club owners to increase their income, but this will negatively affect the area property values, thus our income. One of my neighbors had a painful house selling experience recently. A prospective buyer came to look at it during a loud event and said he would never buy in Devonwood because of the noise coming from the polo grounds. This was before this proposal for way more than 25 events a year. How many events total will there be? Obviously, far more than 25. What kinds of events would the 25 non-equestrian events be? How big? What would be the projected attendance? What would be the noise levels? How many events would be more than 1 day in duration? If more than 1 day, would that be counted as one event? How frequently would they be scheduled? Would there be any regulation of types of events, noise levels, size of crowds? When would they be held? I presume weekends. When you say there's not much sound, I think you should come hang out in our backyards. There is no way to squelch the level of sound that comes. So if granted, this is obviously going to greatly impact Devonwood and the surrounding community. Let's see, let me go. There's also the matter of safety issues in our community. People often cut through Devonwood, and this frequency would be greatly increased because people won't be able to get downtown Farm Road. But anyway, to say I'm against this proposal is an understatement, obviously. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right. Well.
My thoughts are going to be not necessarily in any particular order, since maybe like some of you, I've been up since 5:30 this morning, and
Same.
I'm quite disappointed actually that we just continue to stick with it in spite of attrition in the folks that came here to talk either positively or negatively about the polo grounds. Especially
What's
since
your name,
it's
sir?
now midnight. Yes, Gary Ontko, ONTKO, 9 Chiltern Street,
Thank
also in Devonwood. You know, you speak of the decibels and the decibel meters, and it's all very impressive. But what really matters to people that live in the homes that are impacted by it is what that sounds like when you're sitting out in your backyard or on your patio. Now, we live in a home that backs up to some woods, some open space, and then to the backyards of the folks that live along Town Farm Road. And I think we can even see the roof of the, I'm going to call it a single family ranch house that sits on the east side of Town Farm Road. So we have a buffer zone, but I will tell you, we can hear the announcements coming from the polo grounds on the Saturday afternoons. We can hear every single bass note, drum beat, guitar solo, bass guitar, and vocals from the bands that play on Saturday evening. I know the speakers have been reoriented, but it really hasn't made a bit of difference to us. So needless to say, I'm going on record for my wife and I that we are strongly opposed to the expansion of the special permit. We moved into our home in December of 2016. Prior to that, for a couple of months, as we were trying to determine if this was the right choice for us, we talked to someone at the town about what this polo thing was all about. We were encouraged that a new owner had come in and looked as if it was going to be improved and that polo would be a positive thing. But we were still concerned about the future. And what we were told was that they had a dream ride, and that there were some events scattered throughout the season, but it was primarily polo on Saturday, and then the dream ride in August, which was for charity. Okay. We kept probing, and that's all that we could find out. And that there was a special permit for that. And then, of course, we bought our home. And then as the years have gone on, this thing has expanded and turned into something quite different than what we had expected it to be. And so that's, you know, that certainly is something that we are very concerned about. If you haven't already experienced what a Saturday evening or a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday morning is with the Polo Grounds, I would hope that you do, and do it prior to any. Now it's only April, so I'm not sure how that would work logistically, but you need to experience it firsthand. Hearing about decibel meters and all the work that they have said that they've done to try to react to what the neighbors have said is fine. But you have to be there and just take it all in order to really understand what it's all about. It's also my understanding, and I'm going to say it's my understanding because I don't have the facts at my hands, but it's my understanding that a couple of the homes that are on Town Farm Road have been purchased by an entity of the Polo Ground owner or some affiliate of it. And perhaps a couple of homes that are south of the Polo Grounds on the east side of Town Farm Road. And so I don't know, you can draw whatever conclusions you want to draw from that, and please tell me if I'm wrong. But that's what my understanding is, that they have acquired a couple of those homes and a couple of the homes that are on a road that's just south of the Polo Grounds. I just think that you need to take a serious view of this. And from our point of view, for my wife and I, and for our neighbors, you know, you take a step like this and you approve an increase in special events. There's never been a year since 2016, I believe, that they've asked for less events. It just keeps going up and up and up. And so where do we go from here next year? Are we going to start talking about Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday evenings and weeknights? And, and so I'm trying not to be overly dramatic here, but I think this requires a lot of responsive, sensible, and just forward thinking, because I'm quite disappointed that this is the direction it's going in, and the fact that we're directly impacted by it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that's in this room that wishes to speak regarding, come on up, application?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Prasachik from One Kempton Muse in Devonwood. I have a master's of science in electrical engineering. I also have 3 years of experience writing radar software for Lockheed at their Syracuse plant. Everybody has said pretty much what I want to say about the noise itself, but what really caught my attention about the presentation of the measuring the decibels and all that is that there's something called near field and far field effects, and we're dealing with a phase array energy or sound system here. And the placement of, even though they're in compliance, I'm not going to argue compliance with the local town ordinances and practices, the test fundamentally is flawed because there's no analysis of what the spectrum is of the radiating elements, and the sensors were not placed on the center line perpendicular to where those radiators were placed, because that's where you're going to get your maximum constructive interference. where they have them located could quite possibly be at the maximum destructive interference, which would result in quieter noise measurements. So the test would have to be redesigned, knowing what the frequencies of the sounds being emitted are, and knowing that the intensities from each of those sound generators are equal. If they're not equal, then you're going to get skew off center where a beam is formed. That's basic sonar for you. So I would request that, you know, the test be redone with those considerations so that you get a much truer measurement. Because in my house, I'm a quarter mile away, I can still hear the polo announcer with my windows closed. And I'm far field, you're near field, so you might be in a node, a quiet node. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's fabulous, right? Well, oh, okay.
My name is Annie George. I'm at 2 Kempton Mews, and I strongly oppose the application submitted by the Town Farm Development LLC, the addition of 25 non-equestrian events at the Farmington Polo Grounds. As a registered voter, tax-paying citizen, resident of Farmington, I believe this proposal will have a negative impact on the quality of life for our residents living in and around the polo grounds. The proposed events will cause significant traffic congestion, noise and air pollution, and increased emissions. During the evening hours of at prior events, I have witnessed the use of Town Farm Road as an Indy 500 speed track at all hours of the night. I live a quarter of a mile off of Town Farm Road, and my windows literally vibrate from the noise that is emitted from the polo grounds. So the 51 decibels that was referenced earlier, my windows wouldn't be shaking and shaking at 51 decibels because I could hear clearly each and every word of the announcer, the music that's played, etc. These behaviors disturb the peace and negatively impact the wear and tear and repair of Town Farm Road and that of Cambridge Crossing at the expense of the community taxpayers. The safety of the residents is placed at an increased risk by some less obvious factors, including the spread of disease due to overcrowding. During the 22 event season, I witnessed an increase in antisocial behaviors, including individuals urinating and defecating on public and private property, and a disregard for posted no parking police ordered signs. The Town Farm Development LLC proposal is very concerning for residents. If passed, the proposed additional events will disrupt the peace of the designated residential zone community and negatively impact the quality of life of the residents during the spring, summer, and fall months. It's important to note that the Farmington has already significantly increased real estate taxes. The addition of unnecessary noise, traffic congestion, drag racing, and increased police presence will further burden tax-paying residents. Last, as a member of the impacted community and a resident who has a vested interest on my property in preserving the peace of our community, I strongly urge you to reject the application submitted by Town Farm Development. I believe it is important to prioritize the well-being of residents and maintain the peace, the values of our properties, and safety of our zoned R40 residential floodway community. I concur with the previous gentlemen that were speaking in opposition. I experience these noises, the pollution, the traffic, the antisocial behaviors consistently during these events. And it is very disturbing to hear and physically see, knowing that this is going on right outside your doors. So thank you for your consideration. And please consider this and oppose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, good evening. John Schoenhorn, 155 Town Farm Road. Since Attorney Hoeb mentioned me, I'll just want to clarify that when I took those videos at the bottom of my driveway, I deliberately, if you'll watch them, stood behind a bush when the people were first coming out. And it's true, the exit where they were coming out was directly across from where my driveway is. Now, my house is up the hill, and it is almost not quite a quarter mile up, but it's up a hill like a bowl. So if you think about being in the nosebleed seats at a stadium, the sound still directs up there. It's not quieter up there. If anything, it may be louder up there. But I did not take video so that the drivers would see me. In fact, if you watch those videos, camera starts down by my feet. And then as they pull out, I come out from behind the bush and then walk down towards the bottom. So no, I was not provoking them in order to get them to rev their engines. Only two other points that I want to make quickly, and that is, I'm looking at the special permit requirements, which is in section 12 of the zoning regulations. And the first two things that you must consider when granting a special permit, it says, quote, in considering applications, the commission shall require compliance with the following. One is that the existing and future character of the neighborhood in which the use is to be located will be protected. And two, that adequate safeguards have been taken to protect adjacent property and the neighborhood in general from detriment. Those are the first two requirements. And I suggest that, with all due respect to the proposal that was made and the excellent presentation, not one person tonight or 2 weeks ago has explained why it's necessary to have amplification at every polo game. It's one thing so that you can hear it, but I think maybe it was Commissioner Hutviger who had said, well, when you're watching a baseball game, nobody is broadcasting each pitch and yelling, oh, it was a close one, and oh, it's a ground out. They just don't do that. So they have not explained why the amplification during the game or loud music during the game is a necessary requirement for the permit. Let them have as much polo as they want, even air horns at the conclusion of each chukker, because I know that's what they call innings, if you will. But they don't need the amplification and the loudspeaker systems for that. The only other thing I want to say is I looked at the list of events that are coming up, and I noticed what's not on there, although if you go on their website, it's there. They're going to be hosting the Irish national polo team. And last year, they had a big party on Friday night for them. They had the game on Saturday, and there was another party with food Saturday night after the game. Those seem to count only as equestrian events, so they're not even within the 25 non-equestrian events. They want to count that as just a polo event. So we're really talking about a multifold of events with music and amplification and live bands that they're not even counting, which I think is, I understand why they want to change their permit. That's why they suggest the way they are, but I just want to point out that that makes it even more difficult. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else in the room that wishes to speak regarding this application? We're good. All right, Shannon, is anyone left online?
We had 2 hands raised. So,
I know.
Mr. Giantonio.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go right ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Ken Giantonio, 243 Waterville Road, representing myself, my wife, and my 2 children, 3 and 6. We're opposed to the revised special permit. Our experience on this side of the river has not provided us with comfort that the privileges of an expanded permit with more activities would not result in further infringement on us. We remain focused on the issue of noise from cars, noise from polo, and noise from non-polo events, especially those that are held in the tents or on the east side of the property that is closest to us. And I noticed when they were testing the sound, they weren't testing the sound where the speakers were pointed, which is east towards us. They were testing them on the road, which was behind the speakers. So for us, I think it might be different. The issue might be differ from those of the people who live on Town Farm Road and Devonwood, which are also affected, but maybe in a different way. I would say the infringement on us from noise is already considerable. We hear it both inside and outside our home during events. 100% increase in the non-polo events or changes to how events over or under 400 people are counted or not counted when it involves amplified music, amplified announcements, equipment or vehicular noise on the east side of the property bordering the river would make this infringement exponentially more persistent over the seasonal period because it's compressed. And I would say the Town Farm development did deal with the noise from unmuffled water pumps. That was a good thing. However, other than that, they really have not done anything that is apparent or substantial enough to be apparent to assess or limit the impacts of events on their neighbors, whether it's on Town Farm Road, Devonwood, or Waterville. Last year's events in the tents were about the loudest that we have ever experienced. Particularly, I think it was one of the 2 that they came to you to authorize after they had already committed. They had 2 singers, the first of which was outrageously loud. And I think even some members of the town council were there, and they confirmed that at the coffee meet at the Starbucks one afternoon. I would also say that last meeting, one of their representatives, and even tonight, one of their representatives sought to diminish the complaints about sound that come from numerous people, not just 1 or 2, 13, 14, 15 people, not just across the street or across the river, but half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away. This is much to do about nothing. It's a misunderstanding. These are minor issues, or it's hyperbole. I think this is how they really look at it, how they perceive it. I don't think there's malintent, but nonetheless, this gives you insight into their level of consideration for the neighbors. Lastly, I believe the regulations exist to keep us from getting in these situations. As such, I'm wondering 3 things. First of all, why, as a residentially zoned neighbor, would my business be subject to the standard as follows? No equipment and/or process shall be used which creates noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odor, or electrical interference detectable to normal senses off the lot. That's the standard that I would be held to in my business. All right, why aren't they held to that standard? 2, what provisions of the special permitted usages that are in the R40 or R80 or whatever R20 zones permit facility rental, catering, car shows, and campers? I don't see it. Thirdly, What provision of the zoning regulations does the Farmington Club operate under? It's not a sporting club anymore. It's owned and operated as an event venue. I don't know what regulations they're operating under right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, there's one more.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, go ahead.
Yeah, it's me again, Mark Wilson, 61 Eli Road. I can't believe I've been listening to us for 5.5 hours. But let's go back, and I don't know how many years ago, but let's call it 2005, 2006, when they wanted to put lights at the Farmington football field. And when they approved the lights, they had to go to the people up in the Highlands area and get approval. And I think it originally, and I don't know where we are today, but I think we're limited to 5 or 6 nights a year that they could turn the lights on at the Farmington football field because it would cause disturbance to the neighborhood. And now we've taken, I lived in Farmington back in 1983, 84, through maybe 1985 or 6, when the polo fields were the polo fields back then. And then I moved back in 2001 when the polo fields were basically a horse stable and a riding club where equestrian, I guess it is. And my kids actually took, horseback riding there. It's sad that every Saturday afternoon, beginning around 2 o'clock, and I live, I don't know how many, quarter miles or half miles away, but 600 feet above the polo fields. And every Saturday afternoon, I can't go outside on my back porch, turn on a little music and listen to it while I barbecue or talk to my friends and family without hearing music or announcements from the polo fields. And I've gone down to the polo field on numerous occasions and asked them if they could do something about the noise, about the sound. And it's not just decibels that causes interference in people's lives, it's frequency. You can have a low volume, but a high frequency or a low frequency that causes problems. I hear every Harley Davidson driving down Route 10 or every Harley Davidson probably driving down Town Farm Road. Those things you can accept because they're gone in 30 seconds. I hear people down on Waterville Road mowing their yards on Saturday morning or Sundays, but they're cutting their grass. It's the constant 3 or 4 hours of constant sound. Back during the COVID period when they were doing the drive-in movie nights, great idea. We tried to do it at West Farms Mall. They wouldn't allow us to do it. And I take my hat off to Bozzuto for what they're doing for charity. But, don't confuse yourselves. They're doing this to make money because we've tried to do charity events with them and they charge a lot of money for cars. They charge a lot of money for the use of the facility. But when they were having the drive-in movie nights, I could sit in my bed at night or on my couch in the family room, and I could see the drive-in movies from my house. It was so bright. We didn't buy this house on the mountain where I cut down trees illegally to be in the middle of an entertainment venue. I don't think the people in Devonwood did. I sure didn't when I moved to Devonwood. I don't think the people on Town Farm Road envisioned that they would be living across the street from what is an entertainment venue. The AquaTurf or the Farmington Club has been there for years. We actually used it a couple of times for some of our own events through my own foundation, the Reach Foundation. I had my wife's 40th birthday party there. But we had limitations on what we could do and when we had to turn things off. And when you talk about, I saw the video you showed of I think it was a Dodge Charger doing the donut in the middle of the road and going into the yards and then back over to the polo field. We say that is, reckless drivers and people who are showing off. But my charity does an event called Shop with a Cop, where we pair children at risk with police officers at Christmas, and they go and we have a party. They meet the police officer meets the child at risk. Then they go to a Walmart or a Target and they shop for their family. We provide money for them. And one year we had 125 police cars in Milford on Route 1. And they were driving from our location of our party to the Target store, and 2 police cars got in an accident because they were showing off. That happens. It's not, to me, it's not the noise of the vehicles. It's not a helicopter landing, because that's a 1 or 2 time event. It's the constant drone every day, every Saturday, of hearing events, hearing announcements, hearing music. What's the ride that they do? I'm sorry, it's late. Once a year for the 2-day event. Those are acceptable to me. It's the idea that they're doing something every day of every weekend. And when I saw the calendar of events, it looked like every Saturday, every Sunday, they're going to be doing something down there. Whether you can hear it or not, I don't think anybody in this town bought their property knowing that they were in the middle of an event venue. Usually event venues are located on the edge of town, located out on, a peninsula in the Sound, someplace where it's not bothering people. Even the Comcast or the Meadows or whatever it's called today in North Hartford, they have NORDS ordinances that they have to abide to from East Hartford. They have to turn the music off by 11:30 because it bothers the residents in East Hartford. I think we need to really look at, is Farmington, right in the heart of Farmington, do we want this event venue? Polo matches, great. The Dream Ride, that's what it's called, great. But I think they need to watch the noise. There's ways that they can mitigate the noise. They need to be doing that, but I don't think we need to be expanding this into a major event venue. This isn't the location of the next World's Fair. But I think everybody has said basically everything I've said. And I appreciate you listening to me, and I'm sorry I'm tired. It's 12:30. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, there's no other hands raised.
All right.
I can ask.
Yeah, might as well. But yeah.
So I'm assuming anybody that wanted to raise a hand would have done so at this particular point in time, Madam Chair. So it.
All right.
It's 12:34
Yeah.
on my computer.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, I agree.
That's okay.
Madam Chair, would
Yes.
it make sense, because I'm sure the commission now has some questions.
Sure.
I don't want to give you extra work, but maybe this is a good cutoff
It is a
point.
great cutoff.
And that gives you an opportunity to look at the exhibits, ask pointed questions. We've heard again from the neighbors. And so perhaps just a suggestion, this is a good break point.
Is we would need an extension though, right?
Pardon me?
We would need an extension from your.
If I do, we'll gladly provide it, right? Yes.
Yes.
I take
we
that as a
will.
yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
We're okay to continue?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for staying with us all the way to the end. We need a motion and second to continue, please.
I'll make a motion to continue the application from Town Farm Development LLC to modification of conditions of approved special permit for event use at 152 Town Farm Road, R40 FW zones to the May 8th meeting.
Second?
Second.
All right, Liz, second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right, it's unanimous. Thank you. Shannon?
Uh,
That's
no planners report. We will pass on work session and we can go to minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, are still trying to finish off our business. If you could take your conversations outside, please.
Doing the
Yep.
quiet sign from school.
All right, so we need a motion and a second to approve minutes from April 10th.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of the April 10th, 2023 Town Planning and Zoning Commission meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Are we good for tonight?
We're done. Yes, thank you.
All right, meeting adjourned, 12:36. Woo.